Welcome to City Hall on the first day of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. My name is Annalie Babb, co-lead organizer of the forum. I'm a former journalist, diplomat, founding CEO of Invest Barbados, and most recently, special envoy to the Prime Minister of Barbados and a special advisor on innovation, science, and smart technology. In my consulting practice, I focus on development issues affecting the sustainability of small island developing states and less advanced economies, particularly in the context of digital transformation, the new digital media, technology, and innovation. Today, I am deeply honored to lead you into a conversation between Professor Sir Hilary Beckles and Professor Dr. Maria Kundura on the subject Inequality at the Root. I'll give you a brief introduction to these very accomplished scholars in a moment. You can find out more about all of our speakers by visiting the Eastern Chattel House in the Anamekon Newbridge City, an exciting part of our forum's virtual platform. By way of context, Andy Pratt, Professor of Cultural Economy at City, University of London, has observed that colonial trade networks persist in the world, and they focus on extractive value. That's another way of saying they focused on taking out and not putting in, on reaping rather than sowing, on consuming rather than protecting and preserving. In a word, they focus on exploitation. Today, our two conversationalists are tasked with setting the stage for an understanding of the world's existing creative and technological inequities or imbalances, not as incidental or accidental results of the evolution of a modern global economy, but as embedded historical features of the way in which our international system was deliberately constructed. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles is a distinguished academic, international thought leader, United Nations committee official, and a global public activist for social justice and minority empowerment. He is currently Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, where, from 2002 to 2015, he also served as Professor of Economic History, Pro-Vice Chancellor for Undergraduate Studies, and Principal of the Cayfield campus in Barbados. An accomplished playwright, Sir Hilary has lectured extensively in Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia. He has published more than 100 peer-reviewed essays in scholarly journals and 13 books on subjects including Atlantic and Caribbean history, gender relations in the Caribbean, sport development, and popular culture. His seminal 2015 study, Britain's Black Debt, Reparations for Slavery and Native Genocide in the Caribbean, is an economic history of the rise of British capitalism during the 17th to 19th centuries. It provides the evidentiary basis of the claim for reparatory justice for the genocide of the native community, the globalization of African enslavement, and the deceptive indenture of Asians that followed, which are, as Sir Hilary notes, 3 acts of a single play. Sir Hilary's latest book is a pioneering study co-edited with Professor Heather Russell titled Rihanna, Barbados's World Girl in Global Popular Culture, which provides the context for the rise of the Barbadian pop icon as a leading global artist. Professor Dr. Maria Kundura is a global citizen. Born in Greece and raised in Australia, she is currently Professor of Literature and Transnational Culture at Emerson College, Boston, where she is also Special Advisor to the Provost. She is the author of the books The Greek Idea, The Formation of National and Transnational Identities and Transnational Culture, as well as Transnational Identity, The Politics and Ethics of Global Culture Exchange. She has published many articles on modernity's aesthetics, ethics, and politics as they intersect, forming national and transnational narratives and spaces. Her current book project is Desire Lines, Metaphors of the Global City. Here is an excerpt. In the endlessly mapped and regulated world that we live in, desire lines are everywhere. One finds them on the surface of the earth, as the dirt pathways created by people walking through a field or a park, even if it has a "do not walk on the grass" sign. They are the tracks on pristine snow before they're erased by the corrective interventions of a plow. They are the wakes of ships, the calligraphy of airplane trails, the remnants of clothes in dusty deserts indicating that humans walked through there, the floating orange life vests in the Mediterranean, the lines of people snaking through fields on a route to safety, Manaus and Christmas Island, the conference center in Dallas full of unaccompanied children. The city, the polis, as we know from the Greeks, is not its buildings, but the community, the people and their desires whose lines map it. Desire lines are the rise of theater in ancient Athens, graffiti in its current streets, the Black Lives Matter movement, the changing secret links between back alleys in inner city Melbourne that are the site of constantly emerging artwork, the workings of memory, imagined by Freud as the wax box of his mystical writing pad. Professor Kundura's work suggests that desire lines tell the story of modernity, but they could also map it back to antiquity, to ancient and more recent history, to the aspirations and impulses that have shaped our present reality. The Caribbean itself was once a major intersection of global economic power, extending its own desire lines across different geographies, oceans and seas, histories, cultures, ethnicities, and communities, from the ancient to the modern, north to south, east to west. We were inspired to invite Sir Hilary and Professor Kundura to engage in conversation on the root of inequality in contemporary cultural, creative, and technological spaces because they understand something about antiquity, from ancient Greece and Europe, Africa, India, Asia, the Middle East, and the myriad global desire lines that intersect in the Caribbean now. Let's listen in on this inspiring conversation.
Thank you, Annalie. That was a wonderful introduction. And as the guest to Barbados, where this is being hosted, I'm going to be a good guest and always honor the host and ask Sir Hilary to begin by talking to us about his very important, both from the political, the historical, the archival, but also the current moment work on the question of debt, the question of Britain's construction of the debt when it first legally defined Black people as property, and how that, and I would like us to work through to link it both in the past with some material that I will bring in from my own research as I'm working on this Desire Lines book about how that was understood in ancient Greece and how that got changed as that culture is appropriated by British, mostly basically European cultures, from which Greece is this strange southernmost point. And also to bring it back to more contemporary moments of the moment that we're living in now, with all of its intersections, of all of them involved. So Hilary, I will leave the floor to you. And as a good guest, I'm so looking forward to your first comments on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Moray. I think now I'm beginning to understand, after nearly 50 years, why I've always had this fascination with the Greek space and what we have constructed as Greek culture, civilization. And being from the Caribbean, I think there are certain kinds of locations where the imagination in the two spaces take you in the same place. I've always had this fascination with Greek culture and geography. And of course, to be hosted here in Barbados and this conversation about global trade, about global technology, and about the construction of enterprises across a global market economy, to be engaged in a conversation hosted by Barbados is not a coincidence. It's a conjuncture because, 400 years ago, this very Barbados was a critical pillar in the creation of what we understand today to be modernity. And in fact, one can push that argument to say that one of the important crucibles of modernity was precisely this place, this island, this context called Barbados. And it is when we say, for example, that Barbados is one of the most exciting centers of global tourism. And tourism cultures are about freedom. Tourism cultures are about an invitation to be here and to come and share and be with us and become one of us. Tourism is the culture that reaches out to bring in, and therefore it is about freedom. It is the one industry that's built on the concept of freedom. Come here and be free. Yet, historically, Barbados was the center of slavery. And to experience an island that today celebrates freedom and sees itself as one of the freest societies in the world, and to look at its roots as the society that was built on enslavement and was known globally. Barbados was known in the 17th century as the most unfree society the world has ever seen. And to see how it has evolved and why is in itself fascinating. That modernity, the West as we know it, the Atlantic world as we know it, the Western economy, and how history had evolved in such a way to make Barbados a major player. And who could have imagined that if you take a moment in history, let us say the middle of the 17th century, 1650, in all of the Americas, Barbados was considered the richest economy in the Atlantic, a small island generating two products: chattel slavery, sugar exportation. African enslaved persons were the most sought after forms of labor in the world, and sugar was the most lucrative agricultural product in the world. So you brought the product and the labor together, created an industrial revolution, and Barbados was the home of that first industrial revolution we call the slave plantation system. And as a product of that history, because I am a citizen of Barbados and therefore I'm a citizen of that history. And here we are, Maria, again today, 400 years later, and we are talking about another industrial revolution, digital transformation. And we are in Barbados reflecting upon its role in the making of modernity and projecting what the future is going to look like. These historical continuities are fascinating subjects in and of themselves.
Yes, actually, and the very last point that you made, Sir Hilary, about and here we are now, 400 years later, again as with Barbados as a nodal point, as a nexus of connection for the next step into the future. The hope would be, and this is part of sort of utopian narratives that we would all like, which of course the reality of back 400 years ago, mercantile capitalism, co-founded with the rise of the slave trade, sugar, right? Which initially actually got its first, and this is, I don't know if you knew this, but one of the first sugar plantations was on the island of Cyprus. And it was in the 11th century, initially through Arab traders, but it was really from the 14th to the 16th century that it was under Genovese occupation and with some Knights Templars and some Venetians, of course, which makes sense then for me as a literary person. Othello, yes, we understand now what one of the reasons of what Othello was about, Shakespeare's play. So there, it seems as if by having that be the rise of mercantile capitalism, being the template and the blueprint for what they would perfect later on in Barbados. Because what they were also doing in Cyprus was also having slavery from Russia, but also Greek and Syrian. And of course, the narrative was, oh, no, they're guest workers. So that links us to the present now where, oh no, it's guest workers that are working in Malaysia. No, it's guest workers that are working in various places in the Caribbean with tax-free zones, and how, global capital operates so that it repeats the earlier in the present, and how we now, in this nodal point, and this is why we're so looking forward to our conversation, what examples we might bring through the tool of digitalization, through this very medium that we're using right now for our meeting, how we can think about what desire lines, what path, because a desire line really cartographically is the shortest point of, the shortest distance from a point of origin to a point of destination. So if you're walking in the Boston Common, as I might be, and if you're Greek like me, you will end up cutting through the grass and not following the path that it has you. Enough people do that, a dirt path comes along, and that's a desire line. So I've been using that as a metaphor for this project to see what desire lines we as creative people, we as intellectuals, we as organic intellectuals in that old Gramscian sense, we as activists in the community, we as people who would just make one point to clarify and say, no, this is not right. All of these groups, what desire lines, what shortcuts can we do as we're using the current technology? So I'm sort of excited about a conversation about that.
Well, yes, and we ought to be fascinated by it, because in terms of your first point about the historical geography of sugar production, slavery, and we can track the Western journey of that technology. The technology being, of course, the sugar mill, yes. the process through which you manufacture this commodity, yeah. And where you bring agriculture and industry together to create this product. Yes, the journey from the Mediterranean through to the islands of the East Atlantic, the Canary Islands, yes. The Azores, yes. Were the places where it moved from the Mediterranean. It's Sicily, Cyprus. It moved along the West African coast and the islands off the coast of West Africa, and across the Atlantic into Brazil, and then from Brazil to Barbados. But there are always this moment in the geography of an economic system, the migration of an economic system across the world. There reaches a moment where there is a conjuncture between the economics, the politics, and the culture. And that is where the transformation takes place. And that was Barbados. Because for the previous 1,000 years, there were conversations about what really is a slave? Yeah. Should a slave be allowed to have civil rights? Should a slave have human rights? Should a slave be allowed to have family, to have religion? What is the difference between the citizen and the enslaved person, and so on? So these conversations were taking place. And yes, there was this discourse about a slave in the colonial Americas was not the same person as a slave in the Mediterranean 300 years earlier, in classical antiquity 2,000 years earlier. It's very different. Barbados was the moment when the English, who were surrounded by the Portuguese in Brazil, the French and the other islands, the Dutch and the Spanish in Mexico and elsewhere, the English were the ones who said, enough is enough. We've been having this conversation for 2,000 years about rights and elasticity and flexibility. Enough is enough. And the English took a fundamental decision that was political, economic, and social. From now on, this moment, let there be no doubt, an enslaved person is not a human being. We have been discussing this for 2,000 years, and we have taken the decision, as from this moment, an African person who is defined by law as a slave is not a human being. We have written a constitution that says such a person is property and shall be treated from here on in to the end of time like any other kind of property. And what are the values of property? You can buy it, you can sell it, you can lease it, you can mortgage it, you pay taxes on it, you can transfer it over the generations, you can will it, you can use it as currency. All of the values of property from here on in, an enslaved African is this thing, not a coin, but a unit of property. That decision taken at that historical moment in that historical place called Barbados, that changed the world. It changed the world because the history of the Western world was never the same. And you can measure the moment where the intellectual discourse came to a moment and the economic rationale was provided for this decision. But before the economic rationale could be presented, it had to be socially acceptable. It had to be philosophically acceptable. It has to be acceptable in the religious framework, in the cultural space. So there was this alignment of economics, ideology, philosophy, theology coming together to say, yes, we can do this. And it was done. And Barbados was the home. Barbados was the home to that. Barbados was the owner to that. So that makes Barbados, in the history of global trade, in the history of international trade, that makes Barbados one of the pillars of the evolution of the Western economy. Now, if you take the enormity of that historical moment in such a small place, the enormity of that decision implemented in such a small space, and that small space is then converted into one of the richest economies in the world. That is how Barbados was described in the 17th century. The richest spot of earth in the world. And the people who were the managers of this economic system, the persons who were the financiers of that system, the persons who created a global network of trade and finance were known to be the richest men in the Western world. Who could have imagined that sugar manufacturers on a small island would be the richest men in the West? And that is what they became, because it was a moment where technology, economics, and science came together to produce value. And the value that was generated in a world economy was enormous, given the fact that that commodity seemed to have had no end in terms of consumer appetite. The consumer appetite for this product, this grew on a global basis, and it was phenomenal. But Maria, and here we are today, talking about Barbados, global trade, global finance, digital technology, and the culture of inequality, because what that chattel slavery thing was all about was creating the most unequal society the world had ever seen. The world had never before seen a society built upon such fundamental inequality. And the inequality was crafted within constitutions that here we are, and 90% of the people in a society were classified as non-human. Only 10% were human, 90% were non-human, and the economy was built not just on social inequality, but the deepest form of inequality who is human and who is not. That is the deepest form of inequality you can imagine. And a structure was built upon that paradigm. That structure was then regionalized. That structure was globalized. And so if 2,000 years ago, the Greeks were talking about freedom, well, the Caribbean folks were talking about slavery. And the discourse of slavery and freedom, the conversation about what is desirable, what is not desirable, who's entitled to what, on what conditions should one be free and what conditions should one suffer enslavement. That conversation that was a critical part of your Greek culture became through history the fundamental feature of my civilization in the Caribbean. Because in a slave society, the most desired state of existence is freedom. In a slave society, the most prestigious value is freedom. And in a slave society, the thing that people want most and would die for is freedom, thus making that Caribbean civilization one of the most unstable in the world, because there was not a generation in the Caribbean, and in the 500 years after Columbus, there was not a generation in the Caribbean that did not go to war, that did not go to war for freedom. Every generation, from the 16th to 17th to 18th, 19th century, every generation of African people went to war against their oppressors for the thing called freedom, which we now have achieved and which we celebrate, and which Barbados is now trying to flip that history to say, we started as the most unfree society in the world. Now our vision is to become the freest society in the world. And that is the dialectic of history through time.
Yeah. And the thing is that how this history echoes with me, coming from a culture of another archipelago, as we said earlier, but also one in which I think I'm the only generation in Greece, although 67 to 1973 there was a dictatorship. But every other generation before me, there was some war for freedom because there was some occupation, whether it was Ottoman before that, Byzantine, but in a different way. But that's a little bit on the side, because that really resonated with me, that point of like, what generation is there? And I thought, oh, well, I think I'm the only one. I'm the first one, at least in the memory, right? Along another first of being, okay, from immigrants in Australia to... but what's interesting is the way, and this is coming from my own work on the way the Greek idea was used, to be the alibi, to be the cultural alibi, and we're talking about culture as well in our conversation today. It was the cultural crisis management and alibi for the very actions and the very laws, the very economics and the very cruelty and the very, dominance that you were describing that Barbados was the strongest example of. So ancient Greek culture historically, let's say in England, because that was my focus in that Greek idea book, but it was really looking at also with post-colonial critique of the whole discourse of modernity and how we have decolonization. But within that, the very structures that were put in place by the rediscovery of the Greeks in the 18th century by English travelers like the wife of the first English ambassador to the Ottoman court, Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, who's describing the Greeks in her letters to her famous friends like Alexander Pope, all big names in English literary history. And amongst the description is talking about how she would love to have like this beautiful Greek boy that she met as a slave, right? And you're sort of saying, okay, how is she using this? And what is the discourse at that moment in the 18th century where they're rethinking and coming up with the alibi to justify the actions of what was happening and what was being enacted in Barbados, but also in all the other places in the world where slavery was in place. And what was enacted was an appropriation and a rereading of concepts, whether it was from Aristotle, which, by the way, he is problematic in his definitions. And he was just having a fight with Plato, his teacher. And that's where he was really specific, was if you look at sort of other work or literary descriptions in the remnant of text, you see that the word doulos is what is used to sort of, and it's translated as slave today in English, but it's not the same word. But it became fashioned in the terms, as all good, in real essence, bad translations, but they're called good, are of the concepts of one to another. It's always an appropriation. So it gets fitted into the mold of this economic model and a legal system that again says it's based on these lofty ideals from an ancient time, when in those ideals, there wasn't that particular description. Not to say there wasn't slavery, there was. So the word doulos was the abstract noun that was used to describe all of the different other multiple names that there were, which were really assigned to function. Again, this is not, Greeks were not as bad, because it reminds me of one of my favorite books that I like teaching, J.M. Coetzee's, the South African writer's wonderful novel called Foe, which is a rewrite and a rethinking of Robinson Crusoe. And in Foe, there is this argument by the Crusoe figure, well, I'm not as bad as those slavers in Brazil. I'm not cutting Friday's tongue off, although he did in the novel. So that's sort of an alibi. I'm not as bad as that. That's not a moral position to take anyway. But what I'm interested in is to pick up on what you're saying, is that if doulos is the only word that is the root of the abstract noun doulia, which means, again, translated as slavery, and which characterizes all the other words and forms of it, it is also the root of the word doulia. It's the same word, you just changed the accent from doulia to doulia. And doulia means labor, work. So we use the word doulia now, and that's like the remnant from the roots. So I'm going, pienos de doulia, it means I'm going to work. This is important as we are discussing then labor relations. What does work look like with the new technologies that we're talking about, and the digitization of everything, and how does culture change? What is the equitable distribution of the division of labor? Is it the same? Is access the same in all parts of the world? In the United States, everybody loves saying, well, we have the internet and we just have access to the whole world. Well, not really. It's getting better now, but there was a long time when that was not the case. So doulia and labor is the kind of work I'm interested in reclaiming, and as a cultural theorist, in reclaiming from the roots of doulia, which also has doulia, labor, slavery, which also has labor, not a means of sugarcoating, and I'm making that metaphor on purpose, not a means of sugarcoating doulia, slavery, but a means of bringing into the present and saying, what are the echoes in our labor and how labor is done, especially in archipelago societies, especially in the context of a Caribbean culture, in the context of Barbados, with its heavy history, but also incredibly courageous and bright moments, right, of changing and fighting for the freedom. What does that history and, what remnant of it, and they're everywhere because I have visited Barbados in terms of, sites, but what are there in the culture, in the way, the mind, in the psychological responses to things that can be linked to the way labor, doulia, is done now, and what lessons from that to doulia now to work for that future, to work for that image that you were giving, that is basically an opening, I think, for everybody, every young person, especially in Barbados, but everyone in the world hearing this, to use Barbados once again as an example, but an example of the opposite, the dialectic opposite of what it was forced to be.
Well, I think the Greek philosophers would have understood Barbados perfectly well. I think they would have recognized Barbados, what the English had created in Barbados. I believe that Aristotle would have understood how Barbados came to be what it became. In much the same way that the Western intellectual traditions are seen as having their roots in Greek philosophy. And the argument could be therefore made that whatever the Western Europeans did across the Atlantic, they brought with them their Greek, their Romanic Greek traditions, values, and ideas, notions of liberty, justice, equality, all of those concepts. They would have brought those along with them across the Atlantic from their Greek intellectual roots. And maybe we need to go back to Greece to understand what happened in the Caribbean. It was not frivolous when Derek Walcott referred to St. Lucia as the Helen of the West, you know, where he actually saw the post-Columbus connections in the Caribbean to what Greek philosophers were talking about. So that when the English made Barbados into what it did, in fact, they made a mistake. They should not have named, well, they did not name the island Barbados. The Portuguese had named it Barbados. But if the English had to give it a name, what they had created on this island, if they had given it a name, that name should have been New England. Because Barbados was the New England. This was the England that England wanted to be. This was the kind of society that England wanted, where they could generate tremendous wealth, where the other, the non-Christian person was not classified simply as the other, but the Black people, the African people were given a space so that other groups were called the other, so that the indigenous people, the native people, the Incas, the Aztecs, all of the indigenous people, they were the other. But the Africans were beneath that. So you had a geometry in which there was a core, and that core was the Christian white. And by the way, the word white was not a European word. The Africans were the ones who called the English white. And the word white was used as derogatory. It was not a celebration. It was the Africans would call these people white. They called themselves Christians. So the language of the 17th century was, we were the Christian people. And anyone who was not Christian was the other. So the Africans referred to the English people as white. And that was meant to be, these are people without color. Who are these people if they have no color? And they were called white. But the white people called themselves Christian. So there's an interesting conversation about when did the white people embrace the notion of themselves as being white. It took them 50 years to use the term to describe themselves. And that was also an interesting moment. But the moment they described themselves as white, the Black people became a subgroup. So now you have three groups of people. You have the whites, you have the others, and then you had the subgroup. So when John Locke, who was arguably the most celebrated 17th century philosopher, when he was asked a question, how could you describe yourself as a philosopher of liberty? And most of your intellectual work was on liberty. How could you celebrate the fact that you are a theoretician of liberty, but yet you are an owner of slaves? How do you explain that? And his explanation was very simple. When I speak of liberty, I'm speaking of white people. My theoretical construct is relevant to white people. African people are not human, and therefore they are not the subject of my theoretical discourse on liberty. They are not the other, they are sub people. Now, the challenge that we are faced with today is having gone through all of those exercises we call emancipation, all of these legislations where you legislate something called freedom and you legislate something called liberty, and you infuse that in parliamentary procedures you call emancipation legislation. But yet, the concept of the sub has survived. The concept of Black people as sub within the world economy, as sub within the white supremacy structures, and all of the systems that define international trade, international politics, the African peoples are still conceptualized as a subgroup within the narrative, not even the other. At least the brown people are classified as the other. The Black people are classified as the subspecies. How long would it take, or is it possible for the sub to emerge? And when the sub emerges, does it emerge into being the other on its way to being an equal? But it's an enormous journey for the African people today to journey to equality, to journey from a history of sub through to the other, the marginalized, through to the equality. It's a longer journey for the African peoples. And therefore the question is, since it was the deepest submergence, since the Africans had the deepest submergence in modernity, clearly their emergence has to be longer than anyone else. And it's a hell of a journey from the bottom, at least to the surface. The African peoples are still emerging to the surface. So the conversation about the equality is premature. It is deeply premature because the emergence is still there and it's still taking place, so that the white supremacy systems of the world are not yet prepared to speak of equality. They're not prepared to establish an international trade system of equality, because truly most of them cannot. You cannot submerge a people for 500 years and suddenly you conceptualize them and relate to them as equals. So the global trade system, the global ethnicity structures, the global sociological systems of human relations are still under tremendous pressure to even recognize the African at the level of its humanity. So it is not yet in a position to speak of its equality when its humanity is still problematical. So I think what we are talking about is the sociological and intellectual realm, but how that expresses itself in the economic realm, finance, trade, global relations. And again, I say Barbados is important because it was there that the Western world said, enough is enough. This is a marker. This is a moment. And the moment is all Africans are non-human. And once that decision was taken and implemented in Barbados and globalized, we are now at the other end of that conversation where can Barbados say to the world, can Barbados say to the world 500 years later, we are demanding equality. There is no other relationship other than equality. And equality can be constructed. One does not have to wait for equality to evolve. Equality can be structured and enforced. And what is required in order to do so? Well, when the decision was taken that the African was property and not human, the universities came on board. The universities said, okay, we can do that. We can give you a body of law and jurisprudence to make that work. Then the theology schools came on board to say, okay, we can do that. We can say that this is ordained by God and this is all in the realm of nature. Then the economists came on board, and the economists said, we can structure an economy upon that principle that can generate surplus. So all of the academic disciplines, including my discipline of economic history, your discipline of literature, you mentioned Robinson Crusoe, you mentioned Friday, the discourse that came out of the university sought to normalize the fundamental decision that was taken. What will be required today by all of academia and all the disciplines to say we are going to enforce a philosophy and a consciousness of equality. And this is our project. Consciousness of equality. And this is our project for the future. That is the moment I think we have to arrive at.
Yeah, and I think the way we go to it, there are a couple of moments. I love the fact that whiteness as a category, which is now used, white supremacy, past and present, as the bar from which Africans have been excluded both historically, but continuing the history in the present, is actually a name and a category that Africans made. That is taking the colonial encounter and taking the argument that even well-meaning post-colonial critics in my area, and I'm sure, and in many other of these university areas that you've listed, so Hilary, they unconsciously assume that there is no voice, there is no representation, there is no narrative to be found from slaves. There is no narrative to be found. It's all gone, and if it is, it's an oral history, and that doesn't exist. And yet, if that very category is what has been given, and that category was turned on its head from Christian to white, has been turned on its head, and it became the measure through which the one who, like Adam, named, is excluded from that very paradise, to use biblical metaphor now, like the Crusoes and the Christians. If they are excluded, then I think it's at that very moment of that encounter and that naming that we as historians, as literary historians, as cultural critics, go back to and see how do we reconnect, how do we put together that archive and all those other moments of agency, and they're everywhere, so that's how we start having that narrative about equality with terms that are not from the top down and appropriated terms from the Plato, the Aristotle, that then the English philosophers would be using themselves, as I said, translating in the terms of the English and not the way they were used before. So we need to go, that's the archival work of historians. That's the archival work of literary folks like me who need to go in and that's part of my practice. And that's what I'm trying to do with this book, the Desire Lines book. I want to give it as a critical and theoretical lever through which to work and do this kind of work in order to start building that academic context of equality that you so, rightfully and, sort of argued.
I believe academia holds the key to how the future world is structured and legitimized, because those who are pursuing profit by all means necessary, those who are pursuing global competitiveness by all means necessary, those who are prepared to say the world is a competitive place, we have to have a competitive advantage, we have to make more profits than our neighbors. If we don't make more profits than our neighbors are going to convert their profits into military, and their military are going to overrun our nation, and therefore your sovereignty and your freedom is dependent upon your ability to compete and to generate revenue to protect yourself from the aggression of your neighbor. Now, that is where the issue of the national interest came in. So that for hundreds of years in Western Europe, there was an understanding that you do not enslave other people, that you can oppress them, of course. You can take away their labor. You can create various concepts. You can call them indentured workers. You can call them migrant workers. You can do things to constrain them in your space. You don't give them the equality of your own citizens. They are treated differently. But each time the controllers of that labor sought to convert that person into property and non-human, strip them away of their humanity, there were always large numbers of people in the society who stood their ground and said, no, nope, we cannot cross that border. Academia was one of those areas. Academia would consistently said, yes, but you cannot push it that far. Humanity has to be protected. Human existence has to be protected. You can take labor, you can oppress it with giving cheap returns for it. You can have 15 hours of it, but you cannot convert it into a non-human status. So there was pushback. Academia always pushed back. What was unique about that 17th century moment was that the British, I suspect, largely because they feared being overrun by the French and the Spanish, and being a small island off the coast of Europe, I think the trepidation of themselves being enslaved by their neighbors who they have had hundreds of years of conflict with. Suddenly they realized that the only way they could protect themselves from their own neighbors was to extract maximum revenue and value from these African people, convert that wealth into military, convert that wealth into economic advantage, convert that wealth into global corporations, and to construct that as the national interest. And the enslavement of Africans became defined as an initiative that was in the national interest. Anytime, Maria, someone says to me, this is in the national interest, I run away from them, because the concept of the national interest has been used to create the most heinous crimes that the world has ever seen, the national interest. Because if you oppose it, and there were many people at the time who were saying, slavery is unchristian, slavery was sinful, slavery was illegal, slavery was immoral. They used all those arguments, and they were all brushed away because the juggernaut was, this is in the national interest. And to oppose it is to oppose the national interest, and therefore to be a citizen fighting against your own civilization. So everyone came on board, including academia. It was academia who legitimized it, who gave it the economics, gave it the law, gave it the sociology, gave it the anthropology. The academia gave that world of colonization all of the legitimacy it needed to flourish. And I believe that we are now at another moment, this moment of equality and freedom, which are the values of the 21st century. The 21st century is all about moving away from the slavery foundation, moving away from the colonial foundations, going into a world of freedom and justice and equality for women, for everyone. This is the century. And who is going to frame this century? Who are going to say we need an economic system that works for all? We need social structures that work for all. We need political systems that recognize the equality of all. This is really the century for academia to put up its hand and to fight for this new world. And in fact, to undo the things it did, to undo those structures and those relationships which it did over the previous 400 years. This is the moment for academia to be reborn, to re-legitimize itself and to find its own creative and intellectual roots. I have said, for example, on many occasions, that any university that claims to be excellent has to illustrate to me the extent to which it is ethical. And if your university was built on the profits of slavery, and you have not recognized that and paid reparatory justice by way of atonement, you cannot convince me you're an excellent university, because you cannot be excellent unless you're ethical. Ethics is a key criterion to excellence. So you cannot have excellence without ethics. And therefore, this is the moment for all of the institutions, including the Catholic Church, all of them, to come to this 21st century table and undo all of those crimes that were committed back there, so that this 21st century is really going to be a century of inclusion for all. And there is no better place than to begin with this subject of UNCTAD, international trade, the institutions of global trade, the financial systems of global trade, the moral imperatives of international trade, the enterprise of commodity movement, big nations, small nations, all looking for a place within the world economy. This is the place to begin. I think academia has a vital role to play in the next 50 years.
Absolutely. And together with academia, I also think the creative economy, writers, artists,
yes.
And not in any very specific high cultural definition. I mean, ground up, every possible expression, because we've been trained by the very academia that you've just painted that very clear picture of, to imagine art, to imagine culture as being only the high cultural mode, always already defined by the colonial perspective and never about representation across the board. So absolutely culture as well with academia. What was interesting also is that that definition of so the ethics at a moment that we're in stasis right now, and stasis is at a dead end because that's how it's represented. It's like whether it's in the United States, but in multiple places of the world, that fight between those old structures that you so eloquently described and the new that you're giving us in that very utopian vision, right, in a very long tradition of what the possibilities are and our role in it. They are represented at this moment in time as being in stasis, as being in that, unable to undo each other, unable to come to actually stasis, which is also, it also means a resolution. It also means a reparation. And this is where people think stasis in Greek means, oh, well, dead end. It's like, yeah, but it also means reparation. What do I do when I find myself in a dead end? And the key, of course, is ethics. And it's the ethics of the politics of each one of our practices, of whatever it is that we're doing, whether it's the economics, whether it's the cultural, whether it's the technological. Just because we can do something with technology, should we? Ought we? Just because we can do something with economics, based on the structures that we've put in place that have the history that we've just talked about, should we? Just because I can, right? Should I? So that Kantian sort of like division between ought and, do you make a judgment that is political, or do you see it as a moral sort of absolute? Political judgments historically have been presented as moral absolute and have been conflated with each other. We've unpacked them, you've unpacked them in the narrative you've just given us. What I also think is interesting is in that narrative and the utopian image, to link it back to the historical. So in all representations, if you look at ancient Greek texts, and I was curious, so I did as big a study as I could, where, how are these utopian visions, whether it's Plato's Republic, but any other representation, where is slavery? Because slavery is in every representation of the text, but where is slavery not so visible? And it's in utopian representations, and in utopian representations where slavery is absent, in which there is not enough resources. Because there's not enough resources, there isn't the possibility for the power dynamic that, again, you've so eloquently described. And two, when everybody needs to work together to be able to survive together. And the third possibility is when all those representations of the golden age where you live beautifully with no work. Like that's kind of like the myth of the golden age, no need to work. Here's, you can just, it's Eden in the Christian tradition. So that scarcity that you were talking about that led back 400 years ago to the development of Barbados in the context and with the conditions that it did, that scarcity in those ancient Greek texts is actually where they see and they represent the possibility of no slavery. Because everybody has to work together. And that, I think, is the beginning of where we begin working with what you're saying. What do we do then?
Yes. and politics, it does require a symbolism around which you could rally. When the Europeans thought that they had made enough money out of slavery, doubt began to emerge. You can abandon ethics, you can abandon morality, you can abandon all of those foundations of humanity as you experience them in your own civilization. And you can then say the time has come for another enlightenment. And then you create this concept of this enlightenment as discovery. Now, and it's simply because it's all binary, because the slavery was a period of darkness. It was a moment in which the civilization plunged into darkness because in that dark space, there's no God. There's no God there. And since there's no God in that place over there, then you can do all of these things like enslave people, you can do all of that because it is behind the back of God in the place of darkness. And now there is this tendency to reflect upon our history and say, well, it was a moment of darkness, and what we need in the 21st century is another enlightenment. We need to rediscover. But, you know, again, that's a form of hegemony, because in your area of darkness, that was when we were discovering our enlightenment. That was also when we too were saying, we're going to fight this, we're going to resist this, we'll never accept this, and we are enlightened, we are conscious, we are humane, and we have come out of that so-called darkness with our own magnificent enlightenment, which is that we have reclaimed all the things you took from us, and we are moving to a higher level of consciousness. So for you, the Star Wars thing, the Star Trek thing, space, the final frontier. So yeah, space might be for you the final frontier, but for us, this here and now is our frontier. And we want this 21st century to be the final frontier where we have put all of that stuff behind us and we are moving on. The level playing field, I don't describe it too much as utopia. Everything that questions domination is utopia. Yeah. The moment you take away from the hegemonic power, you extract from them just a little, that reform is always called utopia. It's not even a reconstruction. It's just a modest reform is then classified as utopic. But I believe that the kinds of issue that UNCTAD is engaged in, how the international trade order can work for everyone, whether there is the possibility of a level playing field for small nations and rich nations, whether those who control the innovation and the technology will always have a hegemonic role, or whether the technology will enable opportunities historically unknown, opportunities for new and small and emerging nations. These are very important questions. And when I used the concept of the academic intellectual, yes, I did include the broader parameter of the creative consciousness of artists and however the mind goes to work to create concepts out of technology or vice versa. So I think this is a great moment. And I really want to congratulate Annalie for seeing these connectivities between the creative, the intellectual, the economic, and the political, because these relationships have always been critical. And when they are aligned, they can be revolutionary. Yes. So in much the same way that they were revolutionary in the 17th century to create that world system, they can be brought into alignment again today to create another kind of opportunity. Yes, we might call it utopia, but I call it something else. I think it's the alternative form of reimagining human relationships. And when you imagine that Hollywood has this incredible way of conceptualizing space and the colonization of space, and you know that whenever they do that, they tend to emphasize a non-racial world. They tend to emphasize a non-ethnic world. They celebrate ethnicities, but on the basis of a horizontal and not a vertical structure. So yes, it might be utopia to imagine a horizontal world.
Utopian is not a bad thing. It literally means utopos, non-place. And as a non-place, it means it's stripped from all of the preconditions of existence of the forms
Absolutely.
that the previous one did. So utopian actually is a blank slate of sorts, even as it is engaging certain elements from it. So I think, though, we need to be continuing this conversation later. I just received, I look forward to continuing this conversation. And I think it's an amazing, I do want to thank Annalie and Adrian for organizing and for inviting us. And I look forward for this to be, from this conversation, for then us to follow up with action and speech and engage academically and through our universities and through the cultural connections that we will be making, ongoing the practices that we're talking about, as in that utopian model. So it's been wonderful having this conversation with you. And I want to remind everyone to please stay tuned, because we will take questions and answers in a minute. So we will see you soon. Thank you, Sir Hilary.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Professor Maria Kundura. That was a wonderful pre-recorded session. And now we're going to go to a live question answer. I'm joined on set by Mr. Adrian Green. He's the co-lead organizer of the UNCTAD Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. He's a poet, a performer, a student of cultural studies, and the one I've come to think of as the angel over my shoulder. We've had some fun working together on this project. I've learned so much from you, Adrian. I give the floor to you, sir, to ask the first question to Professor Sir Hilary Beckles and Professor Maria Kundura.
Thank you very much, Annalie, and thank you for that compliment. For you to say that you've learned from me is, yeah, well, okay. But the first question goes to Sir Hilary Beckles. And Sir Hilary, early on in the conversation, you spoke about reframing tourism in terms of freedom. And we know that for many of those involved from areas which are tourism centers or centers of tourism, particularly in the developing world, tourism has a different connotation. Oftentimes, we equate tourism with an extension of slavery and oppression. So this reframing of tourism was very interesting to me. The same can go for the creative industries. The creative, in that term, comes out of a first world context. Do you see any room for reframing the idea of the creative industries in a developing world context?
Should I begin?
Please do.
Okay. Well, first of all, let us look at tourism and its structural evolution. The industry that we have today is over 300 years old. We mustn't think for one moment that somehow tourism is a 20th century construct. In the 18th century, for example, the Caribbean was seen as the place to go on holiday for your health. The Caribbean began its journey with tourism with the health paradigm, the health product. This is why George Washington left Washington and came to Barbados. He came here to restore his health. People came here to get away from the stresses of life and all kinds of illnesses that they could not understand, but thought it necessary to go to the Caribbean for the water, for the air, for the breeze, and for the food to restore their health. So that was the reputation of our first tourism brand. Yes, in the 19th century, we built out a hotel infrastructure. Almost every major town in the Caribbean had a significant hotel. Hotel development was a 19th century product because the numbers were growing. Then in the 20th century, yes, we did move to the sun and sand marketing methodology, which became known, as you say, with some of those colonial things of sunsets and sand and all of that. So here we are, 21st century, looking to revitalize post-COVID the sector. And one of the big issues is now, should we not return to the 18th century when we promoted our tourism for health, but not health completely in the physical sense of health, but the mental health aspect. Mental health is becoming the greatest force in societies all over the world today. We are seeing athletes are declining to play tournaments because of mental health. We're hearing politicians stepping back. CEOs are saying to their employees, we need mental health strategies. We need to make sure that all of our workers are engaged, and the only way they can be engaged is if they feel mentally relaxed, they feel innovative, they feel creative. They need to get away to de-stress. Mental health is becoming the fastest growing product. The Caribbean has the history to engage, to reinvent for the world. It is the freest place in the world. Go to the Caribbean. Enjoy the freedom, restore your mental health, de-stress. If you're having personal challenges, go down, get your groove back, relax, go back to work. CEOs, all over the world, this is now the big agenda. So we can be at the center of this new revolution, the revolution of the mental health of the individual that will determine your quality of life, how you have relationships with people, relationships at work, with your children, with your family. All of these things are now subject to mental health issues. The distress, you know, the word disease is made up of two parts, dis and ease. So you get disease because your mind and body are dis-ease. And you have to reconstruct that. So the struggle against diseases will be the struggle for mental health agility, mental health connectivity and alignment, body and mind aligned for a new way of looking at the world. We can rebuild our tourism around that. Now, the issue you raised about the performance industries and the creative industries, that is going to be some fascinating work. Some fascinating work because it's going to be about justice. Let me tell you about this slave trade. The Europeans brought some 20 million people out of Africa, shipped them across, half of them came across the Atlantic. A quarter of them came into this Caribbean. But it was not simply a transfer of physical labor from Africa. It was a transfer of intellectual skills, professional skills, technical skills, artistic skills came along in that traffic. So when you think of the slave trade, don't just think about people coming to pick cotton and cut sugarcane and the manual labor, the muscularity of the man and the woman. The builders, all of these fantastic structures you see across the Caribbean, they were built by the enslaved people who brought those technical construction skills from Africa. The magnificent furniture you enjoy, the metallurgy. You know, you go into places like New Orleans and you see all of this fantastic metallurgy on the buildings and the windows, the gates and so on. That metallurgical skill came out of Africa. All of the brilliant stoneworking, you know, the masonry, all of the jewelry culture, the decoration of the body and the jewelry, a lot of that technical artisan genius came out of Africa in the slave trade. So, you know, we have now to reconstruct the technical, artistic creativity around these industries, the material industries, and to rebuild them with pride. But first of all, you have to reclaim them. These things, they represent the treasure trove of our artistic and artisan and intellectual culture. We now have to own that, liberate it, liberate it. Economic empowerment, creative empowerment, all the things that we brought, our ancestors were doing. We need to take that, legitimize it, respect it, and build it out. It's a great opportunity.
Sir Hilary, that is amazing. I don't know if you are aware that we actually have a session tomorrow on mindfulness and tech. That was absolutely fascinating. We dealt with a number of those issues. But what I want to come to now really quickly, I believe Professor Kundura made mention of Haiti. And in the context of your intervention just now, Professor Sir Hilary, I'd like to ask her first and then you. When you talk about reclaiming and rebuilding, Haiti has an amazing history. First Black republic in the world, but it now faces a lot of issues. And there were actually, that country was the inspiration for a company that I recently created called Intersections. And it was about how do we take all of this creativity that we have in a country like Haiti and reclaim it. Because we've been watching the news and seeing that a lot of Haitians, because of the situation there, are having to flee their country. I'd like to start with Professor Kundura, but then come to you, Sir Hilary, and ask you to talk a little bit about Haiti and practically speaking, aside from just talk and words, what must we do to reclaim and rebuild and reimagine the cultural and creative industries and the tech sector for Haiti and for the Caribbean in the future?
Thank you, Annalie. Two things. Just very briefly to the question of tourism, because it will be linking to your question about Haiti. Tourism came out of, again, in the 18th century, out of what was known as the Grand Tour, which was for aristocratic young men, primarily, very rarely women, to go around Europe's big sites as they were rediscovering Greece, Rome, classicism, neoclassicism, for the culture, so they can be amongst the ruins and amongst nature, to then somehow connect to and link to the spirit of those ancestors that they were calling theirs, even though they were not acknowledging as theirs, as my Greek idea book was talking about. So tourism in the Caribbean could be modeled after that definition as well, both for the health, as you know, going for wellness, but also going for the reclaiming of the spirit and of the spirit of the ancestors, connecting with and showing models of being in the 21st century and in the world that are not linked to the already tired structures that are not working anymore. So that would be a very, I think, fruitful way, both in Barbados in tourism, but also anywhere else, to reclaim an industry that functions all, by the way it erases the local, and Greece is suffering from that as well, in terms of how it can erase, how that mass tourism can really erase the local cultures, but it can be reimagined as a place where one goes to find new roots and connections that have been discovered, have been brought forth, and have been reconnected in a narrative that brings it from that past that was a violent, that amnesiac blow, as Walcott calls it, but it's not amnesiac, it is always in the memory. So if creative industries cultivate that, make that happen, and have the Caribbean, have Barbados, have Haiti as a local, as a nodal culture, as a nodal spot for that discovery, not only from within, but from without, others coming in to then be the leaders across the world in this kind of reclaiming and resetting of the narrative. Practically speaking, you asked about Haiti. I would say what it did as the first place that claimed independence, it sent, I mentioned this, it sent men and sugarcane to be sold and help the Greeks as they were doing their revolution against the Ottoman colonial rule, the Ottoman Empire's colonial rule. So apart from the already existing within the UN and within other NGOs organization, I think it really is people on the ground, people going and sharing the skills that they have and working with and in Haiti, the way Haiti did, for example, for my country, one of my countries, at least Greece. So that, I think that is very basic. Those of us who can, to be there and work with and share the skills that we have in a ground that has a really fertile history and a present and a history of always being, of always renewal, regeneration, phoenix regeneration. That's the very first step that I would recommend.
Professor Kundura. Sir Hilary, do you have some thoughts on the question with respect to Haiti and reimagining and how do we rebuild and so on?
Absolutely. 2 points I would wish to make right now is that first we recognize that Haiti remains the battleground. It remains the battleground for Blackness. It remains the battleground against white supremacy and the celebration of Blackness. And Blackness is not just physical. Blackness is philosophical. The white world tried to reconstruct something called the Enlightenment, and the Enlightenment was about whiteness. It goes deep into what our friend, my colleague, is talking about. You know, the Roman Greek culture of white enlightenment. But Blackness is something very different. Blackness is about the celebration of the beauty of ancestors, of spirits, all of the things that were demonized by whiteness. Respect for the spirits, love of ancestors, the connection also to the beauty of the night, where we say in the night, you know, that is when the mind feels and you feel in the night. And the night is a beautiful place. It's not just the glaring of the midday sun. It's the beauty of the night. It's the power of the moon. It's turn the light down low. And all of those magnificent aesthetics about Blackness. It's the black skin against white fabric, where the black woman, the black man puts on white, and the white contrasts with the black and the beauty of the blackness of the skin. Miles Davis is a master at telling us about the power of Blackness, spirit, ancestry, the physicality of it, the night, the love of the night, and what happens when the night elements come alive and you feel different. You feel so magnificent because it is cool and it's beautiful. And in the night, the mind works at a different way. That is all about the Blackness, and the white enlightenment tried to suppress that. Haiti is the heartland of the respect for and the celebration of Blackness in all of its full manifestations. Now, in a practical sense, what we have to do in Haiti is this, and this is where my sector, Morea's sector, the university sector, Haiti is the intellectual artistic center of the Caribbean. There is no doubt. Haiti is the intellectual homeland. It's where the literature, the art, the poetics, the philosophy has been rooted for 300 years. It is the intellectual center. No other place in the Caribbean produced that quality intellectualism out of the Blackness of Africa. So therefore, we have to begin with that. Now, if you take, for example, the fine arts, the visual arts, the performing arts, the magnificence of it is not certified. One of the biggest projects that we in the university must do is to engage the Haitian state with how to certify and accredit that enormous intellectual creative output of the Haitian people. In every street corner, you see remarkable artists. Were they living in New York or London, they would have had their certificate, they would have had their accreditation from the national accreditation body. They could charge money because they are accredited. They could go all over the world and say, I am an accredited certified painter and so on. But they don't have that. There are millions of people with fine skills, professional skills, magnificent artistic ability. They are not certified, they are not accredited. Their market values are suppressed, they have no mobility. One of the biggest things we can do now is to take those 2 million African artistic professional people and certify their skills so that they could land in Barbados with a certificate says from the national accrediting body, I'm an artist, I'm an iron worker, I'm a stone worker, I'm a photographer, I can do all of these things, and here I am certified. Haiti has a huge problem in that regard. How can we liberate 2 to 3 million Africans right now in Haiti? Is to accredit and certify the phenomenal intergeneration skills that they have. You only have to walk through the communities of Haiti and see the brilliance of their creativity in the cultural industries. But they're not certified. They're literally giving away their work. They're giving away high quality. My house is filled with Haitian art. And every time I go there and they say, well, this is going to cost $300 US, I say, no. I give you $1,000 because this is not a $300 piece of work. This is not a $300 piece of work. And that is what's going on. The value is degraded within the creativity of the Black Haitian people. That is something that we can fix practically within CARICOM. Within CARICOM, we can fix that, rebuild the creative industries at a professional, accredited, certified level, give all of those creative people mobility and proper market evaluations.
If I may add to that, because right now I'm actually overseeing the accreditation as all universities have in the US. Every 10 years, there's a big accreditation process. How would that be? Because, for example, yes, within the Caribbean, an accreditation committee, but how would it also work? And what could be the links that can be made with accreditation committees of art and craft from multiple nations? Because we're talking about then not only within the Caribbean, but the value then of this work in Haiti being disseminated and for proper value, not the value that it does not have now, as you are very, correctly and very passionately pointed out for us, Hilary. Maybe those of us who are working within universities and artist communities start making those connections.
Wonderful. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Professor Maria Kundera, it is unfortunate that we have run out of time. We would love to take this conversation onto another platform at another time, but I'll give Mr. Adrian Green the last word as we move to the next session.
I think that is a great place to not end, but take a pause in this conversation, because that is really the crux of the matter. Where do we go from here, and how do we get there? And I think Annalie will agree with me that that is what this Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum is about. So thank you so much, Professor Kundera and Professor Beckles, for what I thought was an extremely insightful and stimulating conversation. We are going to move on now to the next item on our agenda, which is the high-level opening session brought to you from UNCTAD Geneva. Dr. Bob, anything from you before we go on?
Not at all, sir. Thank you so much. It has been a delight, Professor Kundera, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles. We're going to welcome you back at some point. Stay tuned.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah, for real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. On time, Barbados welcomes you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, distinguished excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to this Creative Economy Forum under the theme of Creative Industries and Trade Digitization. It takes place in the lead-up to the 15th Ministerial Conference of UNTAD. The forum is jointly organized by UNTAD and the Government of Barbados. It will tackle the big questions facing the creative sector as digital transformation continues to shape its future. Indeed, the creative industries are changing shape, driven by digital disruption. Digitization offers both opportunities and new challenges for the creative sector. So this forum is an opportunity to examine how to leverage the gains for sustainable development. This opening session will set the stage for the UNTAD 15 Creative Industries and Digitization Forum. As trade moves from goods to services and increasingly online, how can the creative economy grow and change alongside digital transformation? What are the upsides and how do we manage the downsides? To address these questions, we have very distinguished panelists. It is now my honor to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Rebecca Grispan, Secretary General of UNTAD, to make her opening remarks. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Distinguished panelists and participants, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a great honor for UNTAD to open this first Creative Industries Forum in the context of our 15th Ministerial Conference. We will devote this forum to analyzing, understanding, and addressing these important industries through the wide lens of digitalization. I want to share a word of thanks with the Government of Barbados for bringing this meeting to fruition, as well as our Creative Economy Program team at UNTAD. Thank you all very much. The issues that I will address these days, that we will address these days, are of fundamental importance. We are living in a critical period in the history of multilateralism and development. This pandemic, as you will know, has produced immense setbacks in the developing world, especially at a time when efforts towards achieving the 2030 agenda should be coming into full gear. This is why we need to kickstart an inclusive and sustainable recovery as fast as possible. So far, that is not happening. Despite the 5.3% global GDP growth expected this year, this figure is simply the average of an increasingly divergent economic trajectory. Advanced countries are growing and vaccinating at a rate that are multiples of those in developing regions. If we don't kickstart and change that soon, this recovery will leave many people behind, and this will not be prosperity for all. And this is precisely where digitalization and creative industries come in, as they can greatly help us light switch a more dynamic and inclusive recovery. Creative and cultural industries, also known as CCIs, amount to around 5% of current GDP. And this percentage is in the rising. CCIs generate trillions of dollars in annual global revenues. Its annual exports are over 250 billion, and they employ about 30 million people worldwide. Importantly, 20% of people employed in the creative industries are aged 15 to 29, more than in any other sectors. And women hold 45% of the creative occupations worldwide. The subject, however, is complex, and policy recommendations are not always clear-cut. It is increasingly evident that fast-paced global technological and social changes are rapidly expanding the scope, potential, and uptake of the creative industries. This symbiosis between the creative and digital worlds should come as no surprise, as is also the nexus with the advances in big data and analytics, augmented reality and artificial intelligence, blockchain, digital marketing, online advertising, to mention just a few. So creative content interlaces with and gives visual life to the digital world. And as a result of these changes, the lines are blurring between industries and sectors, between tools and channels, and between markets and demand. The interaction of ideas, products, services, media, and the internet is becoming increasingly complex and difficult to manage. But the potential of doing it successfully is immense. And for doing it well, we need to invest in digital infrastructures, but we also need to do it in an inclusive way. So we have to prepare, because as connectivity increases, the level and demand for quality content is also increasing. The COVID-19 crisis has shown us that too. We've seen how artists have tried to adjust and have turned to both well-known and emerging platforms to connect with audiences and consumers. And while digital solutions cannot always replace the value and beauty of a live show, we need to understand how digital technologies and tools have transformed not only an artistic and cultural practices, but the entire cultural value chain, from creation to production, distribution, access, and participation. Dear delegates, given the important role of the digital creative services for creative industries, it's crucial that countries ready themselves for the new normal and adopt digital strategies in line with their development needs. Since the creation of the Creative Economy Program in 2004, UNCTAD has played a leading role in supporting developing countries to enhance understanding of the economic contribution of the creative industries from a trade and development perspective, supplying data and shedding light in an industry often ignored and misunderstood. In this regard, I ask you to read UNCTAD's research on Creative Industries 4.0, which is going to be published shortly, and which will focus precisely on creative industries in developing countries through the lens of digitalization. Let me finish by wishing you all a very successful forum. We are happy we have managed to bring together this key policy discussion group not only during our 15th conference, but also during this 2021, that is the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. UNCTAD has headed the call and will continue to do so. It is our hope that this forum will be the first of many, and that your debates and deliberations will enrich these industries which are critical for an inclusive and sustainable recovery. I wish you a very successful forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. It is now my great pleasure to invite Her Excellency, the Honorable Mia Moore Modley, MP, Prime Minister of Barbados, to make her opening remarks. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Excellencies, delegates, the United Nations has designated 2021 the International Year of the Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. This move highlights two areas, culture and creativity, which I believe have not yet received the type of targeted global financial and developmental support that needs to be enforced if we are to see positive change that the world needs right now. Culture and creativity are how we talk, how we walk, how we see ourselves, how we see and engage with the world. They go beyond the economics of art and artistic expressions to embrace every aspect of our everyday lives. Indeed, I would go so far as to say culture and creativity are the essence of what makes human beings human. And this is very personal for me. More than 25 years ago, I began my career in Cabinet as a Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Culture, one of the youngest people to serve at that level in our country. I believed then, as I believe now, that recognizing and harnessing the social and developmental value of art, creativity, and culture are the very things that will unleash the inherent economic potential and development opportunities in our nation. I believe then, as I believe now, that a nation is shaped by its culture and its values and by culture's approach to creativity. But you know, at that time, I was dismissed as being young and giddy-headed, and therefore attractive to culture. Well, I have a lot of gray hair now, and I'm not giddy-headed as I was not then. And I say to you that culture and creativity today, just as I said then, will continue to influence how we teach, how we learn, what we learn, how we apply what we learn, how open we are to begin to learn new things in new ways, and even how well we develop solutions for ourselves, or how productive we are as a people, or whether we are prepared to take risks and how and when. Culture and creativity will influence our approach to what we call failure, or is it really experience? Our willingness to learn from what does not work rather than keep repeating the past mistakes and missteps. See them as a platform that has allowed us to get experience. If we want, my friends, to transform nations, we have to begin and end with culture, creativity, and education. And that's why I say it's so personal for me. And at this time of unprecedented global disruption, technology is radically impacting the way we understand and consume our culture, whether we engage in creative work, trade within and across borders, and even how we interact in rapidly multiplying our virtual spaces. Indeed, technology itself is formed out of culture, for technology is that tool that allows us to tell our story or show our story in whatever way we choose to. Technology and trade digitization are therefore critical to the sustainability of culture and the creative economy. And this is why, my friends, I gave my full support to Mr. Adrian Green and Dr. Annalie Babb, the co-lead organizers of the Creative Industries Forum and the Trade Digitization Forum, when they decided to combine what were originally two separate events into a single event. A special thank you to the Chief of UNCTAD's Creative Industries Program, Dr. Marissa Henderson, for her unwavering support in working with them to make this forum a reality. Like me, they understand that technological innovation is central to the development of the creative economy in the 21st century, but that the digital aspects that we choose to pursue must still be rooted and anchored by the values that determine us and who we are, which is part of our culture. Like me, they understand that the inequalities embedded within existing global systems make it difficult for developing countries, especially small island developing states like my own, to benefit from the opportunities of culture and the creative economy that are becoming open in this technological age. Culture, creativity, and rapidly evolving frontier technologies have the potential to improve citizen, government, and private sector efficiencies, to help address the existential crises of our time that we are facing, particularly with climate and the pandemic, and to enable people to tell their own stories and profit from their value. I never tired of repeating over and over that the Caribbean has a story to tell, and it is a story that really the rest of the world needs to hear, particularly given the fact that we have become a microcosm of global civilization and that we have seen development ensue in our region in less than a century without the levels of bloodshed that we have seen elsewhere. Does that mean that we have gotten where we want to get? No, it doesn't. But it does mean that we have chosen a different way to be able to resolve our issues and our problems and to be able to build opportunities for our people on a platform of development while still being culturally authentic and real to who we are. But my friends, if we are to realize the benefits, we must be willing equally to face fully and fix any inequities that are remaining in our societies and that allow advanced technologies to benefit and enrich just a privileged few. My government is committed to being a voice for change in the very necessary rebalancing of global systems and structures that do not reflect the level of equality needed to ensure greater peace and security in our time. This forum is designed to explore these issues, showcase the tremendous talent and capability that exists in our region, and to develop pathways to stronger cross-border collaborations that lift us all. So my friends, welcome to Barbados and the Caribbean, and welcome to UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. A lot of words, but what is it about? How can we better tell our stories and share our experiences? Enjoy the show, and let us be able to tell everyone that we have determined that we are going to use who we are to continue to build the platforms for the development of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your words. I am now, it is my honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Santiago Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, to make his opening remarks. Minister, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings from Jakarta, Indonesia to all of you. Distinguished Secretary General of UNCTAD, Her Excellency Rebecca Greenspan. Prime Minister of Barbados, Her Excellency Mia Mottley. Excellencies, dignitaries, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to speak in front of you in this first ever Creative Industries and Trade Digitization Forum at the UNCTAD 15, UNCTAD 15. This forum is being held that coincides the International Years of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development 2021, where Indonesia, UNCTAD, and other 81 co-sponsors maintain a close collaborations and were successful to bring these resolutions into adoptions at the 74th sessions of the UN General Assembly. I congratulate Secretary General Greenspan and Prime Minister Mottley for the patronage of this event, which I am extremely sure will be a successful one. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, creative industries were impacted harshly by the cruel pandemic which occurred since last year. UNESCO estimated $750 billion losses in gross added value of creative industries in 2020, and more than 10 million creative workers lost their job. However, there are also creative subsectors which flourished during this testing time. In Indonesia, several subsectors such as games and applications development with TV and radio are the pinnacle during this pandemic, contributing around 13% within the creative economy GDP in Indonesia, which were estimated around $9.4 billion. As a response, the global trade has also moved in advance. A digitized global supply chain is in action. Digital trade has also present opportunities for creatives and government, where artists could showcase their works and protect their authenticity with non-fungible tokens or NFT, and government could embark with blockchain for a just, fair, and transparent practices of good governance and accountability. The words may seem futuristic, but here's the thing. Our future is already in front of us, like it or not. It's here. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with that, the future is near to examine the Sustainable Development Agenda. I would like to use this forum to recall the challenges in creative industries and digital trades. First, when we talk about digital penetrations, not all nations are in the same pedestal. The widening digital divide has made many people left behind. Advanced nations left further, leaving others without access to digital market, let alone for digital literacy. Second, the digital modes of work are open to advanced exploitations. The line between home and office is getting blurred with unreasonable working hours, scaring our physical and mental health. At the same time, many workers and gig economy players were not incentivized fairly, even in many unbelievably intense conditions. In that case, government around the world should invest in digital and financial literacy, as well as providing access and assistance to new markets and new economies. Protections of privacy, health, and safety nets are also needed for creative, gig, and digital workers. With the ever uncertain situations, governments should and need to be at their side. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on a final note, I would like to close my remarks with a widely known Barbadian proverb. One hand can't clap, meaning the active cooperations and collaborations are needed to get things done. This is a good time for all of us to work together, moving forward together, survive together for a prosperous world together. I thank you all, and may God bless all of us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A wonderful Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Minister Uno. After this insightful opening remarks, we would like to now move swiftly to the interactive panel. So for my part, I pass the baton to Ms. Josanne Leonard, an expert on media and communications, who is going to moderate the interactive debate. So, Mrs. Leonard, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah, for real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues, and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to
Good morning and welcome back as we get ready to jump into our plenary this morning. The theme of the session being creative industries through the lens of digitization trends and policy challenges. And I'd like to set it up a little bit. Well, one of the big promises was that the internet and digital technologies were going to level the playing field beyond our wildest imagination. And while there have been tremendous advancements and benefits as been articulated by previous speakers, many would argue that digital platforms, which are owned and operated by a few of the big tech operators and their subsidiaries, literally earn in the millions and trillions of dollars and rarely generate fair remuneration for many content creators. That's one. And two, despite the many laudable expectations for the creative industries over decades to level the economic playing field internationally, many of our developing nations continue to be net importers cultural services. And thirdly, there came COVID. And as we begin to crank back up, we have some questions about how we should use this moment to rebuild the creative sector, which quite frankly were already under duress in many developed live events, music, museums, theatre, even the book publishing sector, which was shut down for the past 18 months, are slowly coming back to life. Some of these big questions, which our panel will tackle, can digitization truly replace the social linkages, that interaction and social cohesion between creatives and their fans or consumers? What does the future of work look like? How will we tackle systemic inequity, like the lack of finance, lack of access to finance, antitrust laws and trade rules thought about? How do we transform education to build colonies of digital nations, equipped with the tools to drive innovation, which is the lifeblood of our creative industry ecosystem? As the note said, inequality is not a side effect of the global economic system. It is the root of it. So the task for the esteemed panel is to tackle some of these questions. Let me introduce Nicholas Branco, John Hawkins, and Biram Sok. Very quickly, Nicholas is a Grammy-nominated producer and musician from Barbados. We claim him as the Caribbean, who has been making music for over 30 years. He's produced a plethora of songs for a number of very big names from the region: David Rudder, Anthony Douglas, right there in Barbados, Alison Hines and Crossfire, Square One, to name a few. He's also a very successful artist in his own right, with 2 albums to his name, and has toured extensively with Roberta Flack and Eddie Grant, musicians to note. Recently, Nicholas was awarded an honorary doctorate from the University. He continues to work with young people to bridge the narrative, to pass on what he has learned so that it crosses. Next up is John Hawkins, who is a global strategist on creativity, innovation, and work. He's a founder and chair of InWork, the director of First Films and Television Investments, and numerous other titles as directors and former chairman of a number of companies. He's worked with HBO and Warner Brothers as their chief European advisor for over 20 years. He's no stranger to the UN system. He's a member of the United Nations Committee on the Creative Economy. He's also a very published author on creative economy. And his last piece of work, which I'm really intrigued to read, is Invisible Work, which was published in 2020. Maybe leaving the best for last, I don't know, is Biram, who is founder of Kweli, a newly developed business-to-business wholesale sourcing marketplace for products made in Africa. She's also the founder and partner of Founder 5, a startup management which is focused on developing and advising ventures. A lot of technology experience under her belt, and she'll tell us a little more when we speak with her. She's the winner of the 2020 Cartier Women's Initiative Award for North America and served as a member of the jury from 2020. So I guess you'll agree with me, our online participants. We pack a lot of power in this panel, and I'd like to really throw the ball to you, Nicholas, beginning with the host country, our homeboy, to share some of the the key thoughts that you would want to bring to the fore in addressing this multi-layered theme of this particular session?
Thank you very much, Josanne, and welcome you all to Barbados in this virtual way. It's a shame that you're not actually getting to see it in person, but this will have to do for now. Just a little bit about what I've done in the past. My career has been, to a very large extent, existing on the fringes of the traditional music industry, in the sense that we in the Caribbean have been functioning for a very long time outside of what we would call the mainstream music industry. The idea of a major label being an aspiration for us was more of a dream than a reality. And we have found ways over time to exist reasonably fruitfully with tools that we have developed on our own. We have, through trial and error, developed systems of performance, live performance within our own region and for the diaspora that is all over the world, Caribbean communities all over, and their extended families and loved ones and friends. We have also developed over time a very vibrant recording industry, in the sense that the Caribbean, in my view, and I mean, the statistics do show this to a certain extent, is the most prolific region in the world with regards to releasing music, as I would speak primarily about music. Per capita, there's not a lot of us in the Caribbean, but the amount of music that we create, and not only the amount of music, but the number of styles and approaches that we are responsible for worldwide, makes us a significant contributor to what we would call the content, the materials that people are selling internationally. From a musical point of view, are almost all related in some way to what has come out of the Caribbean from a creative perspective. And thirdly, our region has done yeoman service, I would say, in trying to find ways to regulate and maximize the potential of intellectual property. We have not succeeded in the way that I'm sure a lot of the practitioners would hope. But when you think about it, all of the islands in the Caribbean have their own collection agencies, which are trying their best to make the most out of whatever monies are available for creators. And as a result of these three things, what I have been particularly proud of is that we have been able to generate among all of the islands a very significant number of people who have made a living out of making music without really touching what we call the mainstream. So our ingenuity, our discipline, our desire, our determination has manifested itself in how far we have come. For example, I mean, Barbados is a small place. We have 300,000 people, but there are artists that have, in the days when CDs were a thing, were able to sustain their recording business purely out of selling CDs during performances and touring and whatnot. And then their live performances were able to sustain their personal existence, so that they were able, most of them were able to buy houses and buy cars and to live what we would call middle-class lives. I say all of that to say that what has happened in the last 18 to 19 months has brought a lot of what we had achieved to a kind of a halt. I don't feel as negative about it as I could, because in my mind, we have always existed on the fringes. we have always found ways to exist and to succeed and to thrive without support from what we would call the international financing community. And as a result of that, I do believe that we will find ways to do it again. What I am a little concerned about is that we are in a time when our own audience, our own population is no longer geographically specific to us, but they are not any longer limited from a media perspective to us. So in a way, it feels as if the population of the Caribbean is now an extension of the population of America, is an extension of the population of England, of Europe, of the Far East, because of the way that social media is kind of making this world into a village of a whole set of people functioning under what feels like an American cultural standard, which I think is a little bit dangerous for us all. And we can't do anything about that. It is left to organizations such as this to think about ways to not only seem to be encouraging the way that we develop, but also think about ways to limit the different avenues through which propaganda reaches us and influences thought processes to make people function outside of the actual limitations of the environment in which they exist. So, I mean, to use a small example, Barbados is 166 square miles. Our roads are very rarely more than 12 feet wide, but people have as an aspiration to drive Range Rovers, which don't make sense in an environment such as ours, right? And it also causes a whole set of financial desires that we as a nation are not always able to support. So in other words, it makes us, what we say in the Caribbean, you have champagne taste and Mauby pocket. So my main issue here today is trying to put on the table that, yes, we do need financing, we do need ways to increase what we do and to protect what we do, but we also need to find ways to limit the influence of others in a way that is not necessarily infringing on freedom of speech or whatever. But we cannot compete, I can't compete with Netflix. There's nothing I can do that can compete with Netflix. And really and truly now, the way that music is being expressed, music is no longer the end game. When I was coming up as a youngster, music was the end game. The end game was to be a successful musician, to have music that people loved and wanted to buy and would listen to all day long and whatever. But now, music is a means to an end. So it has to be part of something that is bigger. And what I'm finding is that all the things that music is a part of are things that are out of our control, either financially or environmentally or even geographically. So money is being earned in music now from gaming, from movies, from TV shows, and those things are very hard for us because of our size to create in a meaningful way. And so it is about trying to find ways to balance that our creative juices can continue to flow and to rise to the challenges, but in a fair and equitable kind of a way, that there is less of a feeling of being oppressed and stepped upon. I also would like to say that I'm very glad for this opportunity, because I know if this conference was not being held in Barbados, I would not get a chance to speak. So I'm very glad for that. I think those are my main points that I want to make. I may have others as we go along, but I hope that I've made sense to you all and that I've given you food for thought. Thank you very much.
That's a great opening. You come in as a great opening batsman from a country that has produced so many great cricketers. Thank you so much for that, Nicholas. And John, I was going to come to you, but Nicholas took us on a path there where I'm going to ask Biram to jump in, because she's come from a first world environment, educated and working in the United States, working a lot in big tech and with companies and big brands that we know of. How do you respond to, well, first of all, expand a little bit on your own sort of masterminding work, and really, so how does that line up with some of the things that Nicholas has brought up from a Caribbean developing region perspective, now that you're now working with people in Africa?
Thank you so much, Josanne, and really happy to be here, and was following very carefully Nicholas's comments there. Would have loved to have been in Barbados myself today. I have never been, but hopefully we'll be able to visit soon. As you said, Josanna, for me, my background, it is tech. Though at the time it was, I studied broadcasting and computer science. And at the time, what was quite interesting actually is advisors. And when I would go and look for a job, everybody would always ask me, which one do you want to do? You need to pick one because they don't go together. Technology just doesn't go with media or content, communication. Today, I'm happy to say I'm in the digital media space, right? There's finally a term that actually explains someone like me and the way I think and what I was really attracted to. I had the luxury and opportunity as someone that had grown up in Africa, went to study in the US, to be able to start my first company and start that company as a mobile application in the music space, where we were just starting to distribute content via mobile phones, where operators were just starting to look at their revenue models and realizing that they were going to reach some sort of peak when it came to using your phone just to be able to make or receive a phone call. And so starting to open up their application so that we could actually deliver content to the users and to anyone that had a phone. So my first application was actually a music dedication application, had a number of deals with large record labels, Universal Music Group and others, and then launched the very first music recognition application. What I do remember at that time, now we all know Shazam, which stemmed from all the work that I had done at the time in the US and Canada. But at the time, it was actually a challenge trying to pitch all of this, just even to the record labels, who were known to be able to own sort of the creative industry within the music industry. And they were having a hard time accepting MP3 and accepting the digitalization of music. And so it took a lot of pitches, it took a lot of convincing for us to be able to have those kinds of deals with the record labels. After that, I did get a chance to work on American Idol as we were looking again at how do we move the audience just from a TV audience to an internet web audience. And AmericanIdol.com ended up becoming the most visited website in the world, the most active website in the world at the time. And so, but because more and more people now had reach via internet, even though they couldn't watch American Idol on TV, they could watch a lot of clips, they could interact with everyone via the internet. So all this to say, as I piggyback on what Nicholas says, to me, when we look at technology, we can frown upon it. There are lots of negative things that we can see around technology and just the digital world, especially for the creative industry. But ultimately, I think something that COVID did prove to all of us is that when you take everything away, what's left is technology for us to be able to communicate with each other, to have reach. And so I look at technology and I look at all of these, I look at the Netflix of the world and Apple Music of the world, Spotify, etc. I look at them as what the record labels did before, to a very, very limited audience. record labels could choose where the CDs would be available, in what neighborhoods, what zip codes their CDs would be available. They could choose who would listen to what kind of music. It was very structured. Today, with technology, everybody has access to any music they want to have access to. The challenge now is to figure out how to monetize it for the creator, for the artist who's behind it. And I think so for me, my challenge in looking at Africa specifically as a market, which would also probably apply to Barbados and would apply to a lot of other countries where the resources, the organization around the creative industry is maybe not as strong as it is in the US. How to give them access to the monetization side. And so I strongly believe that monetization will not necessarily come from the big companies. It's not about going to Spotify or Netflix or others and asking them for a bigger cut, but it's more about figuring out how to get that funding directly from the audience that they're reaching, because they have that reach today. Do I get $1 million check from this record label or from Spotify, or do I get $1 from every single fan that I'm able to get via all the social media followers that I have? That to me is where the question lies. And I think if we are able to look at technology as an enabler, I've always said, I don't believe technology is just something that we look at on its own. It's an enabler to get somewhere. And when we talk about monetization as a big issue for the creative industry, especially in Africa, I do strongly believe that technology can help in figuring out how to resolve that issue.
Okay, so Biram, that was a really nice segue from Nicholas, and it's setting it up for me to bring John into maybe a broader conversation. Nicholas is a musician and a philosopher in his own right. Biram as a digital media strategist and specialist and working, coming from, as we would say, the market. But John, as I was saying yesterday or day before yesterday, I called him the granddaddy of the discussion, or one of the grandparents of the discussions around the cultural creative industries. And I think it's timely, John, because whilst Nicholas and Biram could be rightful, we really need to look at this in a broader context about yes, some of the new ways, maybe post-COVID, but also addressing some of the new ideas about the kinds of business models, given what we know about systemic inequities and imbalances in trade flows, in intellectual property regimes, in access to finance, who controls big tech. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to anchor us in some of the bigger issues.
Okay, thank you. Great presentations by Nicholas and Biram, absolutely wonderful. Great sort of, I know this is a panel, but they were great keynote presentations. I was going to start with a few remarks about the pandemic, but I don't think I will, except to say that I think it has, there's a sentence in the meeting note that says that we're not so much coming to the end of the world, but we're starting a new world. And yes, that may be the case, but the new world, I think, would be rather similar to the old world, actually, except insofar as we take deliberate steps to change it. It's up to us. The decisions we take now and day by day, week by week, when we look back, we may say, oh, that started then. But if there is going to be a new world that's different, we have to invent it. And we have to work hard at that invention, sort of starting now. My book on invisible work that came out with really bad timing, I think, from the beginning of the lockdowns in Europe, was about creativity and innovation work on the basis that people who are creative and innovative, and they're sort of together, they're different but together, I think, they do think differently. They live their lives differently. They treat themselves differently, and they work differently, and they have different sorts of relationships with people they're working with. And I don't think that's been sufficiently looked at. So I'm going to make two points which are sort of related to that. The first, I think, is that this is something that started before the pandemic. We are shifting to new understanding of the creative industries and the creative economy. For the first 20, 25 years, we all worked very hard on identifying those industries, defining them, measuring them, with a lot of help from UNCTAD, WIPO, national agencies. And we did a remarkable job. And as a result of that, a lot of governments and national governments and city governments, I think cities are really important to all of this, have developed a very strong and wide-ranging, effective range of policies. But I think what's happening now is, like, we've done that, and what we need to do now is to step back a bit and think much more about the nature of creativity and how being creative changes the individual. The creative economy is more than just a group of business sectors. It's a very personal, actually quite private, difficult process that the creative person goes through. It's a mindset. Increasingly in Europe, we don't talk about the creative industries, we talk about the creative mindset. And it's a mindset which I say is based on individuals who choose to have that mindset. And I sometimes say, in fact, that the creative economy is the first economy that can be called a people's economy, because it's based on people's dreams, their imagination. It's the first human economy, as opposed to an economy based on land or mass manufacturing or capital. My own focus at the moment is on what the motives for creativity. This is a long way away from policy. It's a long way away from economics. It's a long way away, if you like, from digital. But I think unless we understand why people want to be creative and why others pay them attention, we have to get into this psychology of the motivation. And I think there are two motivations, which I'll just mention very quickly. One is what I call additionality, which is that the creative person, I think, is always trying to do something new and different. They're always trying to add something. And secondly, what they're adding is, it may be transactional, but more importantly, it's transformational. It's transformational. In a way, the person who is creative is doing something that they think is going to add something that is wonderful to the world. It's a private thought, they're not going to share it. And transforming the lives of other people. That is absent from any other economic system. And yet, to my mind, it's absolutely critical. I mean, unless we understand that, then the policies and the elements in the new world that we are moving into will just be slightly off kilter and off shape. The second thing I want to talk about is the emergence of new business models, which are primarily happened as a result of digital coding, transmission, distribution, and online. And in every business, it doesn't apply to all businesses, all sectors, but it applies to most of them, particularly the mass media, like music and theatre and publishing. There's a moment when the online takes the lead, when instead of being a subset of the physical, the energy of the companies is focused on the online. And this affects, obviously, jobs, it affects trade, it affects wages. And I think as part of this, we have to acknowledge that there's a inbuilt tendency in the creative economy to be free. Again, unlike any other kind of economy, there's an inbuilt tendency of the creative economy to distribute its stuff, its output, its ideas for free. And I don't think this is a bad thing. I think it's actually a very good thing. I think it enables us to share, learn from others. It enables us to collaborate, to move very, very quickly, because a lot of stuff is for free. And most stuff is for free. And I think that's endemic, unavoidable. It has some bad consequences, but it's not altogether bad. I do think that those new business models and the tendency to be free, that they have sort of escaped the notice of economists so far. One of my sadness, one of my regrets, if you like, is that economists as a profession have been very slow to really try to understand what is happening in the creative economy. They've tried to apply the old definitions and conventions and ideas about output and productivity, and they don't fit. But they haven't really come up with a new set of definitions and terms and theories. And I think that that's problematic for them, but it's problematic for everybody, because we do need an economic analysis, as well as the other kind of analysis, the humanist analysis that I was talking about. It seems to me that, and this was a thought that came really listening to the previous speakers, that there are two big issues facing us, facing any creative person, any maker, producer, is how to scale, how to reach out, how to scale your business and your user group, your audience, and how to get paid. How to scale and how to get paid. And those come up again and again and again. In my book on invisible work, I spend a lot of time thinking about management. I don't like talking about management. I think there's a lot of rubbish talked about management. If you go into a bookshop and look at the books on management, most of them are complete rubbish. And probably my book, when I talk about management, is rubbish. I try to escape your cynical laughter and correct cynicism by saying that in order to be an effective creative person, you've got to manage yourself. You can't manage anybody else or anything unless you manage yourself. So I talk about self-management, about stepping up and managing yourself. And I think that some of the discussions that we have about how to promote creative industries in a country or region or a city, I sometimes think they don't talk enough about management, about awareness of management, about helping people to manage themselves, about helping people to manage their thought processes, the way they express themselves, the way they embed that in a genre or format, the way they try and shape that and sort of massage it and push it out into the marketplace where somebody else has a chance to look at it and say, yes, that's great, or no, sorry, I don't get it. To manage that process is a critical skill, and the successful creative people that I've come across have got that to their fingertips. And many people who are just starting out, they haven't, understandably, and that's okay. But what is not okay is the fact that sometimes they're not able to learn from anybody else who has got it. So I think in some way, as well as doing all the other stuff that governments and cities are doing, to provide some way of helping people to learn how to manage their work, their creative work, and how to fix that and embody that in a contract, which is where we get into intellectual property. Those are the two things that I think we should pay more attention to. So I'll just leave with those two words, management and contracts. And yeah, I'd love to know what you think about all that. Thank you.
Great. So now we're going to have a little more interaction between you all. I'm going to be throwing from time to time some pigeons among the cats, not the cat among the pigeons. Dr. Annalie Babb, who is one of the co-lead organizers of this forum, did a remarkable presentation last week in another forum, which was a lot of the telecoms operators of the Caribbean and some from Latin America coming together. And I'll tell you, every single one of them, every one of the big names, some of which you may not, Biram, you may not know, but they all were clamoring for governments to rein in big tech. Now, John, you've made the point about this, the real feel-good dimensions of creative people and creative expression, and the fact that it's shared and it's free. But in this world in which we're operating, with the YouTubes, I mean, we had the experience of the MySpace, for example, which was free, and then Rupert Murdoch sold it and it became monetized. We're seeing where a lot of these free big developers, platforms, actually monetizing in different ways, which speaks to something that Nicholas talked about. So it really, and Viram, it really now is throwing that, it's really disrupting the whole thing, because on the one hand, it's there, it's accessible, it's ubiquitous, but the creators are not able to monetize unless they're really out of a particular tier. They're really not able to really monetize, but these companies are able to monetize with little or no benefit coming to the creators. So I want to ask all three of you to respond to that, because I would be remiss from my creative friends if I didn't ask that question. Who wants to go first? Biram, as much as you were, yeah.
No, thank you, Suzanne. And I wanted to answer that question as well as piggyback on what John also talked about, which I completely agree with, and defined in a different way. But when it comes to the telecoms and we talk about reining them in, to me, there's one part. As I mentioned in the past, if we take an example as the music industry, we had record labels that managed everything, and everybody wanted governments to rein them in, because they had access to the audience, so they could decide what content to put in front of who, and they were the ones making money out of it. But then they would choose which artists they would take along for the ride. Today, as we talk about the digital side of distribution, we now have the operators. And so it's the same exact complaint, it's the same exact challenge that we're facing in terms of the distribution side of it. But I do believe that with technology, there are all sorts of other applications that are out there today that allow the artists to communicate directly with their audience. The problem is having access to the full audience, because it's also, they say it's done automatically and it's done programmatically, but ultimately it's also driven by your budget, right? What's your marketing budget within this platform or that platform? And where I do come and join John in what he was saying is that the artists today, especially within this digital economy for the creative industry, the artist today is having to become an entrepreneur. And therefore, it's no longer just about creating your craft. It's now about learning figuring out who your audience is and doing all the work that record labels used to do, but that wireless operators will not do, that Netflix will not do, that Spotify will not do. And therefore there's a void there on the management side that makes it very difficult for the artists to change their mindset and know now that they not only have to create, but they also have to distribute, they have to market, and they have to fund. And that's where I think there are opportunities for technology to help that. But the issue around wireless operators and reining them in my mind, has not changed from what we said before about movie studios or record labels.
Right, and I certainly just don't want to make it a conversation just about music, for example, but I take it that we have like Nick, who's going to respond from a musician standpoint.
Yes, I will. I agree with you both. In fact, I agree with the three of you. The thing is that, as I said in my opening statement, what I am proud to bring to this discussion is that I've been a professional musician for 40 years. I never thought the day would come when I would actually say those words, but I have been a professional musician for 40 years. And I have never had to do any extensive interaction with a major label. I have never had to think about all of those major label issues that, people get signed and get exploited and may or may not make money. And then at the end of it, their product is owned by somebody else and all of that. I've never had to deal with that. So what I am trying to think about in this conversation is, how do we build a template that allows us to continue that type of thing? I don't really want to be beholden to Google and Apple, and I don't really want that. I recognize that I have to use the technology that is available to me now to exploit myself. But I am trying to find ways that allow me to use those platforms in a way that is more beneficial to me and less beneficial to them. Why I don't like having so much the conversation about major labels is because that is one aspect of the music business. And really and truly in the Caribbean, and this is true for all what we call cultural practitioners, we have always been our managers. We have always been our business development officers. We have always, in truth, and we have been our lawyers. We have been our bankers. We've had to do everything simply because we are not big enough to generate international interest in the same way that Africa is 1 billion people, not in one nation. We are, most big cities in the world have more people than the English-speaking Caribbean has. You know what I mean? So the idea of a creative person being so many things to themselves is, to extend on John's point, it makes sense logically, but when you think about it psychologically and emotionally, it is problematic. It is counterintuitive in a lot of ways. So that what I think is important is that the ancillary part of the industry that we need, particularly in smaller countries, is more crucial than maybe other aspects of it, in the sense that we don't really have good marketers in my profession, people who are dedicated specifically to that. We don't have people who can access finance in the way that you're speaking of, because of the size of the market that we are in. So these are real issues that we have to fight. I can't think of any other way to put it. It is at this point, it is very difficult to see how we could sustain the number of people that have existed in my business for as long as I have. It is difficult to see how they would do that for the next 40 years based on where we are right now, unless we are very practical about how we change the way that money is put into our industry. So I want to be perfectly honest about everything. When governments invest in the arts, it is a two-edged sword, because a lot of the time the arts is, the reason why the arts exists is to be counter to what government is saying or doing, or there's a certain kind of, the relationship is tenuous. So when governments are put in a position to fund or to support art, you start to feel like there's an issue of censorship. There are issues of freedom of expression. There certain aspects of the expression are not allowed to be said, or they don't want them to be said because of the discomfort that it may create, unless you're dealing with a very mature government, which we are fortunate to have to a large extent in Barbados now. But so the issue is to find financing that has less strings, that allows a little bit more freedom in what can be created and how it can be created, which then gives us more potential for long-term financial benefit. I don't know if I'm making any sense to you there.
I want to put a question to you, because Nick has brought up something here about, he says, I'm not really interested in being the next best thing on YouTube or Spotify or whatever it is. It comes to this issue of the indigenization of our intellectual capital, not just from the people who might be the creatives in terms of making music, theater, whatever it is, but in terms of people like yourself, Biram, people who have developed technological solutions. Is this not the time for us to be looking at raising a class of innovators to create the kinds of solutions and platforms that are more relevant, that come from our own imagination, that obviously nothing is entirely unique that we'll borrow, but actually is part of that ecosystem of us creating an environment that is more sustainable and for us and more relevant to us as developing regions. Because we get to the point where you always have to go through a gatekeeper. And if I'm not going to single out anyone, but if any one of the big avatars or the interlocutors changes their mind tomorrow about something, about whether it's the Patriot Act in the US and you can't get your information from Google or Facebook or whatever it is, we're going to be at the effect of those things. So is that not a question that our education system and our universities, and we should have incubators of creating solutions that will work for us, that will help us to become a lot more in charge, if you will?
Can I want to add a note of positive thinking in all this, really. The great thing, Nicholas, is when this session ends, I will go online and I will search out your music and I will hear it, and I hope I will be able to see you playing.
Would you pay for it?
This would not be, and if there's a charge, I'll pay it. This would not be possible. For centuries, churches, religions, kings, monarchs, rulers, dictators stopped us doing what we wanted to do in print, on stage. I mean, the King of England stopped the plays for 20 years, 3 times. It is better now. It is better. We're going through a transitional stage. And it's not going to come to an end. We're going to be going through a transitional stage for a very, very long time. But the ability now to access stuff from anywhere in the world at a moment's notice is mind-boggling. And during the lockdown in the UK for the last 18 months, more or less, I have been accessing, and all my friends have been accessing, more music from around the world than I have ever had before. And yes, I am paying for it. There are mechanisms to pay for it. And I think on some platforms, I'm paying a reasonable price. On other platforms, I'm not. There's a bit of advertising around. The platforms are subject to intense criticism for the way they operate. I don't deny that. And I think that's probably endemic in how they grew and their reach and the people running them. I don't expect those platforms to be around forever. Other platforms will come up. So by transitional phase, I mean the platform we have at the moment will be challenged, and probably not in America, possibly in America, I don't know. So I want to put this in some sort of historical context. I want to say there is some good news. I want to say that I'm aware now of a bigger range of music than I ever had before. And I also want to say finally that this is not, as you said, this is not just about music. Visual artists find it incredibly hard to get a gallery to show their work for the first time. Playwrights find it incredibly hard to get a theatre to put on their play for the first time. It's really hard, poets find it really hard to get an audience. And I think that it's, as more people want to work this way, and the supply just increases daily, minute by minute. And yes, the demand increases slightly, but not by that much. So we have a mismatch between supply and demand. And I think we should acknowledge the joy that we can all have by using these online platforms, which are an amazing, efficient way of distributing creative works around the world. So yes, there are problems, but let's not, as we say, throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right.
Great point. Biran?
Yeah. I love the positive note there around it, and difficult to add anything after that, to be quite honest. But yeah, I mean, when we talk about the creative industry, to me, I think it's an industry that's always been a bit complicated for anyone to talk about, just because we're dealing with creatives. And sometimes I'll think of myself as a creative, but when I do talk about creatives, I say all they want to talk about is just the creative side, and just and they don't really want to see or look at anything around that. It's just about my music or my movie or my art, and that's all they care about. I think we are definitely in a transition phase where we're getting to a place where we do have a lot more supply, or supply is growing a lot faster than the demand, which means that the revenue that's being generated is actually going to be split across more and more and more. So that pie may even become smaller as we go. But the type of creative content that's also coming through these digital platforms is also changing. And people that would have never even thought about themselves as a creative have become creatives on platforms such as even like a TikTok or Instagram or others. And so what's maybe something to watch at very, very closely is the fact that maybe there are two types of content now. There's the one that's just for the entertainment effect, and then there's Nicholas's type of content, which is there for true appreciation, that comes from a true professional mindset, and where it's not just for entertainment value, but it's to pass a message along. And to me, maybe what the digital world is doing is that it's almost covering a little bit of that second group. And if there are ways for us to be able to dissociate the two in some sort of way, and create models that is specific to the type of content that's out there, then maybe we'll be also in a better place. So that's.
I'm looking at the clock and managing different screens. We're going to hand over in about 5 or 6. So what I'd like to do is to ask each one of you. You've touched on some things during your presentations, or your sharing your thoughts, as well as the exchange. We need a roadmap. So from each one of you, I mean, in just a minute or so, what in your mind, because we're not just talking with creatives here now, hopefully we have government officials and policymakers and others who are going to be, who are necessary to help to create or to help improve the environment in which we need to operate. So we talk with creatives all the time, and we know the problems, and we talk about them over and over. So I'd like to wrap by asking each one of you to share a thought or two on what you think are some must-do things or a wish list of what we can do as coming from developing regions. And I'll close on something with you, John, because of your work with the creative economy. So I'll go to you, Biram, first.
Thank you, Josanne. It's really been a pleasure being part of this stellar panel. But yeah, I mean, when we talk about the roadmap, I believe training is very important. Having the tools to know how to use how to be part of this new economy is going to be important. That goes beyond just the training around your craft, but how do you put it out there? And that's a lot of work that I do here with creatives in Africa. But the second part is especially when we speak about governments and just bigger organizations, it's the marketing. How do they put forward the content, the artists, the creatives that are doing well? If I take an example, just as in Senegal, where I am today, how can the government and organizations help really take those and position them around the world, and allow them and give them the tools to be able to get their content around the world? Because when that artist makes it, the country makes it. Everybody recognizes that country. We didn't talk about sports as part of being the creative industry, but Senegal was put on the map after the World Cup. And so if we can do a little bit of that with the creatives that show quite a bit of promise to even be able to attract some of the funding that we need, then that's what I would do. A little bit more marketing, what the US does very well.
Well, I'm going to come to you, John, because I know of all of the work that you've been doing with some of the UN agencies and your work on the creative economy. The fact that there is an interagency group, which a lot of people may not know about, and also the fact that we may need to push the envelope to formalize the discussions and maybe a group at the level of this intergovernmental agency to ensure that this is taken seriously. You have a minute on that.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to take my text, something that Nicholas said, which I think is absolutely true, that music was, when I was growing up a long time ago, music was about the music and the truth of the song and the truth of the music. Now it's increasingly about the money and the celebrity and flying private and everything. So I would like the creative people, the artists of the world, to mobilize, to express a truth about two issues, which I think we are facing today and we're all struggling with. One is climate change. We have a big meeting in the UK, in Glasgow, in Scotland, in a few months' time. And I feel that we need some new ideas, we need some new truths, we need some passion for that, some ingenuity, some clever thinking, some truth. And the other is artificial intelligence. And the question here is whether the truth of creativity that is done by a human is the same as the truth of the creativity process that is done by a machine. And I think that's a really interesting question, because it addresses what is the nature of truth and creativity, and is human creativity the same as machine creativity? So two quite big topics, but they flipped into my mind when Nicholas was talking about how he likes musicians who tell the truth about something and do it for the sake of the music. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Great. Nicholas, you have the last minute because we hand over at 11:55 to Miho Shiratori. And as we started with you, we'll end with you on this panel.
My hope is that those that are listening that are not creatives can recognize that what creatives do has two very distinct, separate, but equally important roles. One is to make money, but two is to speak from a place for a particular set of people. And I think that we have to be prepared to fail if we are willing to win. Investments can't always return instantly. We need to invest in our people. We need to trust them, and we need to show them that we trust them and show that we're prepared to go down with them. That makes creativity much more potent. It makes people feel much more comfortable and more trusting. And knowing that people are behind you makes you do things better. If you feel like people are expecting you to create a million seller, then there's a different mindset altogether. And it tends to limit how you think and what you think about. And it is important that we get people in who are willing to support, but not control. We can't allow it at this juncture. We cannot allow it to be about the return instantly first.
Right. On that note, I'd like to thank you all. We've come out exactly at 11:55, which is my note. I know that we could have taken this a lot more and drilled down more, but we'll have other opportunities. Thank you so much for agreeing to be part of this panel, and I enjoy the rest of the forum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, John, and Biram.
And now, thank you, Joanne.
Very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Great.
Good
Right, and now we hand over now to Ms. Miho Shiratori to take us through the close of this session.
Thank you, Josanne, and thank you very much, Nicholas, John, and Birame for this exciting session. Culture and creativity makes human being a human, Prime Minister said. And also that you distinguished speakers confirmed that the culture and the creativity are really indeed both fuel and engine of economic activities in this increasingly digitalized world. So you really set this, set the stage for the upcoming discussions and other events. At this stage, I'd like to inform everyone who are participating in this session that the Barbados-based team put together a really exciting program of discussion, performance, and exhibition under the theme of creative industries and trade digitalization. And for this, I really would like to thank the Barbados team, which is led by Anabi Bab and Adrian Green, and also my Geneva team, which was led by Marissa Henderson, the Chief of Creative Economy Program. Now, I just want to say that this year is the International Year of Creative Economy, and this year goes on. At the end, in December, there will be an event commemorating a successful year of International Year of Creative Economy in United Arab Emirates in partnership with Indonesia and also UNCTAD. And as Josan said, I hope that at that meeting, there will be a very clear roadmap of how we can move not only the government, but the private sector and civil society, education segment, everyone, to make sure that, as John said, this creativity works as a positive transformation power to have, for us to have a more resilient and inclusive economy. So I don't want to close this session. I just want to wish everyone bon continuation, good continuation of this forum. And final word from me to Barbados team, thank you very much. We could not come to Barbados, but you indeed brought Barbados to us. Thank you.
trying to uproot inequality without acknowledging that inequality is at the root, that inequality is the root, that modern industry and society shoots from the soil of conquest and domination, trying to uproot inequality without acknowledging that progress is watered and fertilized by the cries of the marginalized so that life can flower in the centers of power, trying to uproot inequality without acknowledging that is like trying to water a garden from the top of a hill in a midday desert sun. Some, if not most of the water evaporates before it can hydrate, and the rest runs to seek the easiest, lowest, most familiar level. The devil in the details of the problematic physics of trickle-down economics does not address the gravity of the situation. The fallen angels of our better nature do not nurture a more sustainable future, will not light a path to prosperity for all, unless the call is made by those of us for whom the path must be paved, unless the bricks are laid in the consciousness of the consumer, compelling the producer to deeper consideration and greater concern. Concrete conceptions of another way, mixed from knowledge and awareness of past days, causes the choir to whisper words of inspiration, constructing civilizations in real time, through real lives, for real living, in brand new, freshly plowed fields of dreams, unconnected to history's nightmares and contemporary illusions of equality. Trying to uproot inequality without acknowledging that inequality is at the root is not good enough anymore. Welcome to the UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum, entitled Inequality at the Root, Industrializing Creativity, Technology, and Innovation for a More Equitable Future. Hello, my name is Adrian Green, and I am the co-lead organizer of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. Welcome to day one of the forum. You are at Newbridge City, and this is Business Unusual. And the talk is entitled FinTech, Financial Inclusion. And we can't talk about the inequality at the root of the creative and tech frameworks of the world without having a conversation about financial inclusion. As digital currencies begin to proliferate and blockchain technologies open new opportunities in almost every sector, there are, as with any new technology, opportunities and threats. No technology is a magic bullet, but there are genuine possibilities to achieve greater financial inclusion in the world if these new frameworks are properly designed and harnessed with people in mind. We are thrilled to have a globally recognized panel of experts in the fields of technology and finance to speak to the key issues. Mr. Peter Stout-King is our moderator today. He will introduce himself and the members of his panel and then lead us off on this exciting and potentially empowering subject. Mr. Peter Stout-King.
My name is Peter Stout-King, and I'm the FinTech Practice Lead at Techstars, where my responsibilities include developing and managing the industry solutions practice, including driving innovation partnerships, thought leadership, service delivery, and business development with leading global financial services firms. Prior to Techstars, I served as managing director and head of the investment network at Convergence, where I was responsible for building out a matchmaking platform that connected public, private, and philanthropic investors to scale up blended finance investments in the emerging and frontier markets. I've also held other financial services roles, including stints with the World Economic Forum, the Inter-American Development Bank, and I served previously as a vice president in the emerging markets M&A team with the London office of Citi, and as an investment banker and business unit manager with Goldman Sachs in New York. I'll be serving as moderator for today's panel discussion on FinTech and financial inclusion. I'm joined by three esteemed panelists who have spent the bulk of their careers working in the financial services sector in the Caribbean, and will be discussing how financial technology, or fintech, can drive inclusion across the wider Caribbean. As many of you may know, fintech has emerged as one of the hottest sectors in the tech ecosystem. The category, however, is broad and encompasses everything from companies that sell to financial services companies to those that build and scale their own financial products. Once upon a time, all a customer expected from a bank was to store their hard-earned cash and to provide some way to spend and withdraw it. Now, that's no longer the case. Customers are now aware that challenger banks and other fintechs can provide all things finance that are fast, mobile, and affordable, and they want them now, and they want them cheaply. No matter where someone lives and no matter their current socioeconomic status, every person should have access to disruptive financial technologies and consequently a better financial future. For too long, financial services industry has best served elite customers and stakeholders. We can imagine a future where individuals and enterprises across Barbados and the wider Caribbean are leveraging technology to save, invest, spend, and send money. The fintech ecosystem in the Caribbean is evolving fast, and today there are a couple of startups in areas such as digital wallet providers, digital asset companies, peer-to-peer lending, and self-service payment kiosks. However, we will not be able to see a complete transformation of the sector until we have the government and regulators taking action to make the sector easier in which to do business. Fintech might operate on a level playing field, but succeeding at it requires maneuvering policy, activating local talent pools, and removing roadblocks to allow digital businesses to trade freely. These are some of the issues that myself and the panelists will be discussing over the next 45 minutes. Joining me for today's discussion is His Excellency Mr. Gabriel Abed, Ambassador of Barbados to the UAE, who is joining us from Dubai. Mr. Alan Cooley, Head of Products and Innovation for the Central America and the Caribbean at Visa, and he's joining us from Miami. And last but not least, Dr. Gillian Marcel, Founder and Managing Member of Resilience Capital Ventures, who's joining us from New York City. His Excellency Gabriel Abed is a Barbadian who was recently appointed ambassador to the UAE and is widely recognized as an authority on central bank digital currencies, math-based protocols, and blockchain technology. And he's actually the first entrepreneur to establish blockchain technology companies in the Caribbean from as early as 2010. He's internationally acknowledged as a pioneer in the digital currency evolution, having conceptualized and initiated the first global movement to encourage the use of CBDCs. In 2013, he founded Bit Inc. in Barbados, whose current flagship project is the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank National Digital Currency. During his tenure as CEO of Bit, Gabriel raised over $60 million in investment from international investors. Gabriel has led presentations and engaged in discussions with the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, the United Nations, Commonwealth Secretariat, and the Caribbean Development Bank. In 2018, he was appointed as a special technology advisor to the Honorable David Burt, Premier of Bermuda, and has advised the Premier and his government on establishing their policies and best practices related to blockchain and cryptocurrencies, as well as assisting to create a vision for Bermuda's future growth and economic prosperity. Alan Cooley is responsible for Visa's product suite in Central America and the Caribbean. In this role, Alan works closely with fintechs and partners in bringing Visa's consumer products and API-based capabilities into the markets, as well as the development of new payment flows. More recently, Alan has been leading a number of transformation initiatives in Latin America, introducing Agile into the organization, launching the Visa Everywhere initiative, a platform to spearhead Visa's fintech engagement efforts, driving Visa's first equity investment in the region, and managing the Visa Developer Program, where the company exposes its capabilities through APIs. With over 20 years of experience, Alan has developed a deep base of product management and business development expertise across both developed and emerging markets within the fintech space, as well as core payment solutions like debit and commercial solutions. Dr. Gillian Marcel leads Resilience Capital Ventures, a boutique capital advisory practice specializing in blended finance. She has a proven track record in attracting investment in telecoms, fintech, renewable energy, and regenerative agriculture. Her specialty is the design and implementation of blended finance strategies that involve partnerships, ecosystem strengthening, and architectures for transformational change. Her experience also includes staff roles with the IFC, equity capital markets business at JP Morgan Chase, and in the M&A department with British Telecom. As a thought leader, Dr. Marcel developed a BBB framework, which provides a vision and strategy to improve flows and allocation of capital in multiple forms. This framework provides a platform for engaging in the finance and investment world, where her contributions and perspectives on diversity, inclusion, and accountability are in alignment with the SDGs and are becoming increasingly influential. She currently serves on the advisory board of MarketSpace USA and has guided numerous ventures in her role as senior advisor. Her academic career includes a tenured associate professorship at Wits Business School in Johannesburg, as well as teaching and research positions in the UK and Caribbean. As you can tell from those descriptions, our panelists are eminently qualified to lead this discussion today on fintech and financial inclusion. And with that, we'll start the discussion. Gabrielle, I want to kick it off with you as someone who's built a fintech company in the Caribbean. You launched cryptocurrency blockchain companies going back as early as 2010 when it was still a very niche product, a niche idea, not nearly as well known as it is now. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience in building a cryptocurrency company in the Caribbean? What are your thoughts on the current state of the sector? What were some of the lessons that you learned? What advice would you have for someone in the region who is, seeking to build a similar company today?
Hi, Peter. It's quite a loaded question. There were quite a bit of learnings that we had to go through in the Caribbean, and particularly Barbados. I'd say that some of the early lessons were raising capital in the Caribbean is probably one of the hardest missions that a startup can do. It's VC venture capital funding is simply a subject that is not well practiced in the Caribbean markets. And when you compare it to other nations and other jurisdictions, even including Silicon Valley, we typically don't get the right types of placements. So in building companies in the Caribbean, that was always one of the major issues, especially when fintech companies have a heavy burn rate at the start with a long tail towards making a profit or turning a position of revenue. So that was always one of the bigger issues. The second biggest issue is regulators and government. As you noted, we were quite early. And oftentimes when you're quite early with the subject, this is a global issue, but particularly in the Caribbean, where we're more conservative on the technology front, it does yield results that are not positive to young entrepreneurs or innovative products. What I mean by that is oftentimes the regulators and the government and government bodies, they don't give the right type of support, they don't give the right type of access. They're not interested in the legislation reforms that may need to take place in order to be conducive to the business. So the issues faced there are quite grand. The third area that is probably should have been the first that I should have talked about was education. And this is again a global problem, but particularly in the Caribbean, all of the stakeholders are often lagging behind in education on these various topics, technologies, or even the implementation of new types of innovations. And that often means that what should turn into a 3-month sales cycle ends up becoming a multi-year sales cycle as you have to educate various stakeholders in the organizations you're wishing to penetrate. This can range from your IT staff that you're trying to accommodate, all the way up to management, and then to the board of directors and then the shareholders. And that often leads, these three main areas of issues often drive a lot of entrepreneurs out of business before their products even make the light of day. So what we had to really do in the early days, and this is still a continuation that we see in regional fintech or regional technology startups, is having to, for funding, go beyond the Caribbean markets. For regulators and governments, you would have to use regulatory arbitrage and run from one government to another, hoping that you would find the right type of leadership who had their aha moment as it relates to this type of event. And then finally, with education, that is something that I don't think you'll ever get away from wherever you are. And it's often something that young startups have to get ready to invest in as part of their cycle of business development. So I would say these are the three main lessons that we would have learned. And what young entrepreneurs can do is redundancy. Don't depend on one government for getting your product into the regulatory technology space. Don't depend on one investor who might tie you up for 6 to 12 months saying yes, 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 when it's really ultimately going to be a no. And don't expect people to, or stakeholders, to be au fait with the subjects that you're speaking of. Expect that to be a long tail cycle. So coming from that avenue of understanding, it should bode for quite a successful organization should you break through those main categories.
Thanks for that, Gabriel. Gillian, I saw you shaking your head quite a few times here, so I'm assuming that you are somewhat in agreement with some of what Gabriel just mentioned. You're considered a thought leader in this space, not only Caribbean but globally as well. Would love to hear your views on what are some of the obstacles to further or rapid development of the fintech ecosystem. Why has the pace of development been so slow? What do stakeholders need to do? Tell us a little bit about what are some of the key issues that you think we need to focus on in the region if we're going to reach escape velocity in the fintech space.
Excellent, and thanks again for the invitation to join this panel and have the conversation. What I want to do actually, before I get specifically to the Caribbean, is to sort of spend at least 3 minutes talking at a 40,000 foot view of what we mean by fintech, because I think it's actually important to, particularly for someone who's been at this for 3 decades, to identify that this is not the first go round with attempting to introduce ICTs or technology into the development process. And it's certainly not the first go around in terms of trying to improve access to financial services and to improve productivity. And I say that because the opportunities for the Caribbean within fintech may actually have as much to do with the old school stuff that we were speaking about 20 and 30 years ago, and maybe even 60 to 70 years ago, as it does with any specific technology. Because whether or not it's fintech defined as the ways of introducing technologies, new technologies into financial services, or TechFin, which is the ways in which technology companies can actually introduce financial services. What we're actually speaking about is the ways in which we can use digital technologies to do things better and or to actually introduce completely new services and new ways of providing those services. And this is what the architects of Caribbean integration had in mind. They didn't have a view of using technologies to do it. But 30 years ago, I, had my first startup that went bankrupt. So I've had the scars as any good Caribbean entrepreneur to show for that. And like Gabriel, I was also ahead of my time because that startup is actually very material to this session, because it was a startup that dealt with the intersection between the creative sector and technology, because Carrie Fester was in abeyance, and coming out of doing mergers and acquisitions for British Telecom, I thought it was a slam dunk to present to decision makers in the Caribbean a technology solution for how we would integrate creative digital technologies and the need to revive our foremost regional creative festival. It didn't work. And it didn't work for the same reason that BIT struggled with getting digital currencies in operation and embraced. And that's typically because ecosystems have to be built. And even when ecosystems are built, you have to get lucky. You have to have serendipity. You have to have a champion who is willing to go outside of his or her known environment to embrace something that is unusual and outside of the routine. And why it is actually important to speak about fintech within those sort of first principles is that our hope is that Caribbean governments coming out of COVID realize that the things that we were speaking about 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 60 years ago, which is Caribbean integration, is an imperative. It is an imperative. And so the CSME and everything that the architects of a Caribbean development trajectory have spoken of will have to use those technologies. It makes absolutely good sense to have a digital currency platform that goes across the region. We have to solve the transaction cost issues for small businesses, for large businesses, and so on. And so these technologies, without even getting into the jargon about what constitutes fintech and the different variations of fintech solutions and so on, which I hope we will actually have some time to go back to, I wanted to make the case and to make the point that this is not a nice to have. This actually is an opportunity to deliver on the hope of a Caribbean region that thrives. So I'll leave it there for my introductory comments.
Thank you, Gillian. A lot to unpack there, and like you said, I hope that we can peel back the layers and get a little bit deeper as the session moves ahead. Alan, unfortunately, you have to follow that. Tell us about what you guys are doing at Visa. Is there anything that either Gillian or Gabrielle just identified that you recognize in your work in the Caribbean region? What is Visa's view on the fintech ecosystem in the Caribbean, the opportunities that you guys see here to do business, the ease or difficulty with which it is to do business here? Tell us a little bit about your experience in heading up the products and innovation team for Visa in LATAM, but specifically as it relates to your business here in the Caribbean.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think we've spent the last number of years trying to build that open collaboration ecosystem, right? With fintechs being a big part of that, because we see it kind of almost like a jigsaw puzzle, right? And people bring complementary pieces, and the fintechs can complement the capabilities that we as Visa, as a network, have, that our clients have, that our merchants have. And it's putting that together to deliver those new experiences. When we look at fintechs, the role they play, basically, where they've had success, they've targeted, markets that are either unserved or underserved. A lot of times we talk about the underbanked. So then they try to identify those pain points. What can they do better? They deliver that superior user experience. In doing so, they build that confidence and trust with consumers, and then they can expand from there. Some of them start directly in solving, banking and banking needs, and some pivot. You have a number of players that have started in a different space, but then rapidly see the opportunity. And we're looking to partner with fintechs. We've made first of all, we've opened up our network through APIs to permit this type of collaboration. We've got a number of initiatives, from a scouting point of view. Our Visa Everywhere initiative is active throughout the Caribbean and throughout Latin America, finding those partners that are maybe smaller today that we can grow with, and then working with deals from equity investments to full-on acquisitions to really build out our ecosystem. We are looking to partner. And I think the other key piece is, when you look at Visa, ultimately we're a network, right? We're a B2B2C company. So we're playing this enabling role. We've got products like prepaid. A lot of fintechs will start in that space. We've done a lot of work, and we've won prizes for our financial literacy and our financial inclusion efforts. And then finally, new capabilities like Visa Direct, which allows us to power payments, not just to cards, but to networks, like local networks. And now increasingly, we can also use it to drive it to stable coins. And so we're looking to create that ecosystem. We're looking to partner. We're open and eager as we see that the future is going to evolve. The fintechs will have their roles. They bring capabilities and talent that complement those of the rest of the ecosystem. And we're actively looking forward to continue building that future together. We're trying to make payments easier, with financial inclusion, and drive that virtuous circle.
Thanks. Gabrielle, back to you. You started, this thing in 2010. We're now, 2021, so a decade later. Are we seeing enough activity in the space? Are we seeing enough fintech companies emerge? Are folks, coming out and building the products and services that we need in the region? What types of, solutions would you like to see? Just give us your views on where we are right now. What would you like to see going on in this marketplace? Where are the areas that we should be trying to address?
Well, if I could step back and say that the market we saw a decade ago is definitely not the market today. Companies like BIT definitely challenged the concept that successful technology companies couldn't be produced in the Caribbean. It definitely challenged the concept of what Dr. Marcel spoke of, creating that ecosystem and finding that basis of I guess luck with a mixture of sweat, blood, and tears to find that successful custom fit that was unique to the Caribbean. What we're seeing today is the regulatory bodies, the governments, and the stakeholders realizing they can't afford to sit by anymore. And particularly, it's been accelerated grossly in the last year or two with COVID, where they're realizing that this digital internet age isn't something that they can just sit by and watch anymore. It's now a necessity for a way of life. It's a necessity for business. What I would like to see in the Caribbean is, again, back to what Dr. Marcel had been speaking to, the forefathers and the founders or the architects of CARICOM had envisioned for an interconnected Caribbean market. Forgetting technology for a second, they had envisioned several different avenues for wanting to see our region much more closely interconnected, and from trading to currency unions to identity. And when you look at the region today, none of these solutions exist. And it really does boil down to a mechanism of reading things like the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas and understanding what our forefathers had envisioned for our region, and then taking upon that and applying the technology available today to those early visions. And if I could be a little bit more elaborate on that, it would be things like a Caribbean identification program where every single country in the region was using their own sovereign ID solution, but more specifically, there was a way for the entire region to have collaboration on that frontier. We are talking about things like central bank digital currencies. And if we look at the CARICOM nations, 12 of the 15 CARICOM nations at this very moment are endeavoring or embarking on their central bank digital currency movement. But you won't hear about a Caribbean single basket currency. You won't hear about a cross-border single Caribbean unionized system. Then another key important area is for prosperity and upward mobility is giving citizens in the region new types of blended financial products. And that boils down to the absence of a One Caribbean securities market, even then so a One Caribbean digital asset marketplace. And these are some of the basic products that would truly bring the Caribbean closer together. It would truly allow the persons living within this part of the world to have global access, a much more resilient perspective on their economies, and allow that level of prosperity to occur for their citizens. And yes, it's been a decade-long journey thus far from my end, but if I look back at where we were and where we are today, I would say we are much further along, where we're nowhere near where we need to be. And I think that's an important point. So I'll stop there for the other panelists to speak on these types of topics. But I do believe there is an absolute need to see more regional systems come about that don't just focus on the domestic market, but focus on that One Caribbean aspect.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. We've been hearing calls for single body agencies across the region for decades now. Just last week, Gervais Warner, who's the chairman and CEO of MASI, was quoted in press as exhorting regional governments to create one single exchange because it made no sense for us to have these small moribund exchanges across the Caribbean. And one financial regulator as well, which would make it much easier for companies like Massey and Sagicors of the world to do business in the Caribbean. Gillian, I want to give you an opportunity to expand on what Gabrielle just said. How do we get there? How do we get there?
Sure. So first of all, I want to pivot a bit to speak about the financing aspects of this, because I think that's important, and I want to add in to bring to the panel and the folks that we're speaking to a couple statistics. In 2019, in USD terms, $168 billion was invested in fintech. In 2020, during the pandemic, that fell to $105 billion. But in Q2 of 2021, we've already had 30 billion USD invested in fintech. And there's a lot of excitement in the US market and in the European markets on fintech and also tech fin. So technology companies are actually offering financial services. And I say that because one of the things that we have to understand is that the Caribbean does not exist in isolation. And so at the same time, where we are needing to recognize the opportunities provided by fintech and to get not only startups, but other kinds of activities invested, there is all of this investment activity taking place in the rest of the world, which means that we actually have to work even harder to get the attention of potential investors. And so that's another reason why having aggregation, reducing fragmentation, having a single approach, a CARICOM approach to the fintech opportunity makes sense, because otherwise international investors and even our large indigenous players simply will not do small ticket items. It's the difference between having to do a fintech play in St. Vincent, in Dominica, in Barbados, in Trinidad and Jamaica and Bahamas, as opposed to doing a $150 million fintech platform across the Caribbean. It should be obvious, and it is to anyone who has tried to raise capital for Caribbean projects, as I have been doing now for the last 3 years. But that is not an academic interest in Caribbean integration. It is a transactional financial interest in having projects that are large enough so that you can actually generate the interest, not only from international investors, but from the large domestic players like, Massey and elsewhere. And I want to also go back to the issue of the role that Caribbean governments will need to play. The Caribbean is still very much state-led. Even today, one of the most exciting digital transformation projects was actually funding provided by the World Bank, but I think that it went to state actors, about $69 million that went to state actors. And so there is a very important role for Caribbean governments to be playing with those digital identity services that His Excellency mentioned, as well as digital government services. That should, again, be a slam dunk. We were having people lining up in long lines, whether it's for vaccinations, whether it's for COVID relief grants and so on. This should be the time where Caribbean governments also understand that if they're going to be doing those things, then there is a digital solution that enables them to do them more effectively. So let me stop here and join the discussion again with some other points that I would also want to make later on.
Thanks, Gillian. Alan, how does Visa play a role in this? Gillian just mentioned some of the products and services and solutions that she thinks should be currently available in the market but are not. How does a big B2B2C customer company like Visa play a role in helping governments or other stakeholder groups in the Caribbean introduce these types of products in the marketplace?
Well, we're doing a couple different dimensions. I wanted to complement some of the comments folks were mentioning. If we look at Caribbean and put it within the context of Latin American Caribbean, when I started working in fintechs, we would measure a good year in funding in the hundreds of millions, right? 2020 is 3.2 billion, which is a record at that point. It went up by 60%. Just the first half of 2021, that's now 4.2 billion, right? So there's been successful exits. There's been, there's a number of unicorns. So I think the money has kind of found its way. Obviously, investors want to go to where there's bigger scale. So the Brazils of the world, the Mexicos of the world get that first attention. But to the point of the panelists, anything that can drive scale is a win. I think where we've tried to partner along a couple of different dimensions. One is scouting that new talent, right? Because every unicorn starts off small. So through our Visa Everywhere initiative, which we conduct throughout the region, including the Caribbean, we invite startups to participate, early stage startups, to get to know them, to see what kind of capabilities they have that can complement ours. As they grow, we look for partnerships, either to help us drive issuance of credentials, help us to drive long tail acceptance of merchants, and we make investments and acquisitions as well. And again, they bring complementary capabilities. We're trying to build this ecosystem where we can have fintechs that can play this enabling role to drive these new use cases that we'd like with our clients, with our merchants. And we're looking to build that ecosystem where we find, opportunities or maybe kind of low-hanging fruit. Obviously, banking, lending, small business enablement are big areas of focus. And when I look at something, let's say lending, which folks might say, okay, that's a more complicated place to start. There's a lot of existing relationship with a lot of existing data. You look on the merchant side, they have a number of relationships already. If I know that, Peter's store is selling, $5,000 a month, well, maybe that's data with which I can extend a line of credit. If I'm a consumer and I'm maybe, I've got a payroll set up, I've got a data that shows me how much money is coming into that debit, or maybe there's millions of consumers receiving government subsidies. That's data against which you can provide additional financial services. So I think the opportunity is huge. There's the entrepreneurial energy, money, the cost of starting up a business is lower than ever. So you've got money that can find its way to these entrepreneurs with the idea. And then the other piece is really the talent, the coding talent that can work to develop this. Gabriel mentioned the need to kind of educate, but it's as that scales and reaches critical mass, that's where it's going to have that exponential effect.
Peter, if I may just touch on something that you had mentioned.
Absolutely.
What I find interesting, and this is a really good example, you brought up the example of Ricky Gervais from Massey speaking towards the need for regional bodies to form a single regulator and the need for a regional stock exchange. But here you have one of the Caribbean's largest organizations speaking about these needs without taking activities. And we're talking, this is well over a decade that these technologies have been very active in the region. And what I find interesting about that is that the call for government to go and form these regulatory bodies to jump over the hurdle. And where I really wanted to go with that is the impetus needs to come from private. Yes, there's a need for government to move in this direction, but had companies like BIT and the other organizations, which I've had a hand in, waited on government, we wouldn't have central bank digital currencies today kicking off in the Caribbean region the way we do. If we had waited on the formation of a single body to guide this event, we wouldn't have been where we are today. And I would go back to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas again. I believe it's Article 14 that speaks to a monetary union within the region. Again, this is 40, 50 years in to the formation of this treaty, and we still don't have one. So where I'm really going with this is the opportunities are there, and it really requires the private sector to tighten the belt, get serious about this, and make the capital available to build these products. Because the reality is these products can be built, these products can be launched for the region. And at some point, we're going to see entrepreneurs delivering them. But the question is, what level of support will those entrepreneurs get? Now, as it relates to a One Caribbean regulatory body, I think if we look at what Barbados did with its regulatory sandbox between central bank and the FSC, that becomes a very adequate angle for the rest of the Caribbean to benefit from. And what I mean by that is that could become the avenue where if every financial regulator and central bank or monetary authority across the region were to implement a similar function, an entrepreneur or a company entering into one regulatory sandbox in one Caribbean jurisdiction and is approved should technically be automatically approved across the others. And this is a simple fix to not just a One Caribbean stock exchange. It can apply to commodities. It can apply to decentralized finance. It can apply to identification. It can apply to currency and foreign exchange. It can apply to basket currencies and other types of initiatives around the fintech arena. And I think I just wanted to draw on that point because, again, here you have one of the two Caribbean's largest organizations speaking about this as if it's something in the sky that's unattainable and it's the responsibility of regional governments. Yes, it's their responsibility, but if we wait on government, if we wait on some organization to do this, we're going to be waiting another 50 years. And I think that is the key important differentiator that we need to look at as it relates to moving our region forward. And it does bode to one of the bigger problems. If you have the Caribbean's largest organizations talking this way and thinking this way, what does it leave for younger entrepreneurs who don't have that capacity, don't have that level of connectivity, don't have that level of network, and don't have that fallback? And I think that is one of the key problems in our region. And it's not like other entrepreneurs did not propose these types of solutions before. This is not the first time a One Caribbean stock exchange is being proposed. It has been proposed, to my knowledge, as early as 2013 and probably way before that. So I'll leave the floor there.
Definitely before 2013. I can attest to that. Gillian, I want to pose a question to you as you respond to some of what Gabrielle just mentioned. We've been hearing a lot about central bank digital currencies and how the Caribbean has been a leader in the development of such, right? 12 of the 15 countries now are making advances with regards to developing their currencies. ECCB and Bahamian currencies were some of the first introduced to the market. So we're a global leader in development of CBDCs. What are the other areas of opportunity for global leadership in fintech coming out of the Caribbean? I know, Gillian, you want to respond to that, and Gabrielle, I'm sure you have some thoughts there. And Alan, I'd love to hear your thoughts in response to that question as well. Where else could we lead in this space?
Okay, so thanks for that question. So first of all, if you are a global leader, it cannot and should not remain a secret. And so when I am having conversations with my colleagues in the UK and in the US and across the African continent, they are not aware of the Caribbean's accomplishments in this arena. I would dare say that many folks, many decision makers in the Caribbean are not aware of our accomplishments in this arena. So there is effort as part of Peter, the leadership that you have taken on fintech in telling that story, establishing with some detail what was done, what there still is to do, because we also as a people, as Caribbean people, need to believe and to get the information about what was possible, because we don't want it to take a decade. We want to speed it up, because the point that I was wanting to come in on to echo what Ambassador Abed has said is that we need a sense of urgency. We need a sense of urgency from government. We need a sense of urgency from the private sector. We need a sense of urgency from our development partners. And to reinforce the point that he made about the private sector, it is too easy for private sector actors in the Caribbean to blame others. That's kind of like the default position. The default position is to say, oh my goodness, if there were a perfect regulatory environment, then I would have done X, Y, and Z. And my response to that is, maybe 4 words: Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt. Leaders in fintech solutions with what people regard as a lower standard of living in terms of, typical metrics. So GDP per capita, number of people who have benefited from university education, and so on. And so when I hear folks in the Caribbean waiting, it reminds me of, 2 decades ago when I was talking to a Caribbean audience about what needed to be done on telecoms liberalization. So here we are again, where there is no good reason, given the level of digital infrastructure, given the need, given the level of banking per capita the folks who actually have bank accounts is actually higher than developing countries in across Africa. And so the private sector also needs to step up. And it is all the way across the private sector. So yes, it is the Neil Massey's and the conglomerates, but there are also alternative parts of the private sector that I am very excited about. The credit union movement is a particularly important and potential source of dynamism for fintech solutions, because they have a need to do this to improve their effectiveness, and they also have the opportunity of being challengers to the existing commercial banking and non-banking financial sector in the Caribbean, across the Caribbean. So I'm excited about, in terms of the things that you've asked, where are the opportunities? There are opportunities in payments. There are opportunities in managing remittances. There are opportunities in alternative lending. There are significant opportunities in government, digital government services, because of the low base from which we're starting, and of course the digital currencies and so on that have already had significant accomplishment and moved ahead.
Thanks, Gillian. And I find it really interesting and ironic that you mentioned, the 4 African countries that Techstars is looking to expand in across the continent. Countries with GDP per capita is lower than most of our Caribbean countries, with banking systems that are probably less robust and developed, but somehow they've managed to establish themselves as fintech leaders across the continent, and we're seeing some really interesting opportunities in those 4 countries that you mentioned in particular. Gabrielle, I'll throw that question to you. What are some of the other leadership opportunities that you see for the Caribbean?
I think Dr. Marsdell touched on one of the more important ones, which is digital governance that we can expect to see. That's a really big area, especially since governments themselves can't really afford to build solutions needed across their entire body. And we're talking about digital land titling and conveyancing, e-voting. We've talked about digital ID quite a bit, but it's the way that governments need to start thinking is every time you look at a problem within government, that really is an opportunity for a local entrepreneur to rise up and build a company that has global application against that domestic problem. So you're switching gears from a situation of where what was otherwise seen as a sunken cost to now an opportunity to rise up a young entrepreneur, to rise up new innovation, to support it within government, and then watch that product get regional and global application, which then inherently becomes a source of revenue for the country, a source of job creation, a generator for opportunity. So that's one of the first areas I'd like to touch on. But then the Caribbean is so ripe for new types of innovations and technology. I was once told by a pretty successful entrepreneur that the Caribbean's advantage is that small boats can turn fast. And that basically means that because we are so small, we have access to all stakeholders. You have access as a local person to your government more so than someone in America or Mexico or Germany would. You have access to your stakeholders, from the banking to the corporatocracies to the regulators. And this gives you the avenue to explore new types of innovations within a very small Petri dish type model. So the Caribbean is actually the most idealistic Petri dish in the world for testing out new types of innovations. So some of those innovations that I expect to be seeing out of the Caribbean come in the form of how we do digital voting and how we identify ourselves. I expect to see things like quasi-monetary unions. Again, we have failed over the last 40 and 50 years to build a monetary union for the Caribbean. And I would expect to see very soon a quasi version from the private market driven with good public governance coming out from the region. I expect to see things which I think are the most important to entrepreneurs, to small businesses, new types of digital products and digital commodity offerings. Have we seen things like cassava futures? Have we seen things like a coconut fund? And these are the basic types of products which to the mind sound very simple, but to the region would have massive impact in growing the resilience for farmers. And there's all types of new innovative things that we can expect to see out of our market that should be coming out fairly soon if the market were to only wake up and realize the true potential of this region. So I would say that the biggest opportunity comes in the form of government realizing that its problems are in fact its foreign revenue earners. I would say in entrepreneurs realizing that the types of products currently available in the traditional market that are unique to the Caribbean markets are just so ripe and geared for international offerings. And I'm really going to stop there because I can go on for hours about the types of innovations that we can see coming out of the Caribbean.
Sure. Thanks, Ambassador Abed. You're right. We're running out of time. I want to give Alan a few quick seconds to respond. Alan, do you see any obvious opportunities for leadership in the Caribbean in terms of products that we develop in the fintech ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be complementary to what's been said, but anything around small business enablement, helping them with payment facilitation, the ability to accept cards, helping them with their enterprise management solutions around inventory, sales, accounting. And then the third piece is really going offline to online. E-commerce is huge in the Caribbean and helping merchants set up their online presence. That's a huge category. I think we talked about banking or the need there. Some of that could be let in. Remittances are also incredibly important in the region, and use that as a lead in for additional banking value propositions. And then finally, and I think Jillian touched on it, alternative lending. There's alternative data sources that can be used to drive those alt lending decisions and offer that. Ultimately, lending and access to credit is a catalyst for further economic growth, creating that virtuous circle. So we see these three as big opportunities in the Caribbean.
Thanks, Alan. Listen, folks, we've run out of time, but we could continue this conversation for hours because there's so much to discuss on this topic. I want to thank you all for volunteering to join us today and to serve as panelists in this discussion. This was a wonderfully engaging discussion with a lot of really relevant and important information. I'm hoping that it wouldn't fall on deaf ears, but the powers that be, different stakeholders across the region will have an opportunity to take in this discussion, this session, and think seriously about enacting some of the wonderful ideas that we heard coming from yourselves today. Before we go, I want to thank UNCTAD and the government of Barbados for hosting this event and for providing us with a platform to discuss this important issue about how fintech drives financial inclusion. Again, I want to thank the panelists, His Excellency Gabriela Bed, Dr. Jillian Marcel, and Alan Cooley, and all of you at home for joining us today. Before we go, I'd like to bring your attention to a fintech conference coming to Barbados next fall. FinTech Islands is a global community event that will bring together business and tech leaders from banks, financial institutions, fintechs, startups, and investors. You can expect 2.5 days of world-class content delivered by some of the biggest names in finance and technology. Fintech founders, C-level executives from banks, technologists, entrepreneurs, investors, regulators, politicians, and academics, and the media from all over the world will come together to learn, discuss, debate, and network everything fintech. We're going to have about 100 speakers from around the world, multiple track panels, roundtables, sessions of workshops, and one will witness the opportunities that Barbados and the larger Caribbean offers to start and grow a fintech company. The FinTech Islands Conference will be a must-attend international gathering. The goal is to showcase new global trends in fintech, new applications of technology for the financial industry, and growing fintech startups right here in the region. The world needs fintech now more than ever before. Here's a sneak peek of the event. I invite you to go to fintechislands.com to sign up for more information. Thank you and goodbye.
Join us in 2022 to spark the inception of the most disruptive, robust, and sustainable fintech ecosystem from the breathtaking lands of Barbados. Fintech Islands is bringing together the most brilliant minds in the fintech industry for a 3-day deep dive into the future of finance. This must-attend event, strategically located on the Caribbean island of Barbados, will showcase the hottest global trends in the industry, hosted by the biggest and brightest leaders in fintech. You'll discover the newest applications of fintech from world-class innovators, entrepreneurs, and technologists, and network with high-growth startup founders, influential policymakers and politicians, and accomplished investors, all while experiencing the natural appeal of the beaches, food, and people of Barbados. The world needs fintech now more than ever, and Barbados will be the land of opportunity. Immerse yourself in the Fintech Islands experience, coming to you fall of 2022.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity. Yeah. For real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. UNCTAD, Barbados welcomes you.
Welcome to the Future Academy on this day one of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. I'm excited to introduce the Future Academy Panel 2, AI and Educators, the Path Forward. Developments in artificial intelligence and machine learning have significant implications for all facets of education, from altering the way teaching and learning occur to reconfiguring the relationship between education and employability, to personalized learning, pathways at scale. Leveraging the best attributes of machines and teachers allows them to work together for the best student outcomes. This session explores best practice for incorporating AI machine learning into curricula or institutional practices. We've brought together a wonderful group of experts to discuss the key issues. You can find out more about our moderators and panelists by visiting the Eastern Chattel House in the Amicon New Bridge City, an exciting part of our forum's virtual platform. I'll hand over to panel moderator, Mr. Matthew Springer, to introduce the members of the panel and get the session started.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Johnson. Much appreciated. My name is Matthew Springer, and I'm moderator of this wonderful panel on AI and education. I'm also CEO of Holistac and curator of the Bridgetown Hub of the Global Shapers, which is a World Economic Forum initiative, and member of the organizing committee of the Creative Industries and Trade Digitization Forum of UNCTAD 15. In this session, I'm pleased to announce that I will be joined by Carla Ertz. Carla is an interdisciplinary and international thought leader in learning with technologies informed by the learning sciences. She has worked across the globe with edtech startups, publishers, educators, and academia, as well as policymakers. Carla is the current director of digital change at Hodder Education, founded Refracted, an online community about learning with technologies and the future of education in the digital and AI-driven world. She is a member of the World Economic Forum AI Expert Group, a board member of the Right for Education Africa, and an advisory board member for DeFi, Digital Futures Education Initiative at Cambridge University. Carla ran Tamora Institute, a catalyst and think tank on education in a digital age, ran the next Billion EdTech Prize, and was director of Futures at UCL Institute of Education, as well as Global Digital Director Education at Cambridge University Press. Along with this, we have Preeti Patti. Preeti is one of the co-founders and CEO of Cognino.ai. He's an entrepreneurial technologist at heart and has been building products, incubating high-value, complex, and disrupting technology innovation with global engineering talents over the past 26 years. He has spent a long time at Microsoft doing AI product research and has worked at data and AI initiatives for more than a decade. Prior to that, Preeti worked with KPMG, RBS, Fujitsu, and Atomic Energy of India. He holds an advanced AI degree from MIT and a BE in computer science and engineering from Equitable University. Also with us, we have Dr. Satya Nita. Dr. Nita is currently the co-founder and CEO of Merlin Mind, a venture-backed AI company focused on developing voice-backed digital assistants for education. He was the former global head of the AI solutions for the learning department at IBM Research. And lastly, we have Alistair Moore. Alistair is the head of analytics machine learning at Michon de Rea, LLP, a leading British law firm. He is a UCL computer science PhD and co-founded Spinout Satellia in 2007, an optimization and machine learning company. So guys, thank you all for joining us. So I might as well add, Alistair retains an active research and teaching roles. He is senior teaching fellow on the Master's Business Analytics at the UCL School of Management, where he was the inaugural program director and teaches technology strategy on the Beijing International MBA at Peking University. So guys, thank you all for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. As this talk is all about AI, I was hoping, Preeti, maybe you could give us a bit of background on what AI is itself.
Artificial intelligence is all about scanning your environment, ability to comprehend and take action on what the machine can understand. So what we have been researching for last 30 years in this space is how could we scan information, how could we comprehend and make meaning out of it, and can we really take some specific action on that. So for last 10 years of great progress in artificial intelligence, you could see there's really leapfrog in certain directions, especially in image recognition and voice recognitions, etc., because of using a methodology of what we call statistical learning, a combination of probability as well as deep neural networks, what we call. So those are the kind of technology building blocks to create that scan and comprehend and act on information. What we don't have, though, is the intelligent, so-called intelligent word that we use to describe artificial intelligence. We don't have real intelligence, I would say. While that has been the quest for majority of the academia and scientists, the next decade is going to be a defining moment for artificial intelligence, where we will have the ability to comprehend, create context around information. That's how humans learn, and that's how we comprehend information. We learn, we comprehend because we understand the context. We don't need lots of information to comprehend whether it's a dog or a cat. If we learn once, we can really understand why it is the case. So that comes with some new innovations that is happening in the AI space. Over next decade, it will be a defining moment where we will have the ability to learn, really understand the world the way the humans understand, the machine can understand. And then ultimately it can also explain what it is learning, because that is what we have been missing till now. What we don't have is clear understanding of why the machine came to a decision the way it came. And that's, I don't think, is a very useful AI to me. If we want to use AI for augmenting student and lecturers, how they go through their student and lecturers learning path, as well as student well-being, we really need to understand why the AI is really going to recommend and help them go through that process. So it's about explainability of artificial intelligence is crucial going forward if we want to use AI in the crucial decision making And that's something we are researching at Cognino as well.
Thank you very much, Preeti. Is there anyone else who would like to add as to what AI means in a broader context? Carla?
I think in terms of the broader context, I may not be the best placed person to do that, but I can certainly bring it to an education and learning context. And the context that I sort of wanted to kind of bring it to is probably initially the classroom and the school. Mm-hmm. And how AI can kind of take a role in there, which on one hand is worrying a lot of people. On the other hand, other people are getting quite excited about it. But as Preeti was saying, you know, we aren't far enough advanced yet to really understand why the AI is deciding what it's, you know, the decision making it's making and how it's coming to that. And I think when you start extrapolating that to an education context, that would be a vital ingredient to have. So I think if you're looking at AI in the classroom or an education context now, you probably have applications where maybe it's less to do with actually the learning and the teaching processes or the kind of engagement in those processes, rather than supporting teachers and learners in kind of workflow related areas. And that would probably be much more to do and much more applicable to teachers in terms of doing kind of the dumb tasks that the teacher often has to spend time on, like a lot of administrative tasks. If a teacher can sort of be more focused on engaging with students rather than doing all the admin, and if the AI can help automate this, that would be a wonderful time-saving and actually support to teachers that would be, you know, fantastic for them, because currently in many education systems, teachers are spending a huge amount of their time on sort of admin and, you know, what are the less teaching related tasks that they should be engaged with. When it comes to learners, though, there are some things that the AI can possibly already assist with. And that is potentially looking at, you know, how to kind of look at learning pathways more effectively. The question begs whether pathways is really the best way forward, and whether AI in that context may be a bit deterministic still at this point in time, as is sort of often quite applied. You know, a kid does an assessment, and based on that assessment, they may get the next level of difficulty of assessment. It doesn't necessarily mean that the kid has really understood a learning concept, but, you know, it might be taken through that learning path, and the pathway might be carved based on what the kid has decided in her or his response. And those applications, I think, will disappear quite quickly, because I do think we will not recognize their value for very much longer. But, you know, they are around. A lot of edtech is based still on that premise, but is getting more clever, and is, you know, people are understanding that this is not necessarily the best outcome for learning and teaching. And then another application where I can see AI kind of play a fantastic role, and that's in fairly short term, and in some cases there are, you know, people doing this already. That is, for instance, when you have mixed ability classes, you know, the research points very much at putting mixed abilities together and benefits for all abilities, rather than streamlining kids according to their abilities. Now, AI can help teachers identify where kids struggle, where a kid that isn't necessarily struggle can help the kids that are struggling. And so in terms of teachers then being able to kind of put the right interventions in place for, you know, not just one student or learner, but multiple kids together. We often forget about the collaborative nature of learning, and, you know, tech often forgets about this too. And for me, one of the biggest potentials of AI is actually to bring that collaboration and that social aspect of learning into learning.
Thank you very much, Carla. That was great. Dr. Nita, I saw you nodding in agreement. Would you like to add to that?
Yeah, no, I love what Carla said. I completely agree. I think this being so for me, AI is very simply systems that can learn. It's the simplest definition of the technology. But broadly, what's happened in the world is just because a computer can recognize images or understand language in a very limited way or understand speech, there's been this broader conflation with kind of biological intelligence, and there is no real intelligence in these systems. They're basically systems that can learn, recognize patterns, do some useful tasks, and that's basically all they are. But it's within the limitations of AI that where all the possibilities lie. How we can imagine it and use them to do something productive. As Carla said, I think what's happened in education over the last decade, last couple of decades, in fact, we were also somewhat guilty of it when we were at IBM Research, is we attempted to get a computing system to teach, right? So the whole idea that an AI can teach students, it's been a grand challenge in the field, but it's actually something that's not within our grasp at the moment, not within any realistic feasible timeline. So the idea that an AI can assess a student's state and impart the next level of learning outcome, I think its time has come and gone. Carla was absolutely spot on there, and I do believe they have very limited efficacy. I think it's where we can be more productive and more grounded with AI. That's kind of where the applications are. And so at Merlin Mind, as an example, we are building the first digital assistant to assist teachers in the classroom. And what we're doing is we're taking all the mundane tasks that teachers deal with, managing all the technology, the apps, switching between them, taking all of that away and giving it to the AI so that teachers can essentially spend more time doing the deeply human process of teaching. And teaching is a very complex process. It involves not only imparting personalized instruction to every student, but motivating them, sharing a background understanding of the world with the students, reaching out for metaphors, analogies effortlessly. All these kinds of things are well beyond what any AI system can do today. But where AI can help is take away, as Carla said, all the things that come in the way of teaching, all the administrative tasks. So we are focused on solving these kinds of very grounded problems with AI. There are other uses of AI in education that I found compelling. The idea that you can use AI to score an essay and to grade it. I think that's a fairly focused, narrow, well-defined task that AI shines at. These kinds of tasks, or the idea that a computing system can help generate essays for you. It's actually it's an emerging field, and it's within reason quite an exciting development in AI of late. These are the kinds of things AI can do well: help with administrative tasks, improve productivity, give you time back. What AI can't do well is teach. So that's kind of our position.
Got you. Thank you. Alistair, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think everything that has been said so far is correct. I think maybe to make it simpler for the audience, there is a role for AI or machine learning at various stages of this process, right? So it could be anything from helping to produce content that can be then used in a teaching scenario, or it could be used to help, for example, grade, or when we talk about administrative processes or going through the process of learning, all the way through to to Sataya's last point about monitoring how a student is progressing, or between multiple things that they are learning and at what stage they are in their development. And the more and more of these processes that the machine helps support or takes over, the more integral it will be to the learning environment, whether that is in the classroom, as Carla suggested, at school level, or whether that turns out to be an enabler for sort of continual professional development, right, as people continue to learn as they get older.
Thank you very much. Priti, for the next question, I would like to ask you, how can the machine-human relationship develop in an educational context? Bearing in mind that we just answered some of those questions somewhat, is there anything you would like to add on that, on how we could develop?
Well, I think the way Satya was referring, what they are doing is helping teachers to augment the teaching pathway. But to me, it's almost like a co-pilot. I would call this, like it's an augmenting every steps of educations, not necessarily overruling or taking what is the role of a student or teacher should be. So it's helping in each during the steps. But there is a big role of machines here is finding early warnings, which we even teachers can't sometimes see. And that's a very big element which we can use AI for, which is looking into different set of patterns in individual student pathway or learning pathway or teaching pathway, both helping teachers to improve and student to improve. And what are the patterns? And those patterns can be used for either to improve or change the course, right? So, and if we know that, which we sometimes as humans sometimes don't remember, or we don't have the capability to remember, but the machine can always learn from all the things that is happening and all the footprint you leave. So that would be my additional point, is how could we create a proactive system, which is early warning and a proactive system, rather we do very much reactive learning assessment and the way we have been doing for many millennia.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone that would like to add to that point?
Matthew, I wouldn't mind coming in here, because I think what Preeti said is absolutely spot on. And what I think is rather exciting about all of this is that actually AI can be such an enabler and an augmenter for changing the way in which we deliver education, because typically there's still that whole concept of the relationship teacher-learner and that sort of thing called instruction, which I think is one of the ugliest words in the English language, to be honest. And where I see the kind of the real opportunity for AI going forward is actually becoming that augmentative enabler that allows teachers and learners to co-create the learning, because teachers need to do as much learning in their teaching as a learner does in his or her learning. And that's the aspect of education that I think is often forgotten. We assume that teachers, implied in the word, there's no reference to learning in what we call a teacher. In many languages there is, but not in English. And I think that whole co-creative process of learning and collaborative process of learning between learners and teachers is what AI can really augment. Preeti was saying about the early warning system, and then sort of responding to that early warning system. The AI becoming more, learning more about the context in which the learning is and the teaching is taking place, because as we all know, education is contextual. Those are kind of areas I think where AI could be incredibly exciting. And what that does, it actually augments and optimizes the relationship, the kind of ability to teach and to learn more effectively, and for better engagement on both sides.
Thank you. Alistair, I see you nodding. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
I mean, I think the only thing I'd add to that, is that it's not just a question of sort of a machine helping support or replace an incumbent model, right? As the marginal, the margin structure of being able to deliver education alters, then as much as it's about helping a student learner on their current journey in the way we envisage it at the moment, whether that's through different content or through different assessment, you also start to get a different ability to give access to education, right? So, you can have education when you as the learner are interested, whether that is sort of continuous or whether that is, online and asynchronous or online and synchronous, et cetera, et cetera. And so, ultimately the ways we are capable of delivering, education as a product and as a service and as a variety of different ways in which a learner can engage with their environment, the new things are going to become possible.
Thank you very much, guys. Moving on to my next question. So in your opinion, do you think AI should become part of the curriculum, where learners are basically able to understand how AI works and get insights on developing algorithms? Similarly, for teachers, do you think now is the time that they should be educating themselves on AI? Dr. Nita, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Matthew. Yes, absolutely. I think we are entering a world where AI will be a part of our lives for the foreseeable future. So the kids growing up today are effortlessly playing with Alexa and Siri and Google. So it's actually kind of important for them to understand, what is this technology. But more importantly, what I believe is over the next 2 or 3 decades, AI will transform every facet of our lives. Right? Just like, it's basically what's happened in the long march of technology. Right? As new and more advanced technologies come in, we purpose them for doing more useful things and better things. And what's a little bit different about AI is that ever since the internet revolution happened, it really became the story of the availability of data to finally digitize processes. And once you start digitizing processes and once there is data, you can actually start building some clever algorithms to make things more efficient, make things more useful, bring more productivity, right? Relieve humans from very mundane tasks. That's the march that we're on. And so I think it's essential for the children growing up today to have some kind of an understanding. You don't necessarily have to be a data scientist or a computer engineer to participate. You can participate in any number of ways. You can participate as a lawyer, as an instructor. You can participate in this revolution by learning how to use it, by learning how to design it, by learning how to draw frameworks around it. But this will transform every aspect of society. In terms of teaching, what we do believe is that AI will transform the teaching profession. Like I alluded to earlier in my remarks, I think what teachers do is one of the very last things on the planet that will ever be automated, well beyond the reach of any technology that we can imagine at this point in time. But what they are drowning with is a huge amount of administrative tasks, a flood of technology that they're struggling to manage, and that's in the developed world. In the developing world, what they are struggling with is access to high quality resources, on time at the appropriate time. So AI has a very big role in helping them level up and be the best teacher they can be for their students. So I think it's very important for them to learn what this is all about, get a working understanding of it, where you don't necessarily have to learn how the algorithms work, but what can it do for you? What can't it do for you? How can it help me? How can it help me find the right resources, do the more administrative tasks? These are the kinds of roles that AI has to play.
Matthew, can I just add something to this? Because I so agree with what Dr. Nita said, and I really, the fact that he highlighted the difference between the kind of developing world and the developed world is really critical, because it's often forgotten in the AI debate. And often, the kind of Northern Hemisphere tends to run away with it. And we forget that actually we're not all in the same boat and on the same level playing field. But the other thing I wanted to add here is that, and the COVID pandemic has probably been a case in point, is that so often, and if you look at teacher education, it's very rare that as part of their teacher education, and when people go on to taking teaching degrees or programs, they actually get very little exposure or even sort of insight into digital pedagogies. So nobody really talks very much about digital pedagogies, and people sort of think, oh, we've got the technology, we can just kind of retrofit it into what we currently doing in the kind of old education model. We know that that doesn't work. COVID has highlighted that it doesn't work. And actually, if you want to see how education can regress, is actually look at how in some cases, you know, schools were desperate to get the kids online and give them instruction, and the whole model turned back into the kind of front of class type instruction through Zoom or Teams or any of those tools, because that's the kind of the quickest way teachers and schools found that they could do something about it, where the kids had access to it, of course. Now that's not an effective means of delivering education. And if we continue in hybrid models, we really need to assess that. But what lies at the origin of this is also the kind of the fact that people and that teachers need that digital pedagogy acumen, and that needs to be integrated in their teacher education and their professional development. And if we don't kind of start thinking about, you know, teacher education that way, I think, you know, we can talk about AI in schools or education for a very long time, but it still be something that's kind of sitting outside of their normal kind of teaching practice, or even their teaching mindset. And that, I think, is a really important area to address.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carla, for highlighting that really wonderful input. Alistair, as an educator yourself, is there anything you would like to add to that?
Well, you know, I probably agree with Carla that the actual teachers need a bit more support. So, you know, having switched to online lectures and videos and what have you during the pandemic, it's definitely eye-opening as to what sort of things work and what things don't work, and what works well in a sort of fully online setting and what doesn't work well in a fully online setting, and whether that is you know, classrooms of people or lecture halls all on video, or whether that is being able to, you know, do sort of office hours and drop-ins and figure out where people are at their different journeys. Certainly that sort of digital pedagogy is Carla said, is something that needs to evolve, but I think we're well placed to do that, right? You know, the expectations of the tools and technologies are shifting, and as the tools themselves and the technologies themselves improve and adapt and are better understood from the perspective of a teacher, then there's a lot of opportunity.
Agreed, totally. Thank you. Priti, is there any input that you have on this side of things?
I think I would agree with Carla that we need to reassess. I have a personal challenge with the aspect of education the way we had been going about for last, I don't know, not just 50, 100, it's almost like a education systems from Victorian age. And we haven't really challenged that in the new paradigm of not just technology has leapfrogged, but how we operate, how we work, what skills we need in the real world versus what we are taught. If you think of next, for the first time in our human society, we really don't know what kind of work we will be doing in next 15 years. We always knew, even in industrial revolutions age, when we moved from, you know, to trains and all that, from bullock cart and horse cart, we really knew how to re-engineer the society, but we don't know how would we re-engineer the society going forward. And for that, what kind of education we should do. And that has not been, or it is a debate, but it's not as global debate it should be. And then So if you think of, do you really need to learn about algorithms and AI and understanding? Absolutely, it should be. But also understand how it will impact to the society, what could displace versus what it won't be, what is a learned education you want to have versus what is a practical education system you want to do for preparing the people to enable and engage with the AI in the real world as they move. And some of the works that we do will not exist in few, almost 10 years down the line. Accountants, some of the basic medicines will all just be done by AI. So how would you actually move those courses that we are having right now and replace with what is really required? That is a bigger debate than 5 minutes conversation there.
Thank you, Priti. So guys, I guess, touching on the point of displacement and AI, taking, adjusting and helping us with different jobs or replacing certain aspects of our lives. As I'm sure all of you have heard, at least most of us have, AI that there are reports that AI will partially replace the role of the teacher in the classroom in the next decade. You guys have touched on this briefly in previous questions, but is there anything that you would like to state on that matter? Do you see AI replacing the teacher?
Yes, so if I might, I don't see AI replacing the teacher. I think those reports are overblown, and as I mentioned briefly, but I want to expand on, I do believe teaching is one of the very last professions on the planet that will ever be automated. It's a deeply human process. So just to illustrate why I think it's very difficult, what a good teacher does, right? First of all, they're assessing, their students, and they're trying to figure out, where each student is, and a lot of the assessment is not just in terms of their intellectual skills, but emotionally where they are, right? Cognitively where they are, and when they're then trying to reach these students, there's this very human background understanding of the world that they use that's common to the student and the teacher, and this is all kinds of common sense things. It's about examples situated in the real world. It's about seamlessly, effortlessly reaching for metaphors and examples and analogies. It's also, and that's just simply the whole aspect of assessing a student and delivering knowledge. But much more importantly, I believe there's something deeply human about the learning process, which is you're learning from teachers, you're looking at them as examples, right? As adults and as a student. And so teachers also are serving as role models. It's almost inconceivable for me to think of, and I've been in the AI space and I've been a technologist all my career. I think of a bot or a robot or anything, even doing 1,000th the job that human teachers do. So I think fears that teachers will be replaced by computers is vastly overblown, in my opinion.
Thank you so much. I totally agree with that. Alistair, do you have any input as this, also as an educator?
Yeah, I think whilst the role isn't necessarily under pressure at this point in time, as the technologies develop, the role of the educator is going to shift and alter slightly, right? So it might be that I go back to this sort of asynchronous or not asynchronous now that the world has moved on and we are potentially capable of delivering content and education support in an asynchronous fashion. As the technologies improve, they will, to go back to Carla's point, they are going to allow us to reassess what's possible or what's the best way of doing this. Not just to pick up Priti's point, it's not just the Victorian model that we have been, landed with, so to speak, but, how does a machine sit there and give continual feedback? How does a machine sit there and give, personalized, directed support? This is the thing that this particular student happens to have trouble with. Let's focus on that for the next X period of time in a way that you can't possibly do in a kind of classroom setting of 1 to 30 or a lecture hall of 1 to 100. And it will be very interesting as we sort of have these planetary scale education systems, how they adapt for different people with different goals and different aims over different periods of time.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to jump in on that, or would you like me to move on?
Matthew, very quickly, I totally agree with both previous speakers here. And what we often say in amongst ourselves and EdTech people is like, education is actually rather messy. Learning is a messy thing. And, that's probably one of the biggest challenges for AI and ML is how will it deal with that messiness, about, the cognitive aspects of learning, the social interaction of learning, how you learn from your peers, how that's different for every learner. Those are the challenges that a teacher is far better equipped with and always will be far better equipped with than any AI driven solution or system will allow for. And I think, that's the key differentiator, and that's where teachers should not be worried about, will I be replaced by a machine? Because they certainly won't be. And if they are, then whoever's making that replacement is making the wrong decision.
Thank you so much, Carla. I totally agree. I guess, that brings me to the next question, which you've somewhat just answered, which is, what are the human skills and cognitive skills that AI, at least in the short term, won't be able to perform in the classroom environment? So you mentioned, like emotional intelligence, and the ability to, give a metaphor off the top, or, cultural backgrounds and whatnot. Are there any, for the teachers out there, are there any specific human skills and cognitive skills that you think they should really hone in on, or that will be most important in this AI age?
I can jump in with here. So I think the emotional intelligence is one thing. The other thing I believe what teachers do is the ability to think of a deeper set. They provide a deeper sense of purpose to the students from very early on. And ultimately, a student, or from a childhood to graduating, is all about clarity of that sense of purpose, and that keeps changing as they progress. That sense of purpose is a very you can't code it anywhere, so it comes from human ingenuity. And that human ingenuity is the core differentiator, which will continue to thrive, like Satya and Carla said. So the teachers will continue to thrive because they will give that clarity of purpose to the students, or at least help. They won't give the clarity of it's up to the student to get the clarity, but they provide the tools and emanations to get how you keep digging into the clarity of your purpose. And that ultimately defines a human to students to come out of the learning environment to go back to the workforce and define what they want to do. So the teacher's role of providing that clarity of purpose will continue, and in fact thrive that more, because that's the role of teacher will move into far more.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Preeti. So moving on to the topic of AI ethics, which is very important in the educational standpoint, and I guess in the entire development of AI. These are a set of values, principles, and techniques that employ widely accepted standards of right and wrong to guide moral conduct in the development and use of AI technologies. So in the context of educational organizations and schools, how do you think we can safeguard this AI? How do you believe that we can approach it ethically, and how can they, ensure that the necessary protocols are in place to make sure this flows smoothly? Would anyone like to volunteer for this one?
If I say so, Matthew, I'll just point that we are predominantly doing research on how to have an ethic or ethical governance around AI. So if you look into what we do in our research at Cognino, for 15 years, I have been spending my own time bringing explainability to AI decision making. What that means that I don't want to trust on any recommendation or augmentation that AI gives, whether the student is good or bad, whether the student can learn better, or the teacher needs to do some different course, or the teacher is not doing XYZ. To trust that decision in a larger schema of thing, we need to have the explainability of the decision making. You will not touch anybody's guiding you, whether it's a doctor or an accountant or anybody who wants to say, do this, don't do this, without really saying why you think that is the case. Can you explain why you are saying? So trust, if you want, you will not trust as human if you can't explain. Hence, we are, it is absolutely crucial, fundamental for having AI in education or in any field for that instance. But education is more than anything, that any AI we use, we need to have an ability to explain it. But not only that, we should be able to introduce and induce the code of conduct of education or society. So you should have almost like multidisciplinary AI, one which takes decision, the other one explains why it takes the decision. And ethics comes into play almost as one step, together to combat this. So my focus has been all about explainability so that we can have ethics in AI.
Thank you so much. Dr. Nita, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think another aspect of ethical AI, right, is very much in terms of right, how we use the data, right, what happens to the data, right, especially in an education context. The whole idea of data privacy is something that's very important, right? In the Western world, Europe with GDPR and the US with FERPA and COPPA standards and regulations have done a really good job of ensuring that AI developers, such as ourselves, build algorithms in a responsible fashion. So we are not using the data to do anything else like sell it to advertisers or things like that. And I think AI ethics do come in and play a very big part there. And another aspect of ethics is also the whole idea of whether the systems are actually built with representative data. For instance, the idea that it has trouble recognizing voices from different cultures, right? There's a whole aspect around building algorithms that are equitable, that are not biased, right, etc. So there's lots of debates to be had around how we handle data in a responsible fashion and not treat people as the product, but treat the technology as simply a tool that they can use, right, and not abuse their data. And also ensuring that the algorithms we build are actually fair and work well for everybody. So these are aspects that also broadly fall under the AI ethics umbrella from our perspective.
Thank you so much. So we've got about 12 minutes left. So I'm going to, we've only got about 3 questions left. So I'm going to be quick with them. Thank you guys for all the wonderful answers so far. So as you know, with UNCTAD 15, the theme is inequality at the root. And Barbados is is the host country for this. It's a small island developing state, which I'll leave to you to do your own research, but SIDS, as they're known, face a lot of extreme threats, more than the normal developing country. You know, their size, their location, their susceptibility to climate change, natural disasters. There are a lot of problems stacked against them. In your opinion, you know, given that AI provides so much opportunity and will continue to do so moving forward, in your opinion, what are the major roadblocks to ensure that AI tools are adopted in developing countries like Barbados and around the world? Carla, I'll lead with you.
Well, I think that's also where, I mean, that's a very complex question, actually. But I think one of the facets of that question actually starts with education. Because if, say, for instance, we educate kids in England in sort of the use of AI, they start understanding what it's for, how we need to have it be able to explain what it's doing, the ethics around it, how an algorithm is actually kind of defined and how it could work, all those principles of AI. We teach kids in England that, and we do that potentially quite well if that's what we decide to put in the curriculum, or if educators want to focus on this. And we actually don't kind of focus on that in the developing world. Why shouldn't we be focusing on that in the developing world? Why shouldn't that become as important in the kind of educational curriculum or journey that learners go on? And I think what could really help in there, given that you are in the situation you're in terms of the kind of climate change susceptibility, the kind of location where you are, there's a lot of opportunity to immediately start applying that to your context, and to teach kids and to work and co-learn with kids on how to solve some of these problems, potentially using AI. So from that perspective, I think you've got an amazing opportunity in Barbados to really start sort of applying, that AI use to your own context. And it will make it much clearer for everyone, and people will become much more of and the learners will become more of a stakeholder in it. And that, I think, for me, would be the first kind of rung on the ladder that this question begs.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Preeti, do you have an opinion on some of the major roadblocks that could be facing development?
Yeah, I think this is a tricky question, like Clara said, but I think I think there needs to be innovation in commercial and social models. Unless you do that, what internet has brought us is almost like flatten the world, right? So I was interviewing a kid from Nigeria the other day who is doing deep research in AI, which is fantastic, right? So it's not just that only there are 5 centers like US, UK, Germany, China, and Japan who are really thriving in AI, but the rest of it are not. It is the case right now. There is a race happening in these centers, and the developing world will be almost never will be able to catch up. And to bring some parity, we really need to think of some innovation in commercial model, like what happened in the environment right now. The environment is a big debate, but it's not just whether if UK stops or US stops having carbon emission or going down, so suddenly world will be all green, right? Everybody needs to contribute. So there is a commercial rigor right now that large company needs to contribute to developing world so that there is a carbon neutral or green environment. So similar things needs to happen, that if we want great AI doing great stuff, the large countries, the centers needs to almost subsidize the research. And what we are finding here in the in large centers like UK and US and Japan, China, they need to subsidize for the developing country to learn, participate, and so on and so forth. So there needs to be some commercial model innovations in this space where we see, okay, it's in our interest if Barbados really enables itself to learn. It's in our interest for the large centers. That's where I kind of see there's to be more social and commercial innovation.
Totally. There's, I guess, the aspect of the infrastructural standpoint. Dr. Nita, would you like to comment on that?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Matthew. Just to build on top of Preeti's remarks, I think obviously the fundamental need in the developing world is to have internet available for all children across the planet. Right. You can't really talk about AI or any online learning resources till we have high quality, high bandwidth internet available. So, I mean, that's one of the most important and essential things that governments should do. And it's not just, low quality, but really high quality internet, because education is fundamental to the economy's development. But along with that, there's also the need to localize learning, right? A lot of learning resources developed elsewhere might not be appropriate for the situation that children are situated in. So AI tools, algorithms, technologies, right? The ability to speak in local languages and understand all kinds of languages, accents, and to pull up resources that are appropriate to learning there remains a challenge. And so what Preeti said, which I really liked, is right. It's important for all kinds of countries in the world to level up their own AI skills, because it's a whole bunch of local developers, kids today, who will basically be building the tools, the pedagogy, the curriculum, and the infrastructure to enable their countries to benefit from the AI revolution.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Alistair, is there anything you would like to add to that point?
Yeah, I just think as these, AI or machine learning, I think it's not a single, technology, right? It's a basket of technologies that are capable of doing all sorts of different things. And I think the risk is to think of it as a single thing, and there is a right way to do something and there's a wrong way to do something, right? There are a series or a spectrum of different technologies, and we don't know quite how to use them or best make use of them at this point in time, right? So I think that if you're thinking about how these technologies might affect Barbados, right? I think we need to experiment. We need to be open-minded about where things might work or might work better than the incumbent system. I think we need to figure out how that we can best test and trial and experiment where the outcomes are benefited from that sort of process, right? And I think we should go into it, into the next decade, eyes open, which is not like we don't know the right way to do this, right? We don't have the answer. What we have is a possibility or an opportunity to figure out where things might work. Absolutely, the best version might be what's already in place, right? Or it might be that actually here we can do something slightly better if we think about it differently. And I think the risk is replicating the sort of the incumbent models for education as much as anything, right? Rather than going in open-minded, which is actually this might be an opportunity to do this differently or that differently, and let's just figure out what works and what doesn't.
Superb, thank you. I guess that takes us to our last question. For those educators in developing countries and developed countries who want to get familiar with AI and AI tools, what would be your suggestion? What should their first step be outside of getting internet, of course?
Yeah, I think, one of the great things that's happened over the last decade is the rise of massive open online courses, right? And of course, these platforms like Coursera, edX, Andrew Ng, one of the world's leading practitioners of AI, also developed deeplearning.ai as a resource. There's a number of places you can go to on the internet, even YouTube, simply actually just Google for introductions to AI type videos. There's tons of resources available for both informal learning as well as formal structured certifications in the space. I'm a huge fan of these learning platforms, and I highly recommend people check these out.
Likewise. Would anyone else like to add to that? Carla?
Yes, I would like to add to that. I think we need to nurture a really vital ingredient because, quite a lot of kids have it, and most kids have it innate, and education quite often kills it. And that's called curiosity. Because if you're curious, you're going to go, and if you've got access to the internet, you're going to go and find out because you're being curious. and you're being curious about AI and what is all this about. And then what, Satya was saying about all these wonderful free resources and courses that are available. That's how a lot of young kids, for instance, in Africa now sort of start engaging with AI. And actually, if you look at the African startup scene, a lot of them are, experimenting in machine learning to kind of drive their mobile learning solutions. So that's not because they've learned it at school. That's because they were curious and they found out. And that is, I think, a quality that we should definitely nurture in education, because that's how we're going to get kids to kind of engage with this outside of the system. And obviously, if the system can support it, even better. But the curiosity is as important, I think, as the MOOC platforms that help kids and young learners and older learners find out.
Thank you so much. Anyone else want to have a quick 10-second go at that?
Well, I'll just add one thing to this is other than just all what Satya talked about, the learning platform, even the best of the best deep science is out in the internet right now, right? So anything new innovation happening in the space of AI, it is more or less open. The companies and organizations don't put everything together where they are going to make massive commercial inroad, but predominantly the rest of the thing is all available for learning. So, the main part of AI, which we call machine learning, but deep learning, and how to do that is all out in white paper, in software, in solutions. Everything is open source. So anybody from anywhere in the world can really pick it up. And I fully agree with Carla, that is curiosity what will enable people to learn. Is not necessarily these things are widely available and increasingly available with lots of program done by large organizations, including Microsoft, Google, and Amazon of the world. So you can tap into those courses as well.
Superb. Well, I think we can all agree that AI is here to stay, and we're only scratching the surface as to what's next. So we're indeed in interesting times, and I really appreciate all of your guys' insights and suggestions and recommendations. I want to thank you all. Really appreciate you coming. Special thanks to Carla Ertz, Dr. Alistair Moore, Dr. Satya Nita, and Priti Padi for this enlightening conversation. We hope our audience enjoyed this panel and that we've provided enough insights on AI and education. We'll now take a little break and then reconvene in the City Hall for the plenary sessions, Inequality at the Root. Thank you again for attending this talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Drama in Jamaica. He is a teaching artist as a social activist. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Validating Our Own Stories, a conversation on the practice of Caribbean theater and theater in the Caribbean. My name is Michelle Hinkson-Cox, and I'm the Theater Arts Coordinator at the Barbados Community College. I'm also a theater playwright, director, and actress, and today I will be joined by a few of my colleagues from the region. First up, Zara Erol is a passionate theater practitioner and writer in Antigua and Barbuda. She holds a master's in theater from the University of Houston and is the founder of Z's Youth Theater, AGHS Honeybee Theater, and the adult group Sugar Apple Theater Ensemble. As a social activist, Zara has used theater as an advocacy vehicle and has been commissioned by both local and international bodies to shed light on social ills through theater. Kentelia Louie has been a director and theater arts educator for about 25 years. She served as the curriculum officer for theater arts at the Ministry of Education in St. Lucia for 10 years. She was a member of the Nobel Laureate Festival Management Committee and the creator and manager of the Walcott Schools Festival for over 5 years. Cantilia is currently the coordinator of the Creative and Performing Arts, as well as the Creative Industries and Events Management Associate Degree programs at the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College in St. Lucia. She is the artistic director of USPAC, a youth performing arts company, and the producer and director for local television series Fellas. And lastly, Marvin George, who is a Commonwealth scholar who currently serves as the Dean of the School of Drama in Jamaica. He is a teaching artist with over 2 decades of experience in applied theater, interested in traditional Caribbean performance and popular development. Although based in Jamaica, he continues to serve as the director at Juve Haiti, Caribbean Yard Campus, and Arts in Action in his native Trinidad and Tobago, and as a member of CaribNet, the Caribbean Network of Art Presenters. As an actor, he has worked with some of the Caribbean's leading playwrights and directors, including his mentor, Raul Gibbons, and Nobel laureate Sir Derek Walcott. Through his directorial work and teaching at the School of Drama, particularly on Caribbean culture in performance, Marvin continues to interrogate his research interests. He's recently recommenced PhD study at the University of the West Indies on a performance research project titled Making Mass with Development, Making Development with Mass. And I want to open the conversation by simply asking, why our stories? What is the value in the stories that we have to tell as a people in the region?
I think, let me start off. I think we have to look at it in terms of not just the region, but when you think of civilizations generally, stories have always been a part of their understanding of themselves and their development. So everybody has their story, their narrative, their be it a national narrative, clan narrative, whatever it is. And so for us, especially for our history and the period we are coming out of, this post independence nationalist period, I think our stories are extremely important to us as a region in trying and find ourselves in this global society, community that we live in.
Definitely. I'm just going to piggyback on Kentilia's piece and add that it's so important for us to not only retell the stories in our voices with our people in our narratives, but also for us to add to the stories as they are happening now. And in that storytelling, we have such a rich connection between the present and the past that I think it is our responsibility to definitely find a way to capture and share those stories, not only with other Caribbean people, but outside of the Caribbean. We have persons outside of the Caribbean who want to narrate our stories. And no matter their intent, no matter their passion, there is just an inauthenticity with doing that they will never be able to capture that experience because it's not coming from the Caribbean. So it's our responsibility to definitely add to and carry forth the mantle that, our predecessors definitely started.
I'm extending the conversation in very much the same way. I think that every work of art, every theater, and every story told is essentially a product of a particular cultural context. And the context of the Caribbean, given its history as both an old civilization and a new one, in the sense that they were people living here. And then there's a particular intervention that makes the Caribbean in some ways a new space. And also, given that a part of that narrative is the fact that the majority of the population of the Caribbean are in fact people who were brought here not to be people. It's important for us to find ways of telling stories, especially if the majority or the mass of the population were brought here not to be people, and as a result, were not necessarily entitled. right, or enfranchised in telling their own story. So telling is critical for us. It's very, very important for us.
I think that's interesting for me too, Marvin, because as having that mix of being both educator and writer, you know, one of the things that actually forced me into writing when I came back to teaching theater in Barbados was the lack of plays that spoke to us, specifically Barbadian plays in this instance. So, you know, we had access to Trinidadian plays, Jamaican plays, St. Lucian plays through Walcott and, you know, but there was such an absence of Barbadian work that was available. And it pushed me to start writing, and not just kind of writing any and everything, but looking at what are the stories that have either been told about us, but not told accurately, as Zara was saying, or looking at the stories that haven't been told that these younger generations need to hear, because it is amazing and appalling how many of them don't know about our folk traditions, for instance. You know, they know more about the American traditions, or in some cases, the Asian traditions with, you know, Japanime and K-pop and these different things that are happening, but they're not very aware of our stories.
Yeah, definitely, and I agree with you in terms of something here. Yes, we've had some great writers in St. Lucia. What I found was that I got tired of seeing the same plays done over and over again. And there are a lot of young persons coming up, because I think something we forget sometimes, and because of, again, our history, and we're trying to preserve certain ideas of our stories, you know, that there are different ways of telling the same story. And everybody has a perspective they can bring to it. And right now, one of the things that we're trying to promote here in St. Lucia is to get young writers to approach some of the same stories, or find new stories that will tell their journey and to add to the canon. I think that is very important, is that addition.
I suspect in each territory we could evidence much of what we're talking about here. On the one hand, I suppose, is the fact that if the context or the premise that we began the conversation with, which is the business about history, the history of the region, is accepted as true, then one of the things we probably also have to accept is that forgetting is one of the forces, right? Forgetting is one of the forces of that history. That is to say, Alex Haley's roots, right? What's your name, boy? Kunta Kinte. Your name is Toby. What's your name, boy? Kunta Kinte. Your name is Toby. So one of the forces of being in the Caribbean and the Americas is to forget, or to erase something, right? So, and I'm not saying that is what the Caribbean is. I'm saying that is a force in the idea of the to and fro, right, of the nation of the Caribbean. And so we have to accept, therefore, that perhaps that particular narrative, or the evidence of not remembering or not knowing, is something we could talk about in various ways in our respective context. But I also suspect, because life, like drama, is about force and opposing force, that there is much what we do that is also about remembering at the same time, right? Which is why there are stories that have been written, and which is why there are stories that some of us remember and before they tell it the same way. And I suppose which is why we probably need to invest more. And I'm not thinking about money, but I also mean money. Invest more in the ways in which we allow ourselves to remember, right? So that some of what Kentile is talking about, the business about telling our stories in different ways, becomes part and parcel, like a regular form, or or what we do with our own stories. Right?
Yeah, I just want to add to that. One of the things about the forgetting, one of my concerns right now, I don't know if it happens in the other countries, especially like for Zara and Jamaica, I think might be slightly different. But because hair tourism is such a big thing, when now you speak to person and say, well, what's the story of St. Lucia? What do you know about St. Lucia? It's usually given to you from that very manufactured, sand, sea, and only certain elements that have been that someone decided palatable, you know. And I think the beauty of theater is giving that balance, because it's a lot. It's bombarding, especially the younger generation, this view, this new story, you know. And I think that's where we come in to make sure we keep them centered.
Totally agree with you there, and especially coming from such a small island like Antigua. I hope nobody from Antigua listens and feels offended when I say this, but looking at the cultural and entertainment history of Antigua, I feel sometimes we start out striking while the iron is hot, and then for some reason it's cooled off to the point where it's totally gone into freezer, and other places, other territories are like, oh, Antigua's doing that, I can do that, and we're run with it. And Antigua's just there like, okay, well, we're still not there yet, even though we may have in some way inspired other territories, you know. If we go back to the attempted revolt of King Court, that was one of the earliest revolts in the Caribbean. It failed, but it was so significant, and so significant to Antigua's history as well. And in terms of plays, that's how I feel as a playwright too, that we are a small territory, but we have some amazing stories in our history, in our Caribbean mythology. Why can't we have more of our plays out there too, across the region and on the international market as well?
So then the question is, how do we get to that point? Because it's like Kentili was saying, here in Barbados, we have a similar situation with tourism. And we're kind of in a position in terms of theater where you find there are certain types of shows that will get the larger audiences, that will get the bigger investment financially in terms of sponsorship. And then those of us who might be doing more heritage-based work, historical work, folk material, you know, we tend to be, as we would say, more grassroots, because we have to be. We're not getting the kind of support that some of the other companies might be getting. So how do we get to that point where we're saying our stories have value as well, and our stories can be sold internationally? Marvin, I know you can speak of, for instance, the work that was being done by the Errols in Trinidad, Errol Hill and Errol John. You know, their work was exported. How do we get to a point in contemporary theater where we are able to export, like Errol, like Walcott, like Trevor Rohn, you know, like all of the elders in theater? How do we get there?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sold yet on the idea of exporting at all, just for the record. I'm not necessarily interested in that. And I'll tell you exactly what I mean by that. I think that I think the work is internal. And by internal, what I mean is the extent to which we could focus on ourselves, the stories that we have to tell, to engage ourselves in creative processes as a result of these narratives and these ways of making, and then make art as a result. I don't know that any of the great artists ever were making art because they felt the need or the urgency to export. I felt, you know, in reading what they do, it seems to me that what they were doing is simply trying to have an honest conversation with their context. And as a result, and the extent to which they can have that conversation honestly, the extent to which they can create integrity, the extent to which that creation can manifest beauty, is the extent to which the work matters beyond the immediate audiences for which it was intended, right? Walcott writing Tija might be written away from home, but Walcott with Tija is not necessarily written so that some British or American audience will immediately have access to the text. It's the same for Moon and a Rainbow Shawl by now a West Indian classic, produced over and over again in England. That story is about some people who live behind the bridge in Port of Spain, and that story does not necessarily have to matter to anybody anywhere else in the world, except some people close to the bridge or close to behind the bridge in Port of Spain. The reason why it probably has resonance is because the power of the story of the ordinary people who live behind the bridge, or people who live in the country somewhere in St. Lucia, from a story that is older than Walcott's telling, right, is why it has value. It's not about us writing. Something is beautiful and powerful, right? And somebody else finds resonance and recognizes characters and so on inside of it is the extent for which it will find itself located elsewhere and somewhere else and somewhere else, right? And be told again and again and again. So our work is to go into ourselves. It's not about focusing on selling anything.
I just want to add something to that. Marvin is very right about what he says. I think, again, one of the things we have to remember, because when you mention all those persons, Michelle, I got to know all those greats essentially from two sources. One was someone, because artists generally don't, as I've said, think about those things, have the foresight to document their work and make it available to everyone. So at the time it was extramural departments. I think all of us have these little pink and red and white and the different color books. That's how we were able to get access to it, and start to see and visualize and read and see similarities and so forth. And again, the importance of the actual performances, be it through companies, local or visiting companies, and seeing what is out there. And I think that is something that we have to recognize, the importance of that level of documentation. One of the things I get asked a lot when I direct a play after the fact is, so you have a copy, can I have a copy to look at? Now, when you're doing it at the moment, you're not thinking of all of that. That's sadly not the first thing on your mind. But really and truly, I think that is something that we have to start to do if we want to be able to have those records. Because, right now, this generation is more about audiovisual. And I don't know about you all, but I'm a teacher. It's hard to get them to sit down and read, but they will watch. So I think that is something that we have to take more seriously.
The point that you're making, Marvin and Kentelia, is really quite critical as well. Looking inward, right? Looking inward. And even in looking inward, how do we get our stories among ourselves, among our people, among our region, to have recognition as being valuable? And I think it's a really good point that you're making, Kenty, about the extramural department. We had that set up where artists from the region were traveling across the region. They were writing plays, but they were sharing their work. They were doing workshops, and there was that sense of camaraderie among artists. I suppose we are now the next generation of artists who are kind of trying to do that. But there is that question of valuing self. Valuing self.
I think that's so important, Michelle, and that's something that we definitely need to encourage and build on, the camaraderie. For me, the Caribbean Secondary Schools Drama Festival, that's how I met all of you. And I'm so grateful for that opportunity. And I can't begin to tell you what an oasis that was for me, interacting with other creatives, meeting people who are studying the arts, who are actually practicing and doing things. And I wish that Liat would get its act together, or Caribbean Airlines get some better fares, because maybe that's one of the places that we need to start, getting our governments to work out an agreement with these airlines so that travel for creative exchange would be far more affordable. Shameless plug.
I just want to add to what Sarah is saying and what you said, Michelle, about looking inward. One of the things we have to also recognize is that the way theater as an art form is very communal. You can't put on a play by yourself, you know? So I think what she's talking about, you see that discussion, that kind of almost incubator kind of system that a lot of us got being at school or being in a group, and there's something that happens, the energy of the exchange. I tell my story to you, you tell your story to me, and somewhere in between there, that's where it kind of enhances, heightens the creative juices, and then you can go off and then write a play, you can act in something, you can direct, you can do whatever, and so forth. That is extremely important because that's when, and you know, as we always have an angst. We have this angst within us, always trying to find that perfection or that sense of us. But to find it, you need that reflection from others to say, okay, where am I? What's happening? Okay, this. I see you. I see myself. You know, this is what I'm feeling. Yes, no, and so forth. So I think that is also an important element in finding your own story, in finding your own path and yourself and how you want to approach, you know, this whole process.
Coming out of working with people like Raul, right? Coming out of working with people like Raul Gibbons and Louis, process of the work. And I know, Zara, even watching your girls, you know, and seeing the kind of work that you've done with them, I know that the process is very important. And it's not just about, let's perform a story, let's learn some lines, let's put on a character. But there is such an involved process that makes the participants learn about themselves while doing the work. And I think that's really critical to the kind of work that we're doing, especially when we're talking about who we are as a people, our identity, our history and our heritage, and understanding ourselves within that context. So we're able to kind of look back at the historical context, but we're also able to bring it into a more contemporary kind of, okay, this is what this means to me now. And I think that's really important for the young people that we're working with.
Yeah, every process, every act of making is at once discovery in a kind of broad sense and self-discovery. That is to say that when you have the work in front of you, you discover things as you're engaging with yourself, and everybody does. The actors do, the director does, the designers also do, right? That's just the nature of working collaboratively and working with a new work, and honestly trying to give it meaning when it has to be mounted. But every artist also knows that giving a performance is also, in very many ways, an offering of yourself. It is an offering of yourself. And so there is a self-discovery that is a critical part of the journey, right? Of inhabiting a role or manifesting a role, or however you would think, right? So this is about discovery and finding out. It's part and parcel of what we do on a day-to-day basis. Anyway, if you're honest about making art. I just want to go back a little bit to that question about that. This is about the inward, right? About going inside. And I just want to be clear that none of what I'm saying, because I know people listening and so on, is to suggest that you're not interested in audience or market or what have you. That's not the point, right? That is not the point. The point is, as Cynthia is suggesting, because the theater is a community art, right? Because the theater is about communication, like all art, it requires an audience so that it can actually, right? So that an act of theater can occur. An act of theater can only really occur if there is an audience, right? To engage the performer, to interface with the performer. But having said all of that, I'm saying that the honesty and integrity of making, right, might not necessarily be about the market, right, or the right or the economy for people. It is really first and foremost about dealing with people, right? Shakespeare talks about art as holding a mirror up to nature, as it were, and so on. And, you know, the market comes after. The market comes after. And the other part the other point I think I want to make about the self and the journey towards the market and the journey towards the audience is that writing a play in its first draft, again going back to that point that you make about the theater being a communal art, a community art, or a composite art, is not the end of the play. If I write something, right? If I WRITE something and I submit the draft, that is not the end. The theater, as dramatic literature, requires performance. But even before it gets to performance, processes before that to determine if the play would hold, if the play could hold, right? Which is why, for example, and again, I'm referencing Shakespeare because he is the easiest subject to try to draw some of these examples from and so on. And also because there's a comparison we probably also have to make at perhaps sometime later in the conversation. Shakespeare's text has X amount of folios and so on for any one play, right? Which suggests that he's been writing, because playwriting is not necessarily about R-I-T-E, right? But W-R-I-G-H-T, right? Which is making. It has to go referring all the time with the playwright and the community, right? And that's what I mean by internal. That work is really internal. It's about us. It's about us working things out. That's what writing is about. W-R-I-G-H-T. You know, so that's the thing.
No, I'm agreeing with everyone there. In terms of the process, and I'm not gonna lie, I love the process. Thank you for mentioning my girls. As an educator as well, for me, one of the greatest experiences is seeing the students take hold of the process and move it beyond what you even expected them to do, because it shows how invested they are in what they're doing. And I have found that creating pieces that they can relate to, creating pieces that are Caribbean, that are Antiguan, to me, that brings out the best work from the students that I've worked with so far, because they feel a sense of pride in doing the performance. They can connect to the history, they can connect to the experience of the character. So the process definitely takes on a whole life of its own. In terms of the marketing and exporting as well, I do agree with Marvin in the sense that we have to find pride in our work first. As respective countries and as a collective, we definitely need to be the biggest pushers of our products, because if we're not even interested in what our creatives are producing, then can we really expect the international market to take it and retain its authenticity? With that being said, though, and feel free to correct me, but what I have observed is that some of our Caribbean greats receive that platform to display their work on an international stage. And that really helped to propel not only their work, but the country itself and market the country. So what I feel, one of the things I think that we do need to look for are more opportunities similar to that, whether it is international festivals or fellowships or scholarships overseas. I can tell you my personal experience, even though I was studying at the University of Houston, just about everything where I could, I inserted the Caribbean into it, because I don't know, I felt like, hey, I'm going to show you that we have stuff that's just as good as what you're doing there. I'm like, okay, this is what you guys are doing, man. I know somebody even more talented like that in the Caribbean. Here's their work, or here are my kids. Okay, that's what your kids doing on stage. That's cute. Let's take a look at what our Caribbean kids are capable of. And I feel we just have to stop being polite and become more bold. I don't want to use the word aggressive, but more bold and confident in the products that we are putting out there locally, and definitely pushing for whatever opportunities we can grab internationally.
I think this is a really nice moment here to segue a little bit and to talk about what the four of us together and some of the other artists who we've kind of co-opted. Talk to us a bit about what we are doing. Let's tell everyone, and so that they're aware that the work doesn't stop here, that we are talking about this, yes, in this forum, but we're doing something about it as well. I suppose for a little bit of a background, all four of us are members of the Caribbean Network of Art Presenters, and so we're looking to see how we can use that platform as well to do some of the things that we've been talking about. So I'm going to hand over to Marvin on that one because he tends to speak so beautifully and encapsulate everything so nicely. So Marvin, over to you.
I think that the conversation that what you're raising there is about emergence, right? And some of the work we've been doing recently as Caribbean. All right, I'm trying to work on where to start, Lord. This year, Errol Hill is 100 years old. Errol Hill is a theater maker, a playwright, a director, an actor, a theater researcher, an academic, and a work activist in some ways, like a theater activist, if there's such a thing, who has transitioned now a couple of years, but his work remains critical to any conversation on the idea of a Caribbean theater. And it has to do, I think, largely with some of his scholarship and some of the work that he did while he was faculty at the extramural department at the University of the West Indies. All right. In his tenure, what Hill was able to do was to find plays from different parts of the Caribbean, plays that probably would not have seen the light of day in his time, 50s and 60s, and get them published. Right? Katia made reference to the little yellow books, the little red books, the little blue books, or whatever color they are. These are these little booklets, all these little plays from all over the region, the English-speaking Caribbean, and he got them published. They probably would not have otherwise been. Errol Hill is also the academic who wrote The Jamaica Stage, a history of theater in Jamaica from the 17th century, I think it is straight through to the 19th century. Errol Hill is also the academic who wrote about Shakespeare and Sable on Black actors in Shakespeare, which extends the reach of his work in the academy beyond the Caribbean and into the Americas because of the extent to which he's able to speak about Black actors, right? Black actors working on Shakespeare's plays. And Errol Hill is also the academic who wrote a critical essay called The Emergence of a National Drama in the West Indies that surveys what he thinks is the emergence of the theater in the Caribbean, right? And since that essay, I think it's 1972, I don't know that there has been another essay about theater in the Caribbean that challenges or offers the kind of articulation that he does in speaking to what he means by emergence. Essentially, what he sets up is where we started, a conversation on a place called the Caribbean that finds itself in a historical context of being colonized, right? In the mass of the population being brought from somewhere else, just like the people who are colonizing this place. And as a result, the theater is to be honest about itself, and the theater has to have the mass of the population writing plays about itself and presenting with decency and integrity these people who belong to the mass as protagonists who are not ridiculed or presented as buffoons, let's say, right? So emergence for Hill is really when our theater begins to perform exactly that. And in the essay, he locates, I think, C.L.R. James's work as an early manifestation of that. And interestingly, in his Black Chapter, which is the epic story about the Haitian Revolution, he locates work like Una Marston's Pocomania as part of that conversation. Pocomania, as you know, is black religion. It's an African religion here in Jamaica. Kind of like what people in Trinidad, somewhere in between the spectrum of the spiritual Baptist and Orisha in Trinidad, and perhaps Kelly in St. Lucia and so on, right? Spiritual Baptist in Barbados too, right? And he's bringing that into the in Jamaica. And then at the end of the essay, after he does that beautiful survey from the 1930s coming forward, he gets to the end and he says, that maybe the beginning of the Caribbean, the emergence of national drama in West Indies, might be Marcus Garvey, because Marcus Garvey used to write plays to perform at the River Spark, right? Writing like here in Jamaica, right? Down the road from where I am right now, just down the road from Edmund College. The point therefore is that if that kind of energy was put into organizing how we see ourselves as the theater that we make in what we might call Caribbean, then it seems to us that there is something that we ought to be doing that picks up from where he might have left off. I'm not saying that nobody has been doing it. I'm saying that it is about us now in an enterprise. And so Emergence really is about giving us a chance to connect with the people who are now our elders, who would have been the children of Hill, as it were, us having conversations with them for the sake of us now filling the gap between Hill and them and us, and then organizing for ourselves what we will share with our children so that they can move forward and grow from the foundation that we have. And so that's what is next. It started with a reading of Harold Hill's Man, Better Man on His Way, and we will see where it goes from there. The rest is what we invested. It's what we invest in the project. Yeah?
Really important parts of the Emergence project for me is that we are speaking to the elders, because I think sometimes we kind of operate in our silos and we know what's happening in our country and we're not as aware of what is happening or has happened in other territories. And I think it's really important for us as a region to share those stories as well. So when we're talking about validating our stories, we're not only talking about putting it on stage, but understanding the things that went before that caused us to now be where we are today. And I'm particularly excited about the opportunities that are there for us to be able to speak with the elders from the different territories, and perhaps even for some of those elders to also have conversations, because I can tell you, certainly, every time I speak with Raul, he will ask me for my father, and my father and Raul, being contemporaries in theater, somehow never speak to each other except by sending messages through the third party. And I think this is really a good opportunity for them to be able to dialogue again, to have those conversations that used to happen before in the 70s and the 80s, and to really stir those conversations, not only among the elders now, but also to allow the elder conversations to influence those of us who are still here, still practicing. And there's a lot of work to be done as far as that goes. There is a lot of work to be done. So definitely, like Zara said earlier, shameless plug, look out for what we're doing with Emergence. We are going to be having several interviews coming out soon. I know, Marvin, you would have started with some already. Looking at those interviews and really having conversations around them. Because quite rightly, as Marvin said, a lot of those elders were interested in telling stories for their people, documenting histories of things that were happening at the time. And so it wasn't necessarily about just let me write something to make money off of it. I can tell you that for a fact because my father's a Barbadian playwright. And certainly the money hasn't filtered down to me. So clearly it wasn't about making the money back in those days. And it still isn't so much about making the money now because there's a group of people across the region that I think are doing this because we have a passion for the work. We have a passion for the work, So go ahead, Marvin.
I was going to say that but it is also about making money. I don't want to leave that money thing out because I'm frightened when we leave out money. I realize I'm real frightened when we leave out money. It is also about making money. But that point you're making about the elders conversation part of that idea of the emergence, that conversation about the theater of the Caribbean is at once a conversation on what are the elements that we might recognize that will help us to say that this thing is Caribbean. That's on the one hand, that's kind of what it is, right? But on the other, it is also a project in placing the Caribbean in conversation with itself. Like in the interviews coming in preparation for that reading of Hill's Man Better Man, Gibbons was and Wilkinson too, a couple of them were very short to remind us in those interviews that Hill and those journalists, Walcott wrote Drums and Colors to Celebrate the Federation in 1958, I think, right? It is a play, a big epic musical that tells the whole story of the Caribbean straight up to Federation as a carnival band. Now, and Walcott invited me actually to audition for the work I did with Walcott. That's thanks to Kenty there. Otherwise, I probably would have been about it. You know, I met Walcott because of Hillier, and Walcott was also very adamant or interested, if not adamant, that his company should comprise people from different parts of the Caribbean. When I did Haitian Earth with Walcott in 2004 to celebrate the bicentenary of the Haitian independence, that cast comprised St. Lucian actors alongside Trinidad actors and all kind of crazy things going on. I mean, that's a normal thing. That was part of the dream of perhaps that entire generation. I found out recently that when Carol Dawes here in Jamaica started working on what I think was called the Festival Theatre Company of Jamaica in the 1970s, that part of that is to continue the federalist dream, you know? So the idea of getting us to work with each other in that way has been part and parcel, has also been part and parcel of the enterprise of what we mean when we talk about a Caribbean theatre. Not only how we aestheticize it, but how we constitute it, right? How we comprise it, how we make up this thing, right? And the question of the money, that question of money, and I don't want to leave it lagging there. That question of money has at least two things to deal with. One is the question of funding. One of the things I talk to students about, because I deal with theater history as well, sometimes in my teaching, right, is that we have to remember that the artist who is regarded as the greatest playwright in English literature, who is William Shakespeare, was supported by the crown. Right? Right? Let's make no mistake about it. In the 16th century, William Shakespeare's work was supported by the crown. In the 16th century, of course, the mass of the population were enslaved in this part of the world. Let's be clear on that. In other words, the state, insofar as it understood the importance of art to the building of a civilization, it supported it. That's one thing that we have to get clear. And that history of support from the crown, the spirit of that is what informs, even till today, what the British people know at the Arts Council. Let us be very clear. That is still there. That spirit is still in place. That's one. The flip side of that, which is perhaps the second part of the story about the money, is that we also have to find ways. Part of our ongoing work is finding ways of making contact with audiences, so that the enterprise of theatre making is also profitable for those who want to invest in it as a career. One of the things we have to be honest about ourselves with in that exercise, because sometimes we confuse ourselves, is that even artists who work outside of the Caribbean, and I'm talking about people who work in the large metropolitan centers and so on, they don't always find themselves on stage. You know, like, I am an actor, therefore I am 365 days of the year on stage. That's not entirely true, even for the people looking at the poll. If you know British actors, if you have British actors who are friends, they will tell you that when they're not doing the big productions on the West End and so on the downtime, they're doing work in the community, they're doing TIE type work, and education type work, and other types of gigs to make a living, right? If you know who the big stars in Hollywood are, you have to know that there are 300 million people living in America, and there are X amount of thousands of universities and programs teaching theater, and you probably watch the same 100 stars over and over and over. So the rest a million of them who train in theater, what does this do? What is? And the reason I'm saying that is because we sometimes feed ourselves with myths about what the industry is, right? We gotta make it big, we gotta bust and so on. But not everybody does bust, right? Not everybody does bust, which is not to say that you can't aspire to making it big. That's not the point. The point is you have to be honest. And there's a kind of dishonesty when we talk to ourselves about the industry that we have to get rid of immediately and get back to what is at the center of what we do. And that is that, in fact, artists have always and historically been, in spite of the need for state support in what we do, entrepreneurial. We have always been. We are the only persons who ever have been. We are the only persons who ever have been, because we will not get another gig either through state support from the subventions or audience coming to see a show if your last show never was good. We've always been the ones taking the risks, and we have, and that is why when I talk about going inside, that's what inside is about. Inside is less about trying to run down our money and ensuring that so that you will always have a living, because when the work is not good, you don't have a living. Yeah, and that's the inside outside of what we do. Yeah.
So, as we kind of wrap up this part of the conversation, my question then is, what next? Where do we go from here? What's the next step for us as artists, as educators, writers, directors? What's the next step for us?
I think more of this, more occasions like this are important. The discussions, because as Marvin was saying, and we've been saying over and over again about there's a grounding that has to happen. You have to, for yourself as an artist, again, because being an artist is not easy, and being a theater maker is not easy. It's not for the faint-hearted. But there is a grounding that you have to have, as well as a support system you have to have. And I think when you look at, and you mentioned, I mean, the Royal Gibbons, the Equitable Wilkinsons, all of those persons, the Walters and so forth, one thing that has struck me in dealing with all of those persons is the conversations. You know, they may not always agree. The conversations might be debates and arguments sometimes, but those are important, you know, to have that kind of communal feeling. I think that's one of the things we got when we did Man Better Man recently, and everybody came away from that sense of community, that sense of, I don't say brotherhood, sisterhood, family, you know, that we will support, we will help out, we understood, you know, we get to give you that extra energy when you need, and that little, yeah, no, and so on and so forth. Because you need the ground has to be fertile for you to be able to create. And these are the things, that is what helps it to become fertile. And out of that, I think we will see a strong, you know, branch or on this tree, which is our Caribbean theater growing, you know?
Definitely agreeing with Kentelia on that point for sure. I'm just here thinking that, you know, fingers crossed, I'm still being optimistic that we can get the pandemic to a manageable place where we can continue to build upon what we've been doing, and the potential that some of the Caribbean entities that are already in place have, like the Secondary Schools Drama Festival, lengthening it, broadening it to include more workshops with practitioners on whatever respective island, or even inviting practitioners from other islands to come and hold clinics with the children and with the teachers especially. Consistency for sure. And that's something I tell people all the time, because I mean, the struggle is definitely real, especially in Antigua. And for me, it's consistency that I guess has helped me make my mark in the theater community in Antigua, especially, to continue to produce good work. And I tell my fellow teacher directors this: I'm not going to put anything on stage that I don't think is ready, because for me, the process is so important. So workshops and conversations, continuing, creating opportunities for more conversations like this. And, you know, I'm hoping the next time we'll be in person. You know, Kentilly are missing the Friday Night Lime. So, you know, I would love to even see an element added to the drama festival where in lieu of the respective island presentations, that maybe at the end of the week we can see a presentation by all the territories in some way. You know, some of those friendships, I know some of my kids, they're still talking to some of the girls from St. Lucia and the boys from the Trinidad school with Janelle Archer and stuff. I know they're still really good friends, and I hope they can remain lifelong friends. And, you know, maybe in 15, 20 years, they'll be the ones on this panel. And again, maybe this can come under Emergence, but I would love to see us offering a workshop that teachers and students can travel to, similar to what Broadway offers persons from around the world as well. And we just have to we just have to remain steadfast. It's hard, can be discouraging sometimes, but we have to remain steadfast.
I feel that if the theater is a composite art, a community art, it's that next thing for us is that wherever uncommunity exists, is to mash it up. And by uncommunity, I mean wherever barriers exist for us. Our parents, meaning our parents in theater, like the Hills and the rest of them, they have already said what one of those barriers are. And what one of the barriers might be, right? And that is the business about that barrier is the distance between us as islands and so on, right? Which is why the dream is about this, you know, us knowing and working with each other and engaging each other as we go. That's one way. The other distance is the distance to ourselves, which is the extent to which we are willing to tell our own stories. And telling our own stories is not about history. It's not about history lessons, right? History is also a way to tell your story, because there's so much about us as a people historically that we are yet to know, right? That's a fact. But dealing with us is also, the distance to dealing with us is also about dealing with our own fantasies and imagination and the way in which we dream, or the ways in which we dream, so that there's beautiful fiction to be told still for us. There is work for us to do still in converting some of our poems and novels into great stage plays or performances and screenplays, right? Which is perhaps why, for example, the second half of Phil's thesis, which is about the mandate for a national carnival, is so critical, where indigenous performance, which are the spaces where we dream more freely, by the way. We dream more freely in our indigenous spaces, right? In our indigenous festivals, indigenous performances. And so our ability to go into those spaces and to dream up stories that we want to tell about ourselves is also part of the gap that we have to bridge. That's still part of the enterprise. I suspect that the next part of that is to deal with the gap between the theaters of the Caribbean, and I don't mean geography now, I mean in any one spot of land, there are theaters happening. And here how it goes. They have who in school making theater, and that is the theater education. That's either secondary school drama festival work, or the people who work through the academy. So you're teaching at a tertiary level institution, right? They are the people who are doing a kind of informal, non-formal work in theater, who we rely on for the generative power that will make, that will aestheticize anything we could dream of, right? As the people working in the festival spaces and so on, who are making theater. But by merits of the history of the space, we don't call what they do theater. We call it theatrical, right? Let's say a performance. That's a distance. And then I think the other distance, or one of the other distances, is the distance between us now and the people who have managed over time to create these industries, as it were, in our respective territories. The people who work in what might be the commercial theater of Barbados, the commercial theater of St. Lucia, the commercial theater of Jamaica, etc., Trinidad and Tobago, and so on, right? And because there are gaps there. Sometimes some of us as individual workers move freely between those spaces. Sometimes we do, it's a fact, right? But not enough times do we find ourselves in conversation with each other and collaborating with each other with a kind of openness, right? And that is the next distance and the next barrier that we have to mash up if we're serious about theater being a community. And that is not something for us to fuss and fight over and fuss over either, because again, if where we began in this conversation is true, which is that this is a place that is constructed, right, in the colonial exercise, which is also an exercise in forgetting and dividing. It's about forgetting. One of that force about forgetting is a divisive force. So we have to accept that division is part and parcel of our own existence. If we accept it, then we know that the next thing for us to do is to mash up that distance. The fourth is about COVID, which is for me only a conversation on reparations. It's about being healthy and so on, but it's a conversation on reparations. It's about the ways in which this moment of distancing has exposed for us a whole heap of systemic inequalities, right? So that's the next distance to bring down. And then the last one, I think, is the business about technology. That I actually think COVID is an opportunity. I think it is an opportunity to find out what is the next thing that we can do with performance. Now, and when I say that, I mean that it might not be theater in the sense that we understood it up until March 2020, right? That we gather in a theater, performing on a stage with a live audience and so on, right? And I'm also saying that it is not necessarily film, which is the idea of us performing before a camera in some kind of screenplay written by somebody, blah, blah, blah. I'm saying that there's something yet to emerge that we have to be patient with ourselves about, that will happen as a result of us playing around with the technology that is available to us. And when we find it, we could be very excited by it, right? Some of that we've done already. I've seen some work coming out of Barbados like that. That's an action in Trinidad and Tobago at the outreach arm of the Equitable Department of JE. To me, has been at the forefront of it, you know, in English-speaking Caribbean, that is. The School of Drama here in Jamaica, we've done some work. I think there's work like that in St. Lucia as well. People have been doing work using technology. And I'm saying that the extent to which we are willing to engage more and more and more, doing things over and over and over, because that's really how we get better in the work that we do too. Yeah. More and more and more and more and more is the extent to which we're going to explore into the next meeting. And those are the distances for me. Those are the next steps in my mind. Yeah.
Well, that is wonderful. I think we have a lot to kind of, chew on. There's a lot of work to be done as well. And at this point, I just want to invite those of you who've joined us virtually to share your questions, and let's continue the conversation with you involved this time, not just the four of us together, but let's hear some of your questions and continue the conversation. So we're going to begin by just kind of taking a cue from where Marvin left off just now, Marvin, you spoke about the digital age that we're in, you know, and we've kind of been thrust into this because of COVID. Where do we draw the line now? Or is there a line to be drawn? Do we think about drawing anything at all when we're now considering the idea of immersing theater or just perhaps bringing theater into this technological space that we're in because of COVID? Where do we go with that?
Regarding the question about theater and technology, notwithstanding the proposals about the distance to be covered as a result of COVID and what COVID done and the lessons that are becoming from it, I think the first thing to accept is that whatever the technology of the time is, it is the technology of the time. In other words, theater has always been evolving as a result of whatever technology confronts, right? Mm-hmm. The act of theater is essentially the act of a live performance, right? The act of a live performance. I'm saying, therefore, that where we go from here is, I maintain, is perhaps, even till today, unknown, notwithstanding the signs that we might be seeing, some of which I think I've offered before, right? But just to recap, the experiment really that to date we've seen so far has been with making performance, each performer making performance in his or her respective place, right? Trying to create a sense of place using the technology and still directed by the director and still trying to find ways to interact, right? Between 2 or 3 persons at the same time, right? That's the nature of the kind of performance making work that we're attempting to call theater, locate as theater since COVID. We've been doing that, right? So that's on the side of the opportunity. Just one other thing I wanted to add, which is more of a challenge rather than opportunity, and that is on the teaching side of it. One of the things that we've also been finding is that in some ways the absence from space, from one place, or space designed for bodies to work specifically as a space for making meaning. In other words, our studios, right? Has also had an impact on bodies, all of our bodies, right? Yeah. And so while there's opportunity on the one hand for how we might do what might be a kind of environmental performance because we're working with our own spaces, and then something dealing with the technology of the time, there is also still for us to work out what is happening with us as a result of being absent from those spaces that are designated for bodies to interact, to find relationships and to make meaning, right? And that's the space, the problem space we find ourselves in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we have a question coming in here from our online audience. Kentili, I don't know if you want to take a stab at this one. For those who want to make a living from theater, how do we start the conversation about monetizing our craft without bastardizing our culture?
Monetizing our craft without bastardizing our culture. I think first and foremost, and I'm drawing from my experience and those of others, is to decide for or understand for yourself that there's a process in all of this. First and foremost, I need to understand my craft before I can monetize it. Yeah. I need to understand this thing I am part of, my unique cultural elements or, perspective, and then manipulate that with the professional elements that I know or I have gained. And then now I can create a product, which is myself or my art form, be it through acting or be it through whatever means it may be, that is of value or considered to be of value because I have taken time to, pull this together. And once it has value, then now I can go out there and say, hey, no, this is the result of this process that I have gone through. I have gone through this And now you acknowledge my process, you acknowledge the value that I bring, and you give me my due. Yeah.
What do you think, Zara? Because you work quite a bit in terms of the culture and heritage-based topics. How do we monetize without losing the authenticity, if we can talk about authenticity?
Definitely. I want to first say that sometimes it's a difficult line, because on one hand, you're seeing the money and you are thinking about what that money can do, not just for you as the artist, but artists coming up behind of you. Then the other conflict, of course, is not bastardizing your authenticity, not compromising your art form, which will include your personal style, as well as your culture. And for us as Caribbean people, we need to be unapologetic with our products, with our worth, and let persons, including our peers and local regional investors, we need to unapologetically let them know that, hey, you approached me, you said you wanted to invest. These are the parameters, these are the boundaries. Maybe I can meet you halfway on some things, but it can't be all things according to what you wanted, because let us recall first that you wanted to invest in this. You already seen my work. And I think for us, and this is my personal opinion too, I think for us as Caribbean people, and I see it here so much in Antigua, when we do not get that international validation, for some reason, we begin to doubt and question our own products. Personally, in Antigua, I see it all the time, and I love the Caribbean pepper pot that we're all a part of. It's amazing. But I see it all the time that we might be doing a play that is staged in Antigua. The context of the play, location of the play is Antigua, but you're hearing a stronger accent, and there was no time taken to do character development and vocal work with accents, so that if the character is supposed to be Antiguan, the actor, irrespective of where he is from, sounds close to that. So I am very aware, because I see it all the time here, of how easy it is to lose what makes us us, the pride that we should have for our own work and our culture. It's easy to lose in a larger culture because it's mainstream. So we have to be completely unapologetic, or we might as well just forget about the work that so many persons have put in and only fair. So we have to be unapologetic in our terms and conditions.
Absolutely. And I think the next question we have coming in kind of leads on quite nicely from that. Beyond engaging with our stories for ourselves, can and should we look to be entering these international markets? Marvin?
Well, of course, there's no question about that. We're part of the world. I mean, We Are the World is not an American song. We are the world, right? All of us are. So the business about entering markets is, that's a given. Everybody wants to. Everybody should want to, right? It's about, in addition to whatever the profits are, or the economistic gains might be in that regard. Every artist is in search of, on the one hand, telling a story, and that story is about, and at its most profound, it's about finding balance between what's happening in your head and what's happening in your belly. But you're also looking for audience, right? And the extent to which it finds resonance in audiences, sometimes beyond your own shorts, is the extent to which you get to have this conversation with the world, right? So every artist wants to be part of a conversation with a wide audience.
I think what we're looking for really is a balance between the idea of audience driving creation rather than the quest for saying what it is you think you have to say and then offering it to the audience. You see, where the challenge in the making of art, I suspect, and in the marketing of art, the commodifying of art, is perhaps the same challenge in the building of what is the Caribbean civilization. And this is what, you know, somebody thinkers, the social thinkers of the time have said of our time, of our age, 20th century to the 21st, right? And I'm going back to Lloyd Bessier, who's a sociologist, economist, right? I think his utterance is that once we put the economy before the society, what we have is slavery. That's always been the case, right? The minute people were commodities before they were people is when we had slavery, right? And so if it is we are building an industry that is premised on the idea of how many markets we can enter, rather than what kind of work we can really offer, and then see what the markets are, then we're subjecting ourselves to the very thing that put us in the moment of enslavement in the first place, right? So it's always a balance, right? So it's yes, the market has to open. We all want to access the market. And it's yes, that access has to come from us going into ourselves and then pushing out.
Thank you for that, Marvin. Cantilia, any thoughts on this one?
I think to add to what Marvin has said in terms of the market, I find sometimes we have a naivete when we go and we want to become international. And what do I mean by that? You have decided you want to put your art out there as a product, you want to be out on that scale, then you have to learn the rules out there. Yeah. You know, this idea that because I created it, somebody must what? They must not, there's no must in that they must like it. It's, as you said, about the marketing. It's how I go about understanding that now I am taking the role as artist entrepreneur.
Yeah.
You know? And these elements are important when we go out there. So I find a lot of times it's not that our product is less than, but the way we approach international agencies or the way we interact with our international counterparts, we come with this idea and they, you know, that, okay, this, we're not aware, we don't know how this is being done, or we take deals that don't necessarily give us, you know, the best or what our worth is. We need to educate ourselves because it's a global world right now and we have a part to play. If you look if you look all over, there are Caribbean elements everywhere. We all tired of seeing it, you know, stories, accents, people, all kinds of things they add in our music, everything. So we have value. So we need to realize that and then stop waiting for them to engage us in that game. And we now prepare ourselves and go and start the game.
Well, unfortunately, we are just about out of time for our Q&A this evening. However, we know this conversation is going to continue well beyond today. I really want to say thank you to our panelists, Marvin George, Zara Aral, and Cantilia Louis. This has been a regional conversation for real, and we are definitely going to be taking it beyond this point. Thank you very much, our audience, for joining us for validating our own stories. Watch this space, as they say. Tomorrow, we're going to have a theater production being streamed at 6 p.m. right here in the Flamboyant Room. So you can join us here again tomorrow, and certainly look out for more information coming based on what we're going to be doing with our project with CaribNet. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening, and stand by for some more content from the Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum.
There are a lot of hopes invested in the ability of new technologies to level the playing field for creatives living in smaller developing nations. Digitally created artworks and physical artwork that is digitized allows us to access art when the world was at home. Digitally curated work allows for new forms of art to be viewed and new ways of these works to be experienced. Being able to create digitally and have a digital worldwide platform frees the artist from limitations that may exist in the physical art world. Some artists face censorship in the countries that they create their work, or they do not have an audience for their subject matter, or they just do not have the space to showcase their work to the scale that they would if they were elsewhere. The removal of these barriers should allow for an equal playing field in each artist's journey to digital prosperity. Digitization of the art sector can increase the international reach that artists have when showcasing their work, allowing for a cross-pollination of experiences and collaborations. This should open doors for economic growth and opportunities for artists and, by extension, the countries in which they live. However lagging, policy frameworks, the unequal access to technology, education and funding, the unequal development of infrastructure, and a largely one-way flow of technological, cultural, and creative products and services are factors that keep the hopes of those who believe in the promise of digital tech from being fully realized. In line with the theme Inequality at the Root, this panel discussion of the Creative Industries or Trade Digitization Forum is entitled NFTs and the Promise of Digital Equality. My name is Zoe Osborne. I'm a virtual and physical interior designer from Barbados. My work has a focus on Caribbean symbolism and narratives with an exploration in homesickness in the Caribbean diaspora. I founded Mahogany Culture, a collective focus on Caribbean culture retention. I am your discussion facilitator today. With me are Russell Watson. He is currently a lecturer in film in the Faculty of Culture, Creative and Performing Arts at UEK-Phil. I also have here today Chantal Lane. Chantal is a Barbadian-born recording artist and a songwriter. One of the first songs Chantal wrote was Roll It Gal by Alison Hinds, which became a global hit. She also went on to co-write Man Down, the sixth single lifted from Rihanna's fifth studio album, Loud. Chantal's role on Man Down gave her claim to the title of Grammy-nominated songwriter. She has joined Jason Derulo, NKOTB, Akon, and T-Pain on tour. But it was after joining Beyonce on her I Am tour that Chantal went on to release Impossible, her biggest single to date and one of the world's most covered songs to this day. Chantal's Battle Cry was featured by Barack Obama for his Yes We Can, Voices of a Grassroots Movement. We also have Halik Mal. Halik Mal is a Bajan multidisciplinary artist and record producer. Mal's art takes shape in the form of music and computer-generated visuals. He's the founder of Holders Land, an arts and tech institution in Barbados geared towards the development of Caribbean identity in the digital context. In 2012, Halik released his debut EP, Oxycotine, which Spin magazine named the rap release of the week. The music website, Fact, placed Oxycotine at number 48 on the 50 best albums of 2012. In that year, he also released a collaborative mixtape with Chicago production duo Supreme. Clash magazine included this mixtape on the top 10 mixtapes of the year. Halik released his solo studio album, Errol, in 2020. Welcome to you all. So I'm going to start with you, Halik. For those who may not have an understanding of NFTs, can you give an explanation of what that is?
Essentially, NFTs are uniquely identifiable digital assets. These digital assets in the ideology of cryptocurrency are essentially assets that cannot be divided up. They're indivisible, and because of this nature, they're basically able to carry that value throughout their lifetime, right? So you can attach pieces of media or any kind of file and basically say, hey, this is a certificate of authenticity for this piece of media. And that's kind of the more common use as of recently.
So can you explain to us how you have been engaging in this technology?
I have been using cryptocurrency for a few years now. And with NFTs specifically, it has been a way for me to mobilize my art and be able to send it straight to consumer without any middle people. And yeah, that's really been it. Just been using it to sell music and my visual art.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So Chantal, what has your experience been like as an artist from a small country entering into the world of what we call mainstream music?
I would say a dream come true, but at the same time so unreal, because I still pinch myself when I really think about what actually happened, and how crazy it is to come from an island that's so small with relatively so few people, and somehow be able to be out there with all these people that you looked up to and whatnot. But it's been really exciting, and I definitely learned a lot about music business, the music industry. So yeah, I think it's definitely shaped, the person that I've become.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And because you've had such success in the music industry as it is today, how has your strategy shifted? And what roles does NFTs play in your approach now?
But it's kind of fascinating because when I first got into the game, it was on the tail end of, by then digital music was a thing, so we were kids in school, they had Napster and all this stuff, and CDs and whatever, music in digital formats. But when I got signed, it was right on the tail end of when everything was going to streaming. And that really changed the game. So I didn't even get a chance really to adapt to what the music industry was like before. I just came in and it was new and everything was changing. And so that was kind of mind-boggling because all the labels were struggling to embrace this new technology. It was like they were actually behind and they lost so much money and so much revenue to this new digital era. Of course, they've caught up now, but since then, we have the birth of like Holly mentioned, like NFTs, which I guess you could say is the new wave, and it couldn't have come at a better time because, I could get kind of deep and political with it, but for me, NFTs have created a space where it's sort of level the playing field. It doesn't matter where you're from, as long as you have access to a smart device and an internet connection, you're pretty much in the game. And so it's kind of liberated people in a big way, liberated artists, especially in music. We probably depend so much less now on big giant institutions and music companies and distribution companies because there's a lot that's in your own hands now, literally at the tip of your fingers. And so the timing couldn't be better because of COVID. So there isn't much physically that we can do. It's almost like we have to exist in this metaverse, in this, virtual spaces. We're on Zoom, we're, on IG Live, and this is how we're communicating now because we can't travel, we're stuck in the house. And so I feel like it's made it possible for us artists to still be active, and still be connected globally without all these limitations. So what, you can't travel, it's fine. Just go on Discord, Clubhouse, Twitter, Instagram. So I think that's kind of how NFTs changed the game for me. And of course, I took advantage of it as well during the pandemic.
Thank you for that. So Russell, now that you've heard about the creatives in the music industry, as an artist, as a visual artist, do you have any hesitations or what are your thoughts about the approach of NFTs?
Okay. Well, I guess I'm a little older than you all. So, as you were talking, Chantal, about coming into your kind of creative moment when things were becoming digitized, I'm like one technological generation behind you, right? I started shooting when things were leaving the chemical world and going into, video, like magnetic tape. And we very quickly transitioned out of that to this digital environment. And it was kind of a similar moment, right, where we were very excited this was going to be a game changer. And certainly for the first few years it was, and then we kind of went back to the same structure. It's different technology, but same structure.
Yeah.
So I think with NFTs and blockchain, there are some, I think, truly novel aspects of it that, the way in which it authenticates digital material is really, really extraordinary, and for digital artists like myself, and that changes everything, right? But the question of whether, first of all, that economic ecosystem is accessible is a huge question, right? Whether it's claimed to be that it can function without an intermediary, big question. That's the thing that I think will be the thing that will be most aggressed, and will bring it back to just what we are familiar with in terms of like the inequities of global economics, right? Once the intermediary banks and whatever new kind of intermediary entities pop up in response to blockchain, that we will kind of go back to the same thing. So I'm excited by it, but at the same time I'm like, right, let's take opportunity of this crazy moment that we're in, but also let's prepare ourselves to be ready for what seems to be the pattern for new technologies in general, that we eventually roll back.
Yeah, it's already started happening in the music industry, because I remember when I first launched my first NFT, I was like telling everyone that I knew, like, do this early and do this now, because right now, yes, it's sort of like the Wild Wild West, and it's this kind of free state that we're in. But I'm like, the powers that be are not just gonna let you run with this. You know what I mean? Like, so I said, if you're an artist, just at least get one or two out now, especially if you're signed or trying to sign and do the typical label deals, because the labels are going to start including that in the deals, and you will be dropping NFTs, but they will still not be owned by you. They've already started packaging deals where they include everything. A 360 deal will now not just only take your merch and your touring, but also any digital format that anything. They'll say, dude, if you want to put an NFT, you got to put in the smart contract that a part, 50% or 80% goes to the label or whatever. So I don't know. They started doing it already, and I'm just really happy that I was able to sort of get out the gates before the claws come. But yeah, you're right. It's not going to be much longer before entities come in and start kind of
taking control.
Yeah.
And I think this is why this conversation happening under the umbrella of UNCTAD is really interesting, because NFTs is it's a novelty in a sense, and it really is subject to our kind of global trade policy.
Yeah.
And so unless that stuff is addressed, this idea of global equity, if the policy doesn't drive it, no matter how many outliers and savants of this Wild West moment we have, the structure will bring itself to bear. So the adjustment really needs to be not just in the singular technologies, but in the policy.
Well, both Halik and Zoe can probably speak to what you just said, because it is complicated right now to even be involved in the space based on, like you said, the laws and policies of your country, because now we're talking cryptocurrency and there's a lot of restrictions and blocking it, but it's the one thing that's giving us artists liberation and the freedom to be able to access, like Zoe, you said earlier, like to access all these global markets. But now it's like, oh, if you're in Barbados, well, a lot of the exchanges and whatnot, if the law in Barbados says the banks don't deal with crypto, then you can't bank like a normal person. You can't be in the system. You can't, if you don't have a US or a UK or Australian bank account, how do you even go on Binance and just buy cryptocurrency? There's all these things that get in the way. So if the policies in your country don't change so that they allow you to do it, then it's like artists still don't have that freedom of movement, even though this thing exists that can liberate them, So I don't know. I'm lucky because being signed to a US label and all that, I have US bank accounts. So I can do it even if I'm on Mars, You know, well, as long as I have my phone and it's connected to my accounts, you know, I can do what I need to do. But if you don't have that, like, you have to go through back doors and it gets expensive and complicated.
Yeah.
So
Can
I
I
guess y'all
ask
could talk about
Chantal
your
a question?
experience.
Oh, sure.
You had said that, you know, there is this, you know, to use the term which I like, the Wild West moment,
Yeah.
right? Do you think that is over? Have we passed the threshold?
Oh no.
We're still there?
No, we are not even halfway. It is, yeah.
It's still crazy. All right.
It's insane. Yeah. It's like we're still on the surface. I don't even know if we took off yet. You know.
Yeah. And to speak to what Chantal was saying about how can a Barbadian living in Barbados that doesn't have an international bank account, how do they have access? And I'm going to let Halik speak to it more, but I just wanted to speak to even my experience. I think that's where also the diaspora comes in, and like that whole peer-to-peer collaboration, where, I mean, if you have an invite to Marketplace, or if you use a Marketplace that doesn't require an invite, if you're able to be gifted or to be lent crypto, and be able to put your work on the blockchain, and then you do have the access to the global market. But then the question is, how do you then have that as like a tangible token of, okay, I did sell my work and this is how much the currency, or this is how much it's worth now in my currency. And what I have been telling artists is, even for myself, I can put my work out there and, you know, have it be sold. And I'm hoping that over time, the policies will then come up to date with what's happening, and the crypto will be there and hopefully appreciating in value. And when the time is right, I will be able to take that. But yeah, Halik, definitely speak to that as well.
Yeah, I think thinking about like gold, it's like very actionable and like malleable in the sense that it can be used to action things, is really interesting. And I think, yeah, just not really necessarily trying to fight it, because I feel like the moment that we're in is also kind of special in the sense that we can do a lot of things that even people in other countries can't do. Being in Barbados, you know, there's a lot of people that can't even trade on Binance, for example, right? So we're lucky to have that like certain access. Obviously, the banking institutions have their own like shareholders and their reasons for not allowing certain things to happen. But I feel like in that moment too, we're gonna come up with some more interesting, like community-driven ideas that I think will push more than just a financial revolution. Like I think it's gonna change the way people think and the way we organize and the way we approach art in general. So if you know, we have this spirit of, oh, okay, like, how can I help this person get into this, and then we're coming up with all these creative solutions together, you know what I mean, then it changes the relationship long term, like how everyone relates to one another. And I personally believe that this new economy is going to be really cool because you'll be able to be compensated long term for supporting people that you like, you know what I mean? So if I'm a fan, I'm interested in your music or your visual art, you know, I can get in early. I can say like, oh, okay, cool, like this person, like boom, and now I can, you know, have that, whatever it is. And as you get bigger, do whatever things in your life, like I can always kind of have that token as a set piece of value, which is, I feel like people haven't really been able to think about creative contributions in that way before, as like a physical asset, like how you look at like a $100 bill in your pocket, you know, like it's kind of cool. Yeah.
One thing I also wanted to speak to, Chantal, you had mentioned the fact that it will start, or it has started to move away from you having your own individual ownership. But I also still wanted to speak to the fact of that you still can have that, because I think it's important for people to understand that it kind of, especially to the music industry, it makes that difference because you have that freedom. And even for me, maybe there's no curatorial fees, or it's not under a gallery, and you can just put your work out there and get the direct payments, and also the royalties. I think is something important. So
that's the cool part for me, because as a songwriter, you know, that was what got me excited about NFTs, because obviously with publishing, that's how it works. Literally, you create something, you have intellectual property, and every time it gets used, every time it is distributed, or whatever the case may be, you get a percentage of whatever revenue is generated. So I'm like, this is my world. Doing things like planting seeds, and they just keep growing over time. You know what I mean? And I really enjoy passive income. Like, I like to work, but at the same time, I think there's something so cool about literally just doing something yesterday, and then the value just increments over time. And I love the idea of generational wealth. Like, so if I create something today, it retains its value and maybe it goes up in value over time. Then when I die, I pass it on to a relative or a loved one, and they literally, in perpetuity, can benefit from this thing that I created so long ago. Just like, for example, Bob Marley. Like, he's been dead for a long time, but his family still benefits from everything that he created years ago. And so the whole, getting a percentage every time it gets resold really caught my attention. And then, Halik, you were talking about the whole global aspect of it, and you too, how we were talking about how it can be liberating in a sense that, so we're all stuck at home. We can't go anywhere. We can't do anything. So, for example, the NFT that I dropped, I couldn't do it, first of all, without a Daisy. It was actually her brainchild. Like, she was the one who brought the whole concept to me and was like, dude, no one did this yet. You should do it. And so how it came together was that a Daisy and I are from Barbados. We created a song with a producer who's from Lagos, Nigeria. And then we found a visual artist online in the NFT community from Texas, sorry. And then we all came together from different places. And I mean, like, we're seas apart. And we created this thing. And then without needing like an intermediary or anyone like that, we just were able to put it out, like Halik said, direct to consumer, direct to your peer-to-peer, right direct to your fan base. No label is taking 80% of it. And the value of it is the value that the general consensus of what your fans think that you're worth, or what they feel you deserve to have, so you can keep going. So I think the coolest thing is the reward that goes both ways. So traditionally, if I go and buy Halik's song, sure, I got the song and I can listen to it as many times as I want, but Halik gets my money and he goes ahead and keeps it moving. I don't really get anything back except this song that's on my phone or whatever, but it's also on the radio and it's also everywhere. And it doesn't uniquely belong to me. Like 50 million other people can have the same song that I have. So I think it's so cool that you can create an NFT that the contract says, I'm offering utility. Like, you support me and my career on my journey, put some money in my pocket so I can do this thing. And you get so much more than just a song or like the concert ticket or whatever. I can attach utility to my NFT. Like, if you buy this NFT forever and all time, as long as I'm alive, for every tour that I'm on, you will get front row access or backstage access. Or buying this NFT will guarantee you something. You know what I mean? I'll go to dinner with you. You know what I mean? Like one lunch a year. You can say whatever you want, but you're actually giving something back to your supporters in return. And over time, as they make it possible for you to build yourself because they're funding you essentially, then as your value goes up, the thing that they collected from you also goes up in value. So now your fans or supporters actually have something tangible in their hands that has value. And I like to make a joke, like, I believed in Zoe early, and then Zoe goes and becomes Beeple or Banksy or something, and then I'm like, whoa, this NFT that I literally paid like $200 for is now worth $2 million. I mean, it might hurt to let it go, but if you run into some kind of financial problems, it's your reward for supporting Zoe, you know? So I think it's so cool how it goes both ways. Everyone benefits, you know? Yeah.
That's important. In terms of we've been talking a lot about having that global, let's say, gaze, or the fact that you have access to the global market. Maybe I'll direct this to you, Russell. Do you think that preserving cultural heritage is more or less difficult with this new technology or like digital media in itself?
This is, I think, the most worrying part of, let me speak for myself, for me, about a lot of things that we are experiencing right now, because, you know, blockchain and NFT are occurring in a larger ecosystem, right? So I think about things like the Human Genome Project and what that did, right? And this, you know, very, very aggressive desire to own DNA sequences. So people want to own the DNA sequence for cocoa plants, right? So you can't grow cocoa plants in your yard unless you pay somebody. This is a very kind of bizarre way of thinking about a relationship with our environment and with our fellow human being in our community. But that's what that did. And I think we have kind of been inching towards this kind of, you know, ubiquitous ownership platform that is culminating right now where, well, not culminating, but this is definitely a plot point where, you know, digital information, which was previously the thing that separated digital images from actual images, was that you could not ensure its original state. And that's what this thing does. But as I said, is like I think we are kind of cycling into the same strategy. One of the things that gives me great pause with the development of blockchain and NFTs is the environmental impact, which is beyond anything we have experienced to this point. We have difficulty quantifying it. And so, you know, previous frameworks in which we were equating value to environmental impact with things like carbon credits and stuff like that. What this economic environment is doing is stretching that framework to its limit. And so I'm like, all right, so is this, all of the benefits that we're seeing with this thing, are we in our kind of, you know, global environmental awareness moment going to just simply ignore it? I don't think we can, and it's so huge, right? So that gets to your question of you know, cultural ownership. When I was a young artist and I got involved in ritual forms, right? One of the things that occurred to me at that moment is that it was neither moral or ethical for me to, at any moment, claim ownership of a cultural form. I can't say I own Landship or I own Kumina or I own reggae. It seemed reductive to the culture, we call it exploitative, all of that, right? I perhaps was young enough to still have a certain kind of altruism, right? But I still find that stuff a little off-putting when there's a suggestion that a cultural phenomenon can be owned by a single entity. And by extension, a person can be owned by a single entity. And when I look at, you know, your environment, the music industry, that issue of ownership of a person, and it's similar in the sports industry as well. Like when you hear about, you know, players getting traded, now, to be fair, is for incredible amounts of money, but the fact that you don't have ownership of your body and your skill or talent in that way is like, I'm like, yeah, there's something, you know, a little absurd and odd about this economic environment and the way it's structured. So I do have some concerns about it, yes.
So, but like, sorry, but how do you feel about if you're a part of that ownership, in the sense of like, okay, like for example, Amazon's probably not a good example, but I'm gonna try to, all right, this is how I look at it, right? I feel like for years, artists have been kind of pushed away from thinking about finance. It's been like very much a thing of like, oh, you're the artist, don't think about that, don't worry about that, we'll handle that, right? But I think with this, it kind of takes value and, you know, financial reward, and it packages it with the active. So, for example, like before, like I've been signed twice, right? A lot of that money is spent for me. you know? So if it's like $100,000 on the table, a lot of that money's being spent for me. And there's all these costs, like, oh, we have production costs, like if we want to make the vinyl or the CD or whatever, and that's, you're being, you know, you're being billed for every single thing. And things like actions that you had no real participation in, right? I think this model is really interesting because it can take, you know, these ideas and this intellectual property that's coming out of your brain, and then you are kind of the master of your domain, right? So you're creating an environment whereby you kind of set the financial principles by how that operates. And I think that that's really special. What I do understand what you're saying though about proof of work and like how that is really harmful for the environment, well, all the GPU mining and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, but I do also feel like this is an economic exchange unlike any other. And I do feel like ultimately we can't deny that there are other industries that have such huge carbon footprints and compare, like military, all these things. And it kind of makes me wonder. Yeah, airlines, whatever.
Car manufacturing.
Yeah, and so then that kind of, I wonder to what point do we say like, is it all on us really?
It does. Yeah. That's not what I'm saying at all. Quite the contrary. I'm saying that, you know, if what we are thinking about, if when we look at these other industries and we're saying, right, your carbon footprint is too big, and we are going to operate as a global community to focus on the reduction of that. When we see this new environment that is now generating a carbon footprint beyond anything we've ever seen, but we are not applying the same responsibility.
But check this. Yeah. I think that the community is, if you think about it, the rate at which, because crypto technology and blockchain tech, it's pretty new. Is it even like really genuinely a decade old? It's so new. And in the short space of time that it was born, they already quickly realized, like, wait a minute, this is not cool. Like, we're hurting Earth. So they're already fixing it. And they're like adding new layers to different blockchains to make them, you know, less dirty, so to speak. Like they recognize it quickly, and they're like, no, and they're already responding. And like Halit said, okay, like let's talk numbers. In the music industry, billions are generated every year. Do you know what percentage goes to the artists? Between 3 and 13%. That is disgusting, and it is slavery, because slavery is when you don't have control over your name, your likeness, your anything, your existence, whatever. Like Halit said, they control everything, they pay for everything. And then the work, and then the work that you put in, someone else benefits from it, the majority of it, and you get the scraps. Literally, it's the same thing. And so it's so liberating for an artist to be able to say, no more. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm taking my power back. If I'm responsible for myself, also I can't be censored. I can say what I want. I can express what I need to say. There's no governing body that's going to say, hey, you can't express this, you can't say that, you can't paint that, you can't show us that. You can do whatever you want, whatever you feel needs to be done. And whatever you make is 100% yours. So I feel like that's so necessary in sport. It's the same in sports as well. And athletes are taking advantage of NFTs in the same way. And instead of only releasing physical collectibles, now they have these digital assets. And it's really helping them a lot, because you can sign a basketball contract for $10 million, $20 million a year, and you're like feeling rich. You're like, I'm the guy. Look at me, dude. Like, I got a mansion or whatever. Dude, like, the people that own you, do you understand what they made? So you start feeling, you start realizing, like, no, I'm not satisfied. Don't tell me to be happy with $20 million when I generated 20 billion. You know, I deserve to have all of that, and for my family. Like, I worked hard. You know, why do you get it all? That isn't, you know, it's not cool. So I feel like the way how rapidly the community is responding to recognizing, like, oh no, this was this cool thing we came up with, but, you know, it's, the carbon footprint isn't great, so let's clean that up. And I feel like they're just going to keep improving that, because when you're free, you don't want nobody put chains on you anyway. So you're going to be like, oh, all right, so we dirty? Well, we can clean up. What now?
Well,
You know?
I don't know that that's the trend. I mean, I think about like, you know, social media, for example, right? As, you know, in the early days of social media, none of us could have predicted how broad it was going to become, and none of us could have predicted the level of intervention and control that was going to be exerted by corporate entities, right? The way in which, you know, our data is being mined and used and stuff like that, we just couldn't see that coming, right? But inevitably, because there is this systemic economic platform that it almost defaults to exploitation, it was like, well, inevitably, this is what is going to occur. So when you ask about my concerns about culture and NFTs and blockchain, I'm like, right, so NFTs and blockchain in and of themselves are not the problem, right? The environment in which they exist is the problem. So if that environment doesn't evolve or change, it doesn't matter what new technology comes in, it will always default to a function that exploits the person at the, not necessarily even at the bottom, right? But privileges the few over the many, right?
I understand what you're saying.
But I do concede that, you know, in my pessimism, that there is a liberalization opportunity with blockchain that I think is different, you know, and it does what he's saying is that it does give the individual a level of economic autonomy that I don't think we have encountered yet in global economics. So who knows? You know, it might be the game changer. It may well be. But that, once again, is determined by the people involved, you know.
Yeah, I also think the idea of cultural ownership by a people is really interesting as well. Like things that might be public domain actually paying back to a community in a way that they can actually leverage it to build up new structures. I feel like that's kind of interesting because, I mean, if tourism is our primary export, which is almost kind of like a voyeurism into our everyday lives, and like this is kind of like an escape from people's, you know, like being in the city or being wherever, they can essentially like come here and then basically free themselves from that and then kind of live in this fantasy world, you know, for like a week or two or however long they're on a resort or something. And I just think it would be interesting if all of these actions that we, you know, it's like these things are being attributed to us on a higher level, if that makes sense. So the same way we collect taxes for people, you know, just like living everyday life, so we can help them, you know, make their lives easier, like maybe subsidize the hospitals and things like that. I wonder if our culture and our exports, like if there's a way that we can use that to kind of also facilitate these things. So that's like a bit of an interesting thing. Like every single time there's a reproduction of Bob Marley, that money doesn't, like I'm sure there's a lot of money that doesn't go to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I
In
think
fact,
about that.
based on what Chantal is saying, the majority of the money doesn't go to them.
Yeah,
right?
It's disgusting, actually. Yeah.
So what would you say would be the role of an artist in the digital age? I mean, aside from the platform that we don't necessarily have control over, like how should we then navigate? Because I mean, I personally, when you talked about the culture, I felt so proud. I'm like, okay, I'm making pieces that kind of represent Barbados's architecture digitally, and a lot of people have not seen stuff like that, whether it has been that they've never traveled to the Caribbean or Barbados specifically, and because in all the descriptions I speak to that experience, I'm thinking, okay, that's a great way to invite people to Barbados or to have it represented, to have that representation. So like, what is the role of a digital artist? And I mean, it's open to everyone, but I feel like you have a good response.
Well, you know, my life as an artist, you know, didn't lead me towards kind of, I guess, popular work in a way in which we understand popular now, you know. You know, I came into it at a different time where I think the idea of art as being, its value being determined by its social good or its social impact was much more front and center. You know, it's never that we've like existed here without, you know, some sort of financial concern. That has always been there. But that issue of how it impacts the society was definitely a conversation that was or an issue in the conversation that was more front and center. And so I came out of that, and I went to school in a space that was really focused on a kind of almost socialist approach to art, right? Is that art was supposed to serve the society in a way that benefited the society. And to be fair, in some very kind of altruistic ways, right? So I always kind of think of whenever I create, that's the point of departure that I create from. So with tourism, one of the things that I experienced as a young artist is that my work just had no applicability to that environment whatsoever, right? Not because of its form, but because of its subject matter, because the things that I wanted to talk about or to present.
You felt they were jarring?
Oh, yeah. You know, by no means are you going to see that on a floor show at the Hilton. You know what I mean? Is that just wasn't the kind of work I was doing. And there were a few of us around, very few. And, you know, some of them either, you know, maintain course and, you know, confront all the difficulties of trying to raise that kind of material and environment where art is considered as decorative and entertainment, right? That's its role, to either entertain and entertain within a, you know, very limited emotional spectrum that does not encourage self-analysis or social critique, or to decorate in a way that does not encourage observation or recognition of the origin of those decorative elements. So, for example, the plantation house, for example, as a structure, like we look at it and it is beautiful. It is a beautiful structure, but the horror of the experience of that space certainly has to be brought to bear if we're going to put it on the brochure, right? If what you're saying is that come visit this plantation property where they used to have, you know, people's heads on spikes and bodies whipped at the front door and things like that, but look at the flowers, then, you know, you are not only insulting the intelligence of the people you have brought there, but you are insulting the humanity of the people who experienced that. And so at least in this context, I do feel artists do have a responsibility to step up to reality, right? I often feel, you know, and don't get me wrong, I have to make a living too. I make all kinds of things, right? But from my kind of internal, you know, space where art is just churning all the time and the desire to make and express is churning all the time, it doesn't start at a place of wanting to make money, especially because the environment in which I exist, the things that are demanded of me to make money are sometimes objectionable, right? But two, it doesn't start from a place of wanting to be disconnected from that difficult history and reality. When I think about ownership, what really worries me is the moment at which people realize that you can monetize pain. We've seen this in American music over and over, right? How the blues was monetized, right? How the prophetic poetry of hip hop was monetized, right? And then becomes this kind of shadow of its original self. So when I think about our space, if that kind of cultural environment occurs where, you know, NFTs, you know, open this door for Barbadian artists to not have to deal with tourism and the tourist economy as their primary consumer, then what does that do to their mind? What doors does that open? And then there's the second stage of that, because we still live in that environment, that churning wheel, you know, as Damian Marley says, you know, sad to see the old slave mill is grinding slow, but grinding still, right? Is that even if that door opens and we have this new cohort of artists that are engaged and comfortable with dealing with that material, when that becomes monetized, you know, have we really solved our problem? And so my last statement would be this, is that NFTs are only as exciting as the economic and social environment in which they exist.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. I feel like it needs to be a reshuffling of how we look at ourselves in relation to the rest of the world and how we contribute to one another's story, and to kind of make sure that we're fighting against any narratives that are harmful to our interpersonal development as a people, and to kind of combat any type of erasure that will pull us away from the future that we could have if we really, like, I remember the other day, I was spending some time with some people from Ireland, right? And they were just talking about Malcolm X and like this person and that person, you know what I mean? And these are like their gods, you know. This is how they look at like their cultural context, you know. And I mean, there's so many books that I read for CIC or poems that I read that I was like, wow, like this really affected me, you know what I mean? There's one for CSAC called Flowers, something about flowers. I feel really bad I don't remember it, but that was really important to me, right? Like just like reading a lot of these like poems and these like stories. Green Days by the River, for example, is like a book that I really enjoyed reading. And I just feel like we need to really take a moment whereby like we look back at the history of all the artists that have come before us, all the authors, all the poets, like whoever, and then basically be like, hey, like we want to reference this, we want to build on top of this. And I feel like the trend is to make things that allow us to leave, you know, and allow us to kind of forget where we're from in a way, which kind of sucks because if we were to really reference a lot of these things, like even like the folklore that we have, and like really be able to say like, oh, this is something valuable to...
We can monetize it?
Yeah, and not even just monetize it though, but also just kind of change the way that people look at where we're at, you know? Not only just from the perspective of like a person that's living here, right? Which is like obviously the end goal. You want people to be patriotic and care about where they're from, and on a level that's not interrupted by maybe like a monetary economic situation that's happening in the world, right? You want people to just feel good about, I'm from Barbados, I'm from the Caribbean, this is our identity, and this is what we want to give to the world, right? Uniquely, and without, you know, because the money is really, I think, what the driving factor is for a lot of people. Like, I'm not gonna make a certain type of music because why would I do that when this other thing is making me money, you know? So it's like, if we can create a situation now where like, oh, people are being rewarded for caring about what they do, then I think that's kind of cool.
We've had a lot of discussion here. We have some, you know, I understand all of Russell's kind of fears, or I don't want to say fears, but you know, concerns. Yeah, concerns. But I still feel like, okay, less in the context of Barbados, I feel like we've missed a lot so many times and we can't do it anymore. For example, I'm still annoyed that I didn't learn at any point in school that Barbados is behind solar water heating technology, that we literally invented the grapefruit, which is like a whole superfood, like globally. All these things culturally that I should have known from school. I feel like we missed these moments, even as a country, to... Man, I feel like we should have a patent for something that we created that, like Khalid said, the culture and the country should be able to benefit from things that we bless the world with. And we haven't ever done that. Like, we keep giving it away or letting it get stolen. And I feel like artists are like the easiest people to be able to take things back. And because art sort of reflects the culture, but it also, like you said, it also impacts the culture. So I feel like if the artists move things in a certain direction, maybe everyone can follow suit, or we can show the way how to take back that ownership instead of, I mean, who owns Barbados, dude? Look around. It's like we are done with that. So to me, NFTs is a good way to like be very Bajan, be very intentional about it, and actually be able to teach people, to impact your own culture, but also get eyes of the world on your culture and make money and actually make good money that you can live off of instead of being an artist and have to have 3 jobs. It's not cool. Everyone else could just have their job. Artists gotta be like, oh, I work part-time at Massey and then at night I also sweep the floor and I work at this restaurant. You can't even focus on your art because you have to do so many other things. So I feel like this is a good thing in general. I'm excited to see that the community is recognizing the environmental impact and that steps are being taken to improve things. I just don't know how it's possible to function as a human without a carbon footprint, but I like the fact that we're trying to make it as small as possible. And I like this freedom. I really like it because it was very torturous for me being shackled by the music industry. So just personally, I like it.
Do you think it's going to have an impact on the kind of work that you make? Or the content or the subject matter that you approach?
Luckily, because I'm in music, I just as a musician and a songwriter, I'm kind of like Halik, where I won't, like, I don't feel like I've been, like you had a concern about artists saying, well, this is what makes money, so I'm going to do this contractual work instead of, doing what my vision is or whatever. But I feel like I've been pretty steadfast as an artist where that's concerned, because I do recognize that there's so many things that I could have done, so many types of songs I could have made that probably would put me in a very different position than where I am at right now. But it's not in me to do this. So I didn't bend. Everything I've ever done is something that I wanted to do, and I didn't, I felt the pressures of the music industry, but I feel like I've been able to still contain my wholeness as a person, the way I present myself, the content of my art. And it's not an easy thing to do. It is a challenge because, like you said, it's very easy to just give in to like what makes a lot of money really quickly. But I feel like the average artist, I feel like if you do that, then you're not really an artist. Like you just, as we would say in the streets in New York, like you were hitting a lick. You know what I mean? Like you had this opportunity to present or deliver something that was created for you so that you can make money doing it. But you're not creating anything. You're not actually invested in it. Your heart and soul are not invested in it. You're like, yo, I'm just gonna rap and get out the hood. You know what I mean? And this corporation is gonna put together my whole image and blah blah blah. But there's also artists like Kanye or,
100,000.
Yeah, these guys have been equally, or if not even more successful by being genuine. So I'm representing what they truly believe in and not bending and going actually against corporations and in a big way, very vocally going against the machine. And so they've had equally, if not more success by being genuine. So it probably makes sense for us based on that to encourage artists to do that. Like, don't bend. You might hit a lick real quick, but it's not going to last. And you would have wasted so much time. You'll get, unless you have a plan for this quick money, how you're going to reinvest it. It's just you're going to spend it and it's going to be gone, and it would have been a waste of your time. So I feel like people genuinely respect art that does come from a real place and does speak to issues. And it is, if you think about all the music that lasts the longest, we're still listening to Bob Marley and Nina Simone and artists like that. And they both said, they have both expressed this, like they feel like it's the responsibility of artists to address, what is affecting the people. That is the responsibility of an artist. So I don't know if you could be in the art industry without really being an artist, But I feel like a true artist does this. It's just inherent, you can't help it. So there are always going to be imposters that come into any space, just like how there are doctors that don't really care about healing people. They're like, yo, if I be a surgeon, I'm gonna get rich real quick. And my dad's gonna pay for me to go to Princeton and study this or whatever. And I'm just gonna do it and make money. But they're not really invested in making the technology progress, in doing anything. They're just going by by numbers. Pay me. And then there's doctors that are like, I'll do all this work for free. I really want to save people. So I feel like there will always be imposters in every space, and true artists are always going to represent their heart, you know, and their culture. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
I think that's true. And also with NFTs too, I think it's important to note for anyone that may be thinking about getting into it that you have photographs that sell. You have videos taken by a camera or animated videos. Even when I was going into the space and I was looking at, okay, like how do people price their work because it's a different market, what sells, I still always made sure, I told myself, like, Zoe, don't let that change what you put out, even if it's not there, even if it doesn't exist or it doesn't seem popular. So there's a space for every time of work. So once you really like have your heart in it and you show that it's authentic to you, there will be success because it's collectors, and the more people that get into cryptocurrency. I mean, artists are collecting work. I mean, for instance, all of my work has been collected by an artist that has sold their work, and I mean, I wouldn't say all their success, but a lot of their success has come from NFTs, and they have poured that back into the community.
That's what I love, a community that supports itself.
Exactly.
You know, because artists are like, bro, I feel you, man. Like, you know what, I'll buy your piece. You know, I like, keep going, dude. Like, you're awesome. You know, it's a way for us to support each other, and you're right. Because as the head mod in at NFT, I see that so much, like on our Discord server, on Twitter, and things like that. I see every day, it's like artists in there wanting to support each other and sharing their work and buying pieces from each other. It's not only just collectors, you know, like artists themselves have become collectors in support of their own community. And to me, I think that that's so cool.
So thank you everyone for coming here. Thank you, Chantel. Thank you, Halik. Thank you, Russell. So that brings our discussion today to a close, and we will be coming back for some questions in a moment. So our first question is, popular culture is celebrity-oriented and individualistic. Does this arena have the potential to help bring prosperity for all, which is the focus of this conference? And if so, how? So Halik, I'm gonna let you tackle this question initially, and then but I think it's something good for everyone to answer.
I think that free markets and something like NFTs can definitely help raise the median salary of artists, especially in industries like music. I think there was a recent study where about only 0.4% of all artists make enough money to actually survive off of streaming. And I think something like NFT will create a greater opportunity for people to value the artworks and their support of an artist at whatever they think that the value is. And I think kind of removing intermediaries like record labels that eat up a large portion of that money will definitely help a lot. So I definitely think that there will be a future where a lot more artists will be able to have livable wages just making art and distributing it directly to the people that consume it.
That's true. And Chantal, I know you had touched on this a little bit already, but maybe you can like further reiterate from your perspective how NFTs can allow for prosperity for all.
I think, to be honest, Halik pretty much like covered everything that I would have said. But yeah, I can certainly say from experience that what he said is true. Because I can tell you that for my first NFT launch, in a very short space of time, direct to consumer, I was able to generate a lot more, let's call it money, a lot more money in a shorter space of time, and 100% of it coming to me than, yeah, than having to split up everything that, all my hard work, you know, everything that I could earn, when the majority of the profits are going to, like Halik said, a label or something, you know. So in personally experiencing it, it's something that I would recommend to all artists. If you're in a position to do it, I would strongly recommend it, because I can definitely say, speaking from experience, it's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's been my experience as well.
Yeah.
Russell, do you have anything that you want to add to that from your perspective as someone that hasn't been part of the NFT marketplaces but still has digital works?
Well, I'll say that, you know, I mean, since that discussion, you know, I did a bit of research before we went into that moment that we just watched. And I've, you know, looked into it a little bit more, more deeply, and I'm going to dip my toe in the water. So yeah, I guess I'll be part of it shortly.
So another question we have is, what advice do you have for creatives who are not digital natives and may be struggling to wrap their minds around this new technology? And maybe Russell, I redirect that to you as well.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can say is you have to get with the program. You know, for artists who are working in traditional mediums like painting and sculpture and so on, I still have a great deal of love for those art forms, as does the public. But in terms of your ability to disseminate and also to document the work, digitization is an essential part of your process now. So for anyone who is out there working in those traditional modes that is not taking that on, I think you're shooting yourself in the foot.
And to add to that, I have curated an exhibition that is part of the Untitled 15 conference as well. And with that, there's an example with one artist, Monica Small, who traditionally is a painter. And the idea is that maybe you don't have to be the person that digitizes your work, but you can collaborate with someone. So you don't have to feel so hesitant. So you either, you know, put a fielder out in your community, or if you see someone that's doing something that you think your work could easily adapt to, the whole idea is to work together and have that collaboration, and then allow for your work to exist digitally as well. So our other question is, Russell, you had talked about stretching economic frameworks. Creatives are not necessarily business people. Do you all feel the need and drive to challenge and reform economic environments? And do you feel empowered to? And Chantal, I'll direct that to you first to respond.
That's a true thing. A lot of artists they don't even want to look at numbers or deal with anything business related. But I feel like jumping into the NFT, which is a decentralized space, you learn very quickly, and it's a community that shares information very easily. And I feel like even me personally, I would have never said, oh, I would be into trading, or I would be into, you know, any of this type of thing that's connected to crypto, but I am, and I feel like you learn so quickly. I don't know how much it matters, to be honest with you. Just the fact that you can put something out and some sort of income is going to come directly to you. Literally, the more you do it, you start seeing different patterns, and you start figuring things out, and you kind of start calculating in your mind, and then you're like, okay, the last time I did it this way, this is what I was able to generate. And then you'll start kind of seeing other people's projects, learning how they do it, kind of applying things that you realize worked to your own process. And eventually, just by being in the space, you'll learn so much that you'll find yourself, you're like, I didn't know I could be my own accountant. I never knew that I could do this, you know. It just happens so naturally. I don't even know how to explain it, because again, from personal experience, I never thought that I'd be sitting looking at candlesticks and wicks and graphs and charts, but now I am, and I'm so not this person, but it's actually so fun that I just do it. And so I feel like the thing is, just jump in. You know, jump in and be bold enough to take control of your own destiny, to not put your gains in the hands of someone else. You know what I mean? Just try it. You might be better at it than you realize. That's like the best advice I could give. Is just dive in, ask questions. You know, you're gonna make mistakes or do things that you see later you could have done better, but that's the beauty of it. It's a learning thing, you know.
And I think that's good inspiration to speak to the second question, or well, not second, but this next question that we have, which is, can you expand on the importance of building an artistic community in a digital world? So Halik, do you want to speak to that as you're someone that is in the community and building one yourself?
Yes. I think that building community is super important because it helps you to create an identity and a tangibility, tactile kind of energy around the work. And the work has a purpose that is not egoistic in its nature, and it becomes something that everyone can participate in, and the energy spreads throughout that community. So then you can find a way to like have these things serve one another, you know? And I feel like those building blocks long term is what allows a lot of art that has persisted throughout history to exist in the way that it does. I don't know if that's the best answer, but yeah, I think that is very important. So with Holder's Land, for example, the whole point is to make sure that we bring everyone together in a way that allows them to see themselves in the work and feel pride in knowing that this has like long-term implications for the community that they're part of and the people that are around them.
Yeah, I really agree. And especially in terms of the value of work, it really can increase because of the community, as you're saying, with fractionalized ownership, which is something that you have put together with a piece that speaks or is very near and dear to our Barbados culture. But also in terms of the community, I wanted to add as well the importance of, and maybe I spoke to this or maybe Chantal mentioned this, but going into the NFT space, a lot of times you're so unsure about how to navigate on the marketplaces, how to get access to crypto. So the importance is you just have to build a community and just ask questions. And if you and someone else are both new to a platform, you can watch the videos together, learn together, and then you will create your own network and you can share your work, and it just builds a bigger and bigger community, which is really what NFTs are. NFT is a community. But I'll go to the next question. How close are we in the Caribbean to taking charge of the technology, the platforms and mining and other stuff similar to that? So Halik, I'll go back to you on this one.
As a region, I feel like we're really close. Decentralized technology allows for everybody to kind of dip their feet in any kind of way. So we're as close as we allow ourselves to be. Obviously, there are some technical and financial barriers that need to be overcome, but I feel with this space, there's a lot less bureaucracy, and the weight and the power of your ideas definitely does translate a lot faster and with a lot more speed. So I think we'll travel as fast as the education goes and as fast as the interest within our community goes. Legislation and these kinds of things obviously will play a huge part, but I think there's a lot that we can do amongst each other to make this a reality once we all believe in it.
Thank you. Another question we have, and Chantal, I'll direct this to you. Have you found that the policymakers, the politicians, the institutions have an understanding of what the NFT community is all about, or the digital community?
Personally, I don't really think so. And because NFTs are obviously born out of the world of crypto, I feel like people still look at crypto and anything connected to it as this like dark underworld of all these rebels that don't want to follow rules, and whatever the case may be. And so where that is true to some extent, that does exist in the NFT community, it's really just artists and creative people trying to find a way to do things that weren't so accessible before, you know? And that's why the community aspect is so important, because I feel like when artists come together to support each other, then the art itself becomes more visible, and then it becomes more and more visible to the mainstream. And then next thing you know, people are, it's encouraging, I would say, outsiders to come into the space, because now they can see this beautiful art, and now they're like, how do I get it? Now you have to learn about crypto, and now you have to come into the community. So I feel like if members of the government, or like you said, politicians or whoever, are not themselves involved, they won't understand it, and they will continue to look at it the wrong way until maybe they themselves have some type of experience. Maybe when one of their children is like, Mom, Dad, I just sold an NFT and I just made $10,000. They'll be like, wait, what? And then they say, Mom, yeah, I'm making money, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and I have all this support from my community. Then maybe they'll start to realize, like, wow, maybe we're not doing our people or our culture any justice by blocking this movement, or by not implementing policies or laws that actually protect people that want to engage in this type of thing. So from my perspective, it's like really frustrating, because just getting access to crypto is really difficult at least in Barbados, unless you know the back doors. So it would be nice if there would be some policies implemented that would actually make it much more accessible, because Barbados would see something unheard of, like you can't even imagine what will happen if people have easy access to cryptocurrency.
Yeah, it's true. It is really important, and it really speaks to the idea of that inequality at the root, and the fact that it is in the even playing field to have access to this digital world. But at the same time, NFTs do make it a little bit easier, but it's still kind of a little bit of a dance for us to help everyone in the community to move forward with that. So that comes to a close to our question and answer. Thank you so much for everyone for participating and sending through our answers or your questions. We weren't able to ask all of them, but definitely feel free to engage with any of us outside of this platform, because as we said, the community is really important. So we're here to answer questions. We're here to go on this journey together, because we really, as Barbadians, I mean, I can speak for all of us, where we really do want to see everyone prosper or continue to prosper. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. Outside, Barbados welcomes you.
Hello everyone, welcome to Crucial Conversations in the Arts, hosted by the Faculty of Culture, Creative and Performing Arts here at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill. This discussion is part of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries and Trade Digitization Forum, themed Inequality at the Root. My name is Stephen Walcott. Welcome. Today, I present to you two of Barbados' super producers, Nicholas Branco, soon to be Dr. Nicholas Branco, and Sija, as we look at the state of the music industry in Barbados and other small island developing states, when we look at the topic, small island, big music. Nicholas Branco is a producer and instrumentalist who has been at the forefront of the Barbadian soca scene of the 1990s and early 2000s. He's said to be the creator of Raga Soca, and along with artists such as Edwin Earwood, RPB, and Alison Hines, has produced some of the most enduring indigenous popular music to ever come from Barbados. Sija is a young producer whose production company, Star Point Productions, has been at the forefront of the Bajan dancehall music scene. He has also worked extensively with Trinidadian artists and is a leading producer within the Trinidad movement as well, working with major artists such as K-Lion, who produced the massive hit Melandros and Private Zest with Sija. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, so for those who do not know, I'm going to start with you, Nicholas. What is Bajan music?
The easiest answer to that is say music that is made in Barbados. Because I think that if you try to define a country's music by genre, you tend to limit yourself. We don't have the luxury of a large population that allows us to impress our viewpoint on the rest of the world. So we tend to take in, assimilate, and reproduce in a way that is unique to us. So I think it is more about our process. We have had, over the years, I would say 2 styles of music that had names that people would say came from Barbados. That would be the same Raga Soca and Spooge in the early 70s. That is credited, that Jack Yopel is credited as having created. But even those styles were interpretations and combinations of influences, which is how music always works. So in my mind, Barbadian music is more of an approach rather than a specific style or genre.
All right. So it's an approach, a style. I have a lot to unpack there, but Nicholas, what do you think Bajan music is? How do you see it in your view?
Basically how he start, to be honest. Music that done in Barbados, like, because, to be honest, Bajans can migrate to any genre, in my opinion. I see it, you understand? So it's just to analyze something and mold it into something that more, familiar with the Bajan crowd.
Correct.
But eventually you're still looking to get across the seas, but in terms of beating horn drums, you're just molding it into a style that, Bajan's familiar with. Yeah, and then you could basically do what you want to do with it from there.
All right. So we have a style approach, 2 forms identified by Nicholas. So that's the state of how we see it, the creation, the knowledge that comes out sonically from Barbados and Barbadians that we seem to think is Bajan music and the variety that's found within it. So talk to me about the industry now, guys. We've had the pandemic. We've had years of being a small island developing state, struggling to export. How do you see the current state of the Barbados music industry, CJ?
A little don't know, but it ain't something that can't fix, in my opinion. I think the corona playing a big part in it anyways. So, like, mostly artists who got work permits will more see the benefits rather than artists that know coming out.
Right, so explain to me, so how was it before the pandemic then? How was it going for you personally and the artists around you in that Bajan dancehall scene before the pandemic?
Well,
what was happening? Explain the scene, how were they making money?
Before the pandemic, we actually started the wave months before the pandemic.
And the wave being the exporting the Bajan dancehall sound?
When we collab with Trinidad, to be specific, Chargy. When Chargy came out, that was only like a couple months before Corona.
The pandemic started?
Yeah.
Right, and Chargy is a Trinidadian dancehall artist?
No, Chargy is LR.
LR, oh, right. So for those who don't know, he's a Bajan dancehall artist and he brought out that song.
Yeah.
Right.
So that came in 2019, like September, October.
And what was the response like to that, and how was he operating in the industry at the time? What was happening for him? Was he touring?
He actually flew to Trinidad to do a couple shows on boat rides, and it was that and basically a lot of dub plates. So the dub plate work was coming.
How was it picking up? Was it getting a lot of traction in Trinidad? His
in terms of the song?
Yeah, the song and his song down there. How did it go for him?
The song was a banger in Trinidad, to be honest. That how the other Trinidadians get on the rhythm too, from hearing LR song. You understand? So like basically he went on there to work the song on Trinidad ground. Cause we are already kind of like sent it viral in Barbados already with a Grinchman dancing. We just moved the audio that was there and put Chargy, and it was like we saw 500 Instagram stories between LR, people tagging me, some of my friends tagging LR. So everybody just want the video to put up. So that's how we basically sang viral the song before it was out. Now we just decided, all right, we can try to push it even before it out.
So you hype it up kind of way before it came, right?
That was like 2.5 months before Christmas. But we just see the Grinchman, and we just said, this will look good. You know, with a larger song on it, just like a meme.
Right. To put out there to get the... And I will be getting back to how you put out your music and the differences within the... how it was done traditionally and what you guys are working on, which is to me the forefront of how to produce and put out music later on. But I'm going to hand it over to Nicholas now so you can tell me how the state of the music industry in Barbados is now to you. How are you seeing it now?
Well, we are at a point, obviously, as everybody knows, the pandemic has pretty much destroyed the performance aspect of what we do. But the positive, in my mind, is that it has forced us to rethink what we create and how we sell it, or try to sell it, how we market it. Because traditionally, this is just my interpretation. Traditionally, the music that we make in this part of the world, and by that I mean the Southern Caribbean, is very physical in the way that it is designed and the way it is meant to be received. So it is always about in a space with a whole set of other people enjoying themselves. For want of a better term, it's just a fact. Basically, that is, our music has always been created with that in mind. And that has worked very well for us, but it has also, in a way, limited how we have thought about how we make music and what it's supposed to mean and when it's supposed to have relevance in our lives, right? So what hit me early in the pandemic was that the mood that the nation was in was somber, scared, introspective, and a lot of the music, the bulk of the music that we had made up until that point
was party
felt irrelevant.
Correct.
You know, and so it started to make, the people that I associate with began to think differently about how you would make music when people cannot celebrate it in the traditional way, when you have a whole set of people staying on home, you know, and they might feel a little down and they want to hear saying that may make them feel better, but also makes them feel like there's somebody else that feels the same way they feel. Out of that, I think the possibility exists. And I think even in the way that I like listening and watching to some of the stuff that CJ has done, I can see where we have a chance now to not necessarily appeal only to the Barbadian who is in Barbados and that sensibility. But we can create music that now begins to cater to people in an emotional way, so that you're not really limited geographically, if you understand what I'm saying.
Very much so.
The challenge now really is how we can use the tools that we have to get that information out and to get the music out and to develop legitimate and sustainable market share, which is, in my mind, very difficult because of how dominating certain countries are
within the overall global context.
That context, which has always been the case, but surprisingly to me, it feels like the more access that we think we now have, the less share of the market we actually do. That's how it feels to me. I didn't really do the scientific research.
But that's the feeling operating.
That is how
on
it
the ground.
feels. Like, because, for example, if you take a streaming service like Spotify, you know, you see that 60,000 songs are uploaded to Spotify every day. You know what I mean? How do you compete with that? How do you
get the noise,
eyes and ears inside of that traffic jam the way that we are, you know? So musically, I think it is about us trying to exactly what he's doing, because what he's doing now is what we did 20 years ago.
But different tools
it's
now.
Different tools, but it's the same concept where you're trying to bring together all of the people in this region to function as a one kind of market and unit, creatively and from a consumption point of view.
Right. And which is a good follow-on to what you were saying earlier, CJ, because you said that the music came out, the initial success came out just before the pandemic, but from following the views and your work and the reception of your work, success happened during the pandemic.
Exactly.
So can you explain and expound how you managed to achieve that level of export success within the context of the pandemic and no live shows and all of that? What were you guys doing? What were you guys working on? And specifically, a second part of this question, what do you think within the music, within the young people, what were they hearing, do you think, coming there that they really attach themselves to? So two questions, really. What were you guys were doing, and then if it was something within the music which you think enabled it to have that level of success during that period?
It was basically support between all the artists to start with. Like, if you go have a song where you share it, when they put up money, you share it. We on the same instrumental anyway, so.
Oh, so it was like a collaborative sharing, cross-sharing to different fan bases
so like
on social media.
Yeah. So like, if I the main producer, you got Chieftain, you got LR.
So Chieftain and LR are other dancehall artists.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, they're doing dancehall. But I had, like, I would work with the Bajans first, and then the trainees will jump on. So that will make the rhythm actually full. But viewers from here can spot out the artist on the instrumental and say, well, my artist on this side can listen to this. The Trinidadians can do the same thing. So the YouTube algorithm now, if you play a song on my instrumental, if Nicolas Brown got a song on my instrumental, it can pop up, do the algorithm. So
correct.
That was promotion for everybody. You understand? And then the collabing songs now between the Bajans and the Trinidadians help too. So it was basically social media is what we were working.
So what platforms were you working on? Were you accessing to get this export? Was it YouTube, TikTok? Which ones were you utilizing the most?
Now YouTube is standard. I actually use a distributor. So DistroKid would do like Spotify, Apple, Napster, Deezer, Tidal, TikTok, Audiomack now, you name it. And whenever new stores come out, you will get notified, etc. So it's through them that your music can get on them platforms with any big pack of cards, as you would say, you understand? Any big pack of cards. So like, it's just to find that loyal fan base, but that is that time to build too. You understand? So once you get that fan base though, things can happen. To be honest, but you gotta do the groundwork. You gotta make sure you monetize. You gotta get your Vivo. You know, you gotta get your distribution. You gotta send it with your PRO.
So there are a number of steps in this digital process that artists from a small, tiny nation like Barbados need to go through in order to get that global platform of success you guys are having.
If you don't use a distributor, your song ain't gonna be on Spotify, not Apple Music. So you understand? Yeah. So like you have to do it in this time. Like I actually the person who put most of the artists now on DistroKid because nobody didn't know that.
Right.
Plus, before it wasn't that. You understand? So like this is a different era now. So I just was trying to keep the artists intact of what's going on. So it was like, yeah, you gotta get distribution. You gotta register yourself as an artist. You understand? And
you gotta get that.
So that when things pop, you won't be scrambling to get your groundwork done.
Get the groundwork functioning. So Nicholas, you said it was similar to what you guys were doing in the 90s. What were the parallels, what were the comparisons in terms of that successful export period from this tiny nation regionally and then globally? What were the similarities in terms of how you guys were operating?
We did music from the beginning. The creative process was set up. The way that music works is that everybody that is coming in for a reason. You're coming in to make a statement that is different to the statements that get made already, right? And I was very fortunate that, much like how he's talking about a camp, we had a group of people who all had this feeling that like the soca music of the time was good, but it didn't speak directly to us musically and in terms of subject matter and like the way the melodies were written and things. Because it was a lot of older people and it had a lot of music that you could tell the people that made it grew up listening to the music that our parents grew up listening to. And the music that we was listening to didn't feel like that. And so my thing was, okay, I want to be able to make music that I want to listen to, right? And the beauty about the time, as contradictory as it may seem, the beauty about that time was that there were very few avenues to get music played, right? So, for example, I remember when we finished making Pump Me Up, we went to the radio station, and by that evening, everybody in Barbados had heard that song. You can't get that done now. I don't care who you do.
Yeah.
Right? Which social media platform you use, everybody in Barbados can't hear a song today. Right? So what that did was it created a kind of hype that you had to try and sustain. So you bring another tune, and then we brought an album. The volume of attention that Crossfire and Edwin was getting in Barbados at the time started to spill over, because at that time when you did a crop over event, people was coming in from all over and they were getting caught up in the whole spirit of the thing. So when they going back home now, they're going back home with that music, you know, and it was really just, that was our version of what viral is. Because people came here and got infected with the music and left.
Take it back home.
And went back home and spread it right across the country, you know. And that allowed them to then start to travel. And luckily, as I said, it wasn't just one artist. So it was Crossfire, there was Square One, there was Rupee, there was TC. You know, they had a whole set of people that were all feeling the same way at the same time. And it allowed us to capitalize on what seemed to be a creative explosion in Barbados. Even though at the root of it all was really just like a handful of people, it felt like it was a national movement, right? And then what that did is that Trinidadian artists had to come to Barbados, because now we was making the song that everybody wanted, so you had to come here. And for a period of maybe, I would say 5 or 6, maybe up to 10 years, Barbados was the center of music in the Caribbean outside of Jamaica, really and truly, in terms of what we were making and the kind of visibility that we had.
That it was receiving.
You know? And the artists did very well in that. I mean, men was selling, you know, hundreds of thousands of records and CDs, and leaving here and doing like 7 or 8 shows in a row and kind of back. That's something that used to happen in this time, but not in the same way.
Not to that,
not to that extent, and not to the level of financial success. You know, I mean, it was my only regret at that time is that the band, they didn't think of themselves as an entity. They thought of themselves as a series of entities coming from the same place. And what I have found in small island type environments, when everybody sees themselves as one entity, so it's a Barbados thing. So when we roll, all of we roll, right? It's not like you can't kind of pit me against you and you against me, and they want you and I want that person. It is a movement, all of us coming, right? And I regret in a way that, you know, like they weren't able to stage their own events right through the region and then like go through Europe and
right.
So like staging their thing. So you call a promoter and say, well, listen, we kind of, we got the music, right?
Right. They had the product that everybody wanted.
So when you call, it's not like you calling me, it's like we calling you and saying, well,
this production.
This is what's going on.
Where we hosting
This is what we bringing, and we just want you set it up and get the people in the place.
So I see some definite parallels here in terms of the success from the varying periods. One is the collaborative effort on the ground initially, like the initial cooperation that's needed in these tiny, tiny environments. So let me ask this question now, because all of it is dependent first on getting that local momentum. Both of you guys have tapped into the Barbadian, for lack of a better word, aesthetic, like what Barbadians like to hear. You all have got the initial momentum happening, which is essential to exporting. What is it within your music, or was there a specific approach when you're producing that you say, all right, it got this, Bajans get like this, or is it, or was it an organic type of approach there? Like you say, like, let me vibes, and then it happens. So, CJ, what was it in your music you think that allowed to get that initial momentum happening?
I think it was the style of the beats that I was putting the guys on at that time, because a lot of people ain't know about 120 BPM in a regular BPM for dance, so you understand. But from January, I had a rhythm named Evilized Rhythm, and from there, like, that was the wave of 120 dancehall beat.
So that was like faster,
yeah, that was fast
than what everyone else was expecting.
Yeah, so everybody was like, all right, these fast beats, you can spit enough lyrics on, you understand, and you can sing slow on a faster beat, you understand. Right. So yeah,
so a lot for two different types of approaches. So there's something you researched or something that you just felt was the time for this type of tempo, or we would say like this was happening somewhere else?
It wasn't nothing there like that there at that particular time. I feel that was way too, you understand, because
so it was a space there, like what?
Yeah, it was a space there. It was a space when I put out the charge too for LR. It wasn't nothing there. They just now getting in touch with the Prince Swanee, and you know, he the fresh too. So like, yeah, them now getting in touch with what Trinidad artists doing. You understand? So like, it come like we hit home with them one time, especially the guy Caroline.
Right, there was a space for that, and you brought it out, and that tapped in to what the Bajans wanted to hear, the young Barbadians wanted to hear at that time.
And the beats I put out at that time, like, it was based around dancehall trap, but it wasn't exactly what a Jamaican guy can make. You understand?
Right,
So like
right.
it had a good flavor.
So it was a mixture of all these experiences in Barbados plus the Jamaican.
Correct.
That's all plus the tempo that cracked the code.
Yeah.
But this is exactly the point I'm trying to make, because he is in effect saying that he wasn't hearing what he wanted to hear, right? He wasn't hearing it, but he was influenced by everything that the people who are around him are influenced by, but they may not have the skill to execute what it is that they would like to hear in it, just to get that extra feeling of being home, you know. And every stage of what I would call like the cubicles of creativity that happened in Barbados in the last, let me say, 50 years, the influences are exactly the same. But you can't make it happen, because you gotta wait until the existing expression becomes passé, and then somebody reacts against that. Because until that happens, everybody can still do the same thing.
Which is exactly what happened in the 90s.
Exactly. So when you listen to Spooge is really a combination of calypso and reggae done by a particular set of people with a particular set of tools. So in the 70s, bands had enough horns, and men could not, if you didn't play it, it can't happen. They didn't have a computer you could bring, they didn't have a sampler, men had to play. Everybody had to play. So the band had to be big, because to hear the 3-horn parts, you had to have 3 horns. To hear 4 keyboard parts, you had to have 4 keyboards so that men could play them.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And it was a combination of these two styles of music hitting against the thing that makes us us, which is the way that we speak, which is the most definable audible aspect of our culture, right? We speak fast. So our music will always be faster. Or we can slow it down so that our faster, we could almost double time on it.
Right.
Because that's how we speak. And the laid back nature of what a Jamaican is, you can hear in the music. And you can also hear the Trinidadian accent in a soca beat. You don't even go hear the song. You can feel the accent in the rhythm of the beat. And I remember telling you years ago, you know, I always felt that Caribbean music, you listen to it like this, which is interesting to me because of what the ocean means to us historically in so many different ways, right? Good and bad.
Correct.
But most music from the Caribbean makes you do this. And I think that what has always happened, the reason why American music has penetrated our culture so significantly is because it always makes you do this. Right? And this is easier to do than this, right? So when I listen to what he's doing and I listen to what I did, all of us are doing that same thing. What we put in the music is this.
So now we have established the creativity and how the process works, suggest reasons for its success, the chord you all struck within the communities locally, the collaborative effort of both generations, right? Let's talk about the monetary aspect, the money. Do you think that the industry is producing the level of employment, is getting the artists are getting the economic return they should be getting, or that they can get? Are they maximizing the economic potential of themselves, and is it benefiting the overall Barbadian community? Currently, Nicholas references time. Do you think the legacy of that, the economic legacy, was as substantial as it should have been, and the reasons for this? So let me start with you again, Sija. on the ground currently? Do you think the artists are maximizing the economic potential? Are they reaching, getting as much money as they should be getting? And what are the challenges they themselves are having in getting that level of economic benefit?
If you're speaking from art perspective, artists mostly make money off of performing and their plays. Unless it's an artist that put an album, and mostly rap artists and rock artists do that. You understand? Unless you're a real successful soca or dancehall artist, then you would do an album.
So how they making money in your scene at the moment? How because there are no
mostly
like performances.
Everybody got the distributor, so if they get a song that, you know, hitting, they will see some money off it. But in terms of Barbados alone, nah, I don't, it's not, it's only a certain amount of people here, it's only a certain amount you can get from here, you understand? So that way you go across the sea, you understand?
So you said dub plates and live performances. So there are no live performances now. So
Right.
how are the artists making money? Is it only through the digital revenue streams?
Digital and
dub plates.
Dub plates.
And in terms of digital revenue streams, because we've seen the numbers, Nicholas and I.
That's for artists that don't have a work permit.
All right.
You
So
understand?
artists who can tour.
Go to New York still and do their work.
And do their work.
Yeah.
So in terms of digital streams, I've seen some figures. Some of them per stream are very low. Are they sustaining themselves through the digital, the Spotify's and
Well, I can't really tell you if they're sustaining themselves personally, you understand? So, but I have seen money from artists that I collab with, so I know them see money too. You
right?
understand?
Is you in your view then? Is it substantial enough to live off of now, or do they still need?
If you consistent with it,
meaning producing songs that other people
that gain popularity. I want some, you want some that hot, but what you can do after that?
So you need, so for you it's a quantity type of thing.
Yeah, you need a catalog.
All right, okay.
You need a catalog.
All right, so Nicholas, back to you. In terms of the economic environment, the legacy of the 1990s, did artists manage to maximize their economic potential for,
I didn't know that
themselves?
maximize would be the right word, but some people did well. Maximize is a strong word. I know there are very few people that maximize their earning potential, but I would say that there was a period of time when artists in Barbados were doing well enough that they could legitimately call themselves middle class. And that's not where they started, right? So music allowed them to move up the economic ladder. You could buy a house, you could buy a car, you could feed your family, you could do the things that the middle class people do, we can't say that anybody, maximizing mean to me that all of our artists living in plantations and got 40 acres. And
do you think it could have gone there though, in terms of the economic potential the music showed at that time?
I can't say that, because at the end of the day, it was still a very niche type sound, and it appealed to a very specific set of people. I think what the rest of the world thinks of our music is not what we think of it. They have this feeling of going on the beach in Hawaiian shirts and enjoying themselves.
Drinking rum punches.
Drinking rum punch with the little thing in
the umbrellas.
Right. Or it's like like a novelty type thing.
Happy music.
Not serious music, right? And that is something that we all have to grapple with all the time. Because when you think about the music, or the way that they perceive it, it goes against, in a way, the way that we think of ourselves, right? And the way that we want to be perceived, and the things that we want to say in our music, So I say that to say that, we know the success of, for example, Who Let the Dogs Out, right? But you can't use that as a template to to base an industry on, because you know that there's a certain amount of novelty in that tune, and it's going to do things that other tunes won't do. You know, you can't say, well, look, we can make 10 of them.
Can't make 10 novelty songs.
You know what I mean?
Then they're not novelty.
A novelty song is something that you can't predict. Really,
correct.
And it will have its impact in a way that you can't, also you can't predict. You know, when you think about, say, I mean, you could count the songs on two hands, really, because then it's Arrow's tune, and then
Kevin Little
to a lesser extent, and then songs like Rum and Coca-Cola from all back with the Andrews sisters in the 50s, you know what I mean? And then Irving Burgee had his whole thing with Harry Belafonte, but I mean, they call that calypso in a way, but we don't call it so. You know what I'm saying? So I think that at this juncture, we have to be a little bit more strategic in how we target, how we create the music. Because we need our music to have social, indigenous relevance. But we also are aware of the fact that there's another sphere of influence that we can have access to, which is more based on how much money it can make and less based on what it's saying. You know what I mean? Even if you think back to the reggae situation, I mean, nobody could question Bob Marley's legitimacy as a Jamaican or as a world figure. But you gotta know that there are Jamaicans that thought that his music was much too watered down for them. It was not. That wasn't the real roots thing.
And then the reaction was that. So as you said,
you know what I'm saying?
Right, that came.
Somebody come and say, well, listen, this is what we really want to say. You know, so it is about us finding a way to have more say in both of those strata, because they're two completely different things and they're coming from two different places and they have different foci. We get it right, we in university. Foci, right? But we have a lot of say in one, but not the other. And I think we need to try and find ways to change that.
All right, so we have another challenge in terms of what we have to deal with as creatives looking to export from a small nation. You identify the local authenticity, truth in our music that needs to be met first before it can be exported, and that's something we have to grapple with and deal with regularly. Now, in terms of building an industry, because that's what the point of this UNCTAD forum is all about, looking at sustainable ways we can grow our economies in tiny countries such as Barbados. Do you think that there's a scope and a way we can actually grapple with these major problems of having to prove ourselves locally and still having the gatekeepers give us access to the wider audiences? Do you think it can be done? And what is a sustainable method for doing so in your view moving forward?
I think it can be done, but it would require significant it would require a significant change in the outlook of the people who live in this country but are not directly participating in the industry. I suppose it needs us to convince corporate Barbados maybe, or corporate Caribbean, let's say, corporate and governmental Barbados and the Caribbean, to see that our cultural expression has value on different levels, but we can't afford to merge these levels, I think. What he's doing now and what I did will always happen because it is the way that we speak and it's the way that we express ourselves. We don't really need investment to make that happen. That happens in spite of as a rebellion against investment almost, right? But to sell to the rest of the world, we also have to have a whole, like a concurrent, separate industry that is making something slightly different, which may require us to involve people who are not necessarily from here, but to control the narrative from early, which is something that, for example, I know Eddie Grant has been trying to do that for years. He's trying to control the narrative from here, as opposed to somebody coming in and taking it out and going away with it.
And saying this is what is.
You know what I mean? And then kind of giving you the crumbs. We want to, and it is difficult to convince people in the region that that is possible because you don't have a template to show them, right? But I do think it is possible. It is just that we have to find I'm not sure of the way to convince
them that requires that
mindset,
right? That the investment that's needed to obviously to enable a product to go global. So, CJ, I'm going to ask you that question in a different format now, because your music is currently exporting. It is the now, it is the here, it is the present. However, it is a very controversial form, where it has received significant pushback from regional governments in terms of the content. How can you see corporations working within your particular type of music, Bajan, dancehall, Trinidad? How and which corporations do you see investing in the artists and in the music?
Well, first of all, when I say Bajan, dancehall and these kind of things, I don't necessarily mean violent music, because I put out good music, I put out good conscious rhythms too, but it's just what the people migrate to. I think a lot of promoters don't really look at the artist if the main singing soca, unless you pop off for them to see and then say, all right, he got the ears right now, he can run out, but he quit. But other than that, I don't feel like no promoters or no managers that genuinely come and, see a talent and they don't, somebody ain't doing soca, because we know soca, that world there already. So I feel like managers and promoters that don't see the talent and just like realize it from in the early, the more it go viral. You understand? So I feel that is a big part of it too. Cause like you can see a talent and you could help get in the right direction. You understand? You could tell you, well, you're saying a little too much violent music, we can sing something more universal and we can promote it different. We can shoot a video thing. You understand? Because in these times, I think you just gotta actually make a sound hit. You understand? I don't feel like you would just put out a sound and just float and make it. You got to be behind it,
right.
Pushing it out, push it, right?
So how do you keep that audience? Because it's the same challenge that Nicholas talked about earlier. Because the violent music, that's the one that appeals currently to the youth, the Barbadian youth and Caribbean youth. How then do you tell the artist, okay, to export this now, you need to change your product, and then doesn't he lose that quality that appealed to the youth originally? Because the rap guys, they stay true to their gangster lane. Do you think that the content needs to change for export, or can they still maintain that and export? And what would you advise the artists to do?
Well, first of all, I don't necessarily tell the artists what side of creativity to go. They still see us an art form regardless, you understand? So, but what I would do, we would build vibes and we were like, all right, they say more conscious or they say more laid back than what we just usually do. But if you get a good song, they say it can hit for sure. Like LRG and Sadie smelling night, she only want cash. That ain't got nothing to do with badness, but you understand it, reach. You understand? So it's just like seeking out voice and seeking one or two things that ain't there. So you got a little slot there. But if you check artists like That's the Daps, you know much artists that sing girl song, like how That's the Daps was singing girl song. So he got little avenue there open for you. Understand?
You know your lane, knowing your lane and knowing what your audience
is to find
wants.
a niche for every.
Correct, and stay true as an artist and still maintain.
Yeah, you sure we know the badness sounds, mash up the Caribbean and thing, but like the girl sounds and thing, the private jazz and the singing smile, and them there actually they play a lot in New York and them kind of places. You understand? So like, apart from that, I don't necessarily tell the artist which side of creativity to go. I will let he observe and see what working. You understand? And if you want to try, then so be it. But as far as creativity, I let artists.
Let artists do what
yeah.
What I want to add something to this here. I wanted to say, the question that you were asking, teacher, talking about the artists and catering for the wider market, and the point I made earlier is that we got two separate tram lines that we should be functioning on. What he is functioning on is not the other one I'm talking about. It ain't about his artists. The music that they're doing and the subjects that they're dealing with, the what is called violence and all the gun thing and all that, it's uncomfortable, but it's real, right? You can't ignore the fact that it is real. They're not causing name. They're talking about saying that happening, right? That is a legitimate form of expression that you can now say, well, it shouldn't happen, and the government coming in and telling you, well, in order to export this, you gotta do. That is not what we're exporting at all. We ain't dealing with that. It's like how you would make putting a sauce on a salad for a Bajan with hot pepper and everything, and we know who want it so. But when you selling it now in America, you gotta make it different.
Correct.
You understand what I mean? And the second tram line is the one that we miss. I think to a large extent we have the cottage industry part of it, where we are actually just expressing ourselves in a way that matters to us directly. We got that covered because that's easier to do, and that is more. It is in a sense more important for us as a nation, culturally, not necessarily economically, but culturally and socially is crucial. So I would not be going to him and telling him, you know, your artist should do this and that. And there's a whole nother set of artists. When you look at what happening in Jamaica, or what happening in Cuba, or what happening in New York, there's a one set of music that's for the people that live there, and all the rest of the people who feel like that. And then there's this other set of music that is for everybody else.
Yeah.
Right? And the two of them may cross over every once in a while, but they are not designed for the same reason.
Yeah.
And what we have to do is to kind of work out how we are going to separate that. That has been our perennial problem.
Right. That's an excellent point. So we have dealt with the indigenous creativity, the indigenous approaches to export. What now do you think, since it's the UNCTAD forum that's hopefully going to be seen by international members of boards who deal with legislation and copyright legislation and monetization of streaming, what laws do you think can be implemented from the outside that will enable the industry in Barbados to be more sustainable and to grow? Nicholas.
I can't speak to laws, but what I can say is, in my mind, the internet, while it appears to be free and for all, is controlled and dominated by a very small number of people, and it affects the kind of access that the rest of the world has. And to me, it is incumbent upon all those in policy-making positions to focus all of their energy on that, because the world is suffering as a result of the way the internet is being allowed to influence how the information is going in one direction. We get to know everything that's happening in America.
As it happens.
As it happens. But they don't get to know, we don't have the access, you know, the way that it's still functioning in the same way that everything has always functioned. The people that got the money got the control. And the difficulty with that, in my view, is that they have more access to the minds of the people who are around us than before. And that makes the whole world susceptible to whatever it is them trying to sell, which makes it even difficult for us to sell to the people that we are right next to, right? And so I don't know what law would be covered by that. And I can see that, you know, the power and the money talking and everybody trying to be nice. But the reality is that the world is swiftly moving into an area where we are not going to be in control of the people that live in it. And things are going to go, to me, things are going to go off the rails because cultures are being superimposed on other cultures in a way that is not healthy, is not sustainable. And so as I say, I can't answer, from a specific policy point of view, but I do know that, I wish that I could utilize that road. It feel like a one-way street. I feel like I would like it to be two ways.
Right, so we have the discussion of digitization, and the opening up of that particular pathway to more contributors in a more meaningful way. So that's one thing that can be done to help us. So CJ, do you see any other laws or any other overseas that would assist other than that, or that's one of the major issues for you as well, having as much access?
I agree with what he's saying in terms of the small handful like the Universal and the Sony Music Group controlling everything, so it's like hard to get shuffled and up to the top of the carriage to get pulled. You understand? So like, and plus we doing it independent. So back in the 90s, etc., the ultimate goal was to get a deal. You understand? No, in these times, a lot of artists busting without the deal. You understand? And balling out the record labels and trying to let artists know, well, the contract designed to keep you in debt. The advance designed to keep you in debt. Because the labels, they tell you which studio to go in. So like them fully controlling it. So like as independent person or independent entity, group, whatever, like all they can let you know is like when you get the power, don't get away. Because that's what enough people just do. You understand? When you get the power, you gotta hold it.
And to maximize
it.
You gotta hold it. Well said. So guys, so wrapping up now, final question. Where do you see the future of the local industry going in terms of export-wise? And another question, who do you see, which artists do you identify or can you identify now that you have worked with, who can take it to that particular place that you are seeing? Which artists you can see taking the industry into that area you think it will be in the next couple of years?
Well, I don't really feel it's one artist, to be honest. I feel people more like to see a movement among a group. You understand? So the lack of unity make it
the whole thing
take a big dip as a unity in there. So it gotta be like, they gotta at least look to the people like everybody on this mission. You understand? Otherwise, it ain't gonna work out at all.
Now, which movement do you see leading the way, leading that push that you've seen so far? Which style of music?
Well, it can happen with any style of music, to be honest. So I don't put it on a particular style of music. You understand? Because one guy could do a violent tune, let me say a tune of what he just see going on a daily, and then another man is doing somewhat later back about how he ain't got no money, had no money for the last 7 weeks. You understand? And all took a hit. You understand? So like,
and if they're moving in the same direction,
yeah. Cause eventually, like, for some artists, like some artists just do one song, they will get popular with it and then switch the crowd to what they either originally want to give them. You understand? So like, you just gotta do what you gotta do to go viral. And let me just call it viral, to gain people's face. You understand? And then once you get the people who you could get them where you don't really want to get them.
Right. Understand? And if enough people do that with the same mentality, then you could see the industry moving to that place.
Yeah. But the unity has to be there. If the unity in there, you can just take a big dip in the ground. You understand?
All right. So Nicholas, what were you? How do you see the industry and which artists or movements, as you just suggest, can get us where you see it in the next couple of years?
I think the way forward for the region musically is to think as a region more now than ever before, because we are still a very small part of the world, but we are large in terms of what we contribute culturally to the world. But I don't see us having any sustainable impact if we try to go at it island by island, you know. And I think we also have to, as I said, we need to think less about the specifics of our individual countries, and we need to think about what makes us similar and use that as the basis, you know, so that the movement that CJ talking about ain't just a group of fellas from New Orleans or a group of fellas from the Point. Is a whole set of people from 12 countries that just doing this thing, you know. And we need to be prepared to lose it all.
That too.
You know, it is, you don't have cushions in the arts. You know, you got to be prepared to say, well, listen, this is where we going, and put everything into that. If it don't work and you hit the ground, you try and come again, you know. But you can't hedge bets in culture and in artistic expression. You can't do it. So it's really about our mindset, and then using that to begin to influence the rest of the world in a different way, not just as somebody to come in and take up artists and go away with, but to respect it as a legitimate business entity and a legitimate factory, and negotiate and deal with it on that level.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Once again, you've been listening to Nicholas Branco, producer extraordinaire, bass player extraordinaire. And you can be found where, Nicholas?
Right now, inside KFA.
But on Instagram,
Nicholas Branco Band.
Nicholas Branco Band. And CJ from Star Point Productions can be found where, CJ?
At cj.music or Real Star Point Productions.
Real Star Point Productions. I am Stephen Walcott, and this has been Crucial Conversations in the Arts. Once again, a forum where we speak to artists, and we'll be doing some of these in the future. Thank you for being a part of the Crucial Conversation in the Arts, hosted by the Faculty of Culture, Creative and Performing Arts here at the University of the West Indies, KFA. Thanks once again to my guests, Nicholas Branco and CJ, for contributing so much of their knowledge to this particular conversation. Be sure to check out the other items available as part of the UNCTAD 15's Trade and Digitization Forum. My name is Stephen Walcott. Thank you.
Welcome to the Future Academy on this day one of UNCTAD 15's Creative Industries Trade Digitization Forum. My name is Adrian Green, co-lead organizer of the forum. I'm excited to introduce Future Academy panel number one, Immersive Tech Environments, Models for the Future. Immersive technologies are one of the technologies with the highest projected potential for growth. According to the latest forecast from IDC Research, investment in virtual reality and augmented reality will multiply 21-fold over the next 4 years, reaching $18.2 billion by 2022. In addition, both technologies will be key to companies' digital transformation plans, and their spending in this area will exceed that of the consumer sector by the end of 2021. Nowadays, the market is demanding applications that go beyond leisure, tourism, or marketing, and are more affordable for users. In today's session, we hope to shed a light on how the continued development of immersive technologies such as virtual reality, augmented reality, and haptics will provide us with new ways of interacting, analyzing, and creating. We've brought together a group of experts to discuss the key issues. You can find out more about our moderators and panelists by visiting the Eastern Chattel House in the AnimeCon New Bridge City, an exciting part of our forum's virtual platform. I'll hand over to panel moderator, Ms. Serena Ricci, to introduce the members of this panel and get the session started.
Thank you for the introduction, Adrian. Much appreciated. I am Serena Ricci, moderator of this wonderful panel on immersive technologies and environments, and member of the organizing committee for the Creative Industries and Trade Digitization Forum. Today, I'm joined by Ed Mason, Bermuda-based founder and CEO of Curve Reality. Ed is an immersive technologies research and development and rapid prototype specialist with a track record for innovation. He has developed extended reality products for companies like Samsung, Mattel, and developed the world's first standalone VR device in 2013. Dave Rainier, our second panelist, is the founder of Dream Reality Interactive, an immersive software developer who builds engaging interactive experiences. Prior to Dream Reality Interactive, Dave was the director of Sony's London studio, the home of multi-million selling game franchises SingStar, Dancestar, Wonderbook, and PlayStation VR Worlds. Also with us today is Dr. Sylvia Xueni-Pan, lecturer in VR at Goldsmiths University of London. Working in VR for more than 20 years, she developed a unique interdisciplinary research profile with journal and conference publications in both VR technology and social neuroscience. Her work in training and education in VR has been featured multiple times in the media, including BBC Horizon and the New Scientist magazine. So thank you, all of you, for joining us today. Let's start by getting to know a little better your background and what you do. So Dave, let's start with you. If someone in the audience wasn't familiar with immersive technologies, how would you explain your job in a nutshell?
Yeah, so I've been a video game maker for over 20 years, and I love making engaging experiences for people to play on their own or together. But when we get to immersive technologies, what I think is really interesting is how they help us interact with digital content. So, a traditional video game, you might be using a controller, a number of buttons, and there's a TV screen, whereas in an immersive game, we use a much more natural way of inputting and outputting between our human form and the game or the experience itself. So, for example, if you look at VR, we're actually giving very direct sensory input to your eyes, which is much more immersive, to use that word, than a TV on the wall over there. We really do transport you to another space. If we're doing something in augmented reality, we're placing digital objects and experiences and characters in the world that we already live in. And so really for me, immersive is actually about making it as easy and as natural for us to interact with digital content as possible. In terms of my job and what I do day to day, at Dream Reality, we've made a number of virtual and augmented reality games and experiences, and we continue to do that. But I also advise a number of companies in the space as well, technology companies, games companies, even finance companies, about this space and how they can best support it as it grows over the next few years.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now, Sylvia, would you like to tell us more about your research and your work in the VR space?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So yeah, I completely agree with Dave about his view of how immersive technologies work, and actually the focus really about understanding XR interaction. And for me, what's really interesting about VR is I think VR is a reproduction of reality. And then it's about kind of how to move things we do in real life into VR. So what I'm really passionate about are two things. First is teaching, a second one is research. So in terms of teaching, I think for me, it's really important that we can kind of put this kind of immersive technology and everything into simple language to get everybody involved. And on that front, I have a Coursera VR specialization, which was launched in 2017. And we have attracted more than 100,000 registered learners already. And we run a XR master degree at Goldsmiths. So we're very much about teaching the technology to everyone, but also teaching the psychology behind VR as well. And for my research, I'm really, really interested in social interaction in VR. How do we actually socially engage with each other? How does it kind of differ or similar to real life? And then how can we then use this to inform very useful applications in training, therapy, or education? But I'm also very keen on working with neuroscientists kind of from the opposite side to try to use VR to understand social interaction as well. So it's kind of, working with VR and social interaction from both sides. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I do.
Excellent. Ed, would you like to tell us about your what you're working on, your cutting edge immersive technologies coming up?
Thank you. Yes. So for those who don't know, I develop new and innovative technologies related to virtual reality, augmented reality, digital assets, and metaverses. My track record, we built the first self-contained VR headset in 2013. We worked closely with NVIDIA, building a number of prototypes before we realized self-contained solutions where all of the compute power inside the display was not the way to go. And we pivoted, we started Curved Reality to then start focusing on building a new category in computing, what we call a dedicated XR machine, effectively a desktop-class wearable computer that can be used to drive PC-grade virtual and augmented reality headsets, making this device much more affordable and much more available. So in essence, yes, we dabble in the bleeding edge of technology, and we're developing a metaverse in a collaborative effort with quite a few people scattered all across the globe. So I look forward to discussing that too.
Excellent. So my first question is related more to the time we live at the moment, this pandemic. During COVID-19, during the lockdown, the world has witnessed virtual reality and augmented reality going mainstream, not only for gaming and entertainment, but also for fitness, education, and training purposes. Going forward, in your opinion, what will be the industries and jobs that will be more impacted and revolutionized by immersive technologies? Dave, let's start with you. What are your thoughts on the matter?
I think we've had a great run with immersive technology up to now. VR headsets are now available and relatively cheap. They're sort of cheaper than an iPad or cheaper than a mid to high end phone. So they're not like crazy expensive. But I think up to now, the thing that's been missing a little bit is what Sylvia touched on in her introduction, is the social interactions. And actually, I think anything that has social interaction required, whether that's working or going to a fitness class or playing a video game or getting together in some way, will be impacted with immersive technology, because COVID has, one, stopped us traveling because of the pandemic, but also two, made us realize we don't have to travel to interact with other people. And we often, at the moment we're on Zoom, we get Zoom fatigue, and there are a number of reasons for that because of the way it's set up. And with immersive technology, we will get to a point where we can interact with a group of other people very naturally, but not being in the same geographical location. So, we will perhaps still meet in the office, but a lot of people will now start working from home and having meetings digitally like this, or not traveling to a conference or not traveling to a business meeting and having those meetings. And as I said before, actually the core of immersive technology is about making it more natural for humans to interact. So that might be understanding gestures and pointing, voice, and so on, and then making it so that two people who are in a virtual space get the natural human cues between each other. And that actually relaxes us and makes us feel a bit more comfortable. So for me, really, I think our many, not all jobs, but many jobs, I mean, retail is going online as we speak. We can see that happening, and the pandemic has increased it. So, but things like just where we would have all been in office all day, we're now going to meet virtually a lot more. Entertainment, 100%. I mean, metaverses are talked about every day now by major tech companies, games companies, and so on. Fortnite, which is one of the biggest games in the world, is a metaverse basically, and it won't be too long before the VR versions come out, and people are getting more and more into that. And I think that the sort of appearance of all these metaverses and immersive technology, those two things together are what will really change how we interact together and digitally moving forward.
Excellent. Sylvia, would you like to give us your opinion from an academic standpoint? What are those industries that will be more impacted by immersive technologies?
Yes, I mean, first of all, completely agree with Dave, and I think, I want to probably expand on that point later on. But for now, I think I want to also mention the kind of more high-stake industries. So other than, obviously we have really great consumer market devices now, but I think the challenge of VR is actually still quite a lot. For instance, haptic feedback is sort of really preliminary, and it's kind of, you don't really have proper force feedback with the controller's kind of consumer device you have. And so in order for VR to really work, because it's about recreating reality, and actually skin is our sense of touch, is the biggest input we have as a human being, right? And I think for me, what's really interesting from academic perspective is really looking at how VR could revolutionize lots of high-stake areas, which will require bespoke VR applications using sort of haptic or other kind of VR systems that is not accessible at the moment for consumers. So examples I have in mind are, for instance, scientists can use some kind of bespoke VR device to make new scientific discoveries. When you maybe have a pandemic, this could potentially accelerate the way new drugs are produced, when you can actually maybe manipulate molecules in 3D and really have a cognitive understanding of how sort of a certain 3D or even higher dimensional data work, right? And then secondly, maybe medical doctors can use VR to develop new treatment for patients, in particular, maybe for mental health patients. I think mental health will be one of the biggest problems challenging humanity in the next 10, 20 years. We already see a high increase of depression, kind of related to the pandemic, but I think this is going to be a bigger and bigger problem. But medical doctors can develop bespoke sort of solutions for each individuals to really help alleviate the situation. And another area I think is really kind of going to this sort of telepresence area, where you put a VR headset on and then you're actually driving remotely a robot which is operating elsewhere, a place where you can't physically be, right? So this would be really interesting for someone, maybe a surgeon or a technician, to be somewhere to operate on a patient or to fix a machine that is not really accessible for human. Because in VR, you have kind of the real-time feedback. You can use the skills you learned in your real life. You can apply it naturally without having to go through a clunky kind of 2D interface. So I think these are probably the three really interesting areas that will really change everyone's life, really.
Excellent. So Ed, we spoke about education, training, and healthcare and communication. Are there other industries that you believe will be revolutionized by immersive technologies?
I believe, in fact, all industries will be. When you look at immersive technologies, it's simply a TV with extra sensors much closer to your face. So you can do a lot with that. Now, there are industries that will be revolutionized by consumer-grade hardware. Bear in mind, Enterprise XR is powered by consumer-grade hardware through and through. The game space, incidentally, is larger than the music, the movie, and the streaming services combined. It is an incredibly lucrative space. So what we're presently seeing now is the art world is being radically changed by these emerging technologies. And in fact, people's lives are being drastically changed on a daily basis around the world due to this new interest in digital assets. NFTs, as they're better known as, they should be paid attention to, in all honesty. They offer massive export possibilities for countries, as well as a way to address unemployment. These new technologies are unlocking so much value for young people across the world today, and this is an export revenue that really should not be ignored. Any artist anywhere in the world, provided they have access to internet and some kind of computer, is able to now create and sell artwork to a worldwide audience. And this is giving people hope all around the world. I mean, this, more than anything, this NFT technology really is prosperity for all. And I feel this is something that you are more than familiar with. So ultimately, yes, training, education, healthcare, they're all going to be revolutionized, just as the art world is currently witnessing. And incidentally, we're actually working with the Bermuda government to provide our computer to the island's education system because it is a 15-watt super powerful computer. We're also working with a few medical companies for them to use this for therapy, because of course using VR for therapy lets you do some very precise measurements that you simply can't do by eye. So ultimately this technology will proliferate through the entire world, but we're presently seeing a tremendous uptake and a tremendous new movement in this space that is focused on digital assets. And so first and foremost, I really love everyone to take away from this meeting that this is a space that should be paid attention to. It can provide a bright future for the youth in the population, as well as a potential huge export possibility.
That's wonderful. I completely agree, especially when it comes to the non-fungible tokens, the NFT, because in the region, especially in the Caribbean, there are so many talented artists that should really start to learn more about NFT, and you know, it will open up a sea of opportunities and profit, hopefully, for them.
I mean, it really will. Yeah, what we're seeing, sorry, just another one, is we're seeing a fascinating thing in the space where today an artist can take digital artwork, sell it to a worldwide audience, and sell that for significant amounts of money. These artists don't need to have a name or a reputation, and the technology is evolving so quickly that we're beginning to see platforms like Ecofy that are fractionalizing real artwork like a Van Gogh, and allows that to be more accessible to individuals. So this space is advancing at a tremendous rate at breakneck speed, and all I would urge people to do is to keep an eye on it, because it's incredible. Due to COVID, the effort of collaboration has never before been seen anywhere in any space, in my opinion, as we're presently seeing it in the NFT space.
I completely agree. So I wanted to kind of connect to the comment that Dave made about connectivity. So COVID-19 has especially disrupted the way people across the world connect with each other, be it for work, school, or social purposes. We are now accustomed to using Zoom and connecting with video calls. However, after 1.5 years of countless video encounters, meetings, etc., people are getting tired and disengaged with this technology. I wanted to ask you if you think that immersive technologies, immersive virtual realities, have the potential to reboost the engagement and effectiveness of virtual connections and meetings. Sylvia, I wanted particularly your opinion because of your social neuroscience and research approach.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of how I went into this area, because I realized, you know, social interaction is such a kind of rich form of interaction, and typically in a face-to-face interaction, if you're in the same room, we're exchanging sort of social signals with all sorts of channels, both verbal and non-verbal, you know, the word we choose, the kind of tone of voice we use, our gesture, posture. And actually it's important to point out a lot of things happening in social interaction is actually automatic, and sort of we're not really conscious about it. And what sort of video conferencing does is it has a camera, it has some kind of compression algorithms, and there will be a technologist kind of deliberately prioritize a certain list of features to actually be transmitted through the internet, because the bandwidth limitations and everything. And so basically two things happen. First of all, there is kind of selection of features, which is conscious. You now have to kind of write down your own list and then to decide which features to prioritize. And secondly, we're basically doing dimension reduction. We're moving sort of 3D interaction to 2D, right? And I think VR is actually a good sort of solution to kind of, help with these two problems. Because for instance, in social interaction in VR, we just put our headset on, and then we can have the controllers and move them around. So I can drive my avatar's body language, so that my avatar will have the same body language as I do in real life. And that is really useful, because then we can use our body language the same way, and we can use it implicitly as well in social VR. So for instance, in a sort of everyday social interaction, I could lean forward to someone to encourage them to speak, or in a group conversation, instead of calling my name, you could just, rotate your body towards me and say, how do you think, right? These are the things we do. We don't really think about it. We just do automatically. And in VR, it's the same. You can use your kind of non-verbal interaction, which you don't really think about. So I feel that in some cases, definitely in VR, I feel less tired. Not like on a Zoom call, I have to really say everything, explicit everything so explicitly, right? So that's definitely in terms of dimension reduction, it preserves the features we have in 3D so we're still remaining on 3D. And another point I'm trying to make is we also don't need so much kind of data reduction, because once we prioritize the list, we do compression. For instance, part of my PhD, I was looking at blushing, like, when your face go red, it actually plays an important role in social interaction, but in fact, it's very much subconscious, right? And I'm pretty sure some of the video sort of compression algorithms actually get rid of the sort of color information because they find out they don't understand really the role it plays. And there'll be many other features we're not aware of. However, the good thing about VR is that instead of sending the picture of each frame for everything I'm talking about and on a sort of image, lots of sort of pixels information is sending out, you can actually just send, for instance, like the 260 degree of freedom tracking data. And that's actually smaller amount of data than I am sending on the Zoom conference. And just my final point, I think, is also about kind of the direction of VR devices. So obviously now we use this device in social VR. I can drive my avatar's body language, and what is missing is facial expression. But that's going to change very soon. So the newest kind of consumer device produced by HTC, they already have both eye tracking and lip tracking. So it's just a matter of time we'll also be able to see each other's facial expression in VR. So, and then again, it's at a lower cost in terms of bandwidth, because all you need to send is the data of how your eye moves, rather than the whole kind of pixels you have to push on a 2D conference. So I think that's more or less answer the question.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting how we could be completely immersed in the future, perhaps in an office or something similar, and feel like we are in the physical office and not just in a virtual world. I actually just watched the big reveal of Facebook's new metaverse, and that was quite something. I'm looking forward to try it out. But Ed, let me ask you, you're our metaverse expert. Do you think immersive technology, metaverses will be at some point be able to make us more engaged in like these virtual connections, or not?
Categorically, yes. So you got to think that humans learn through experience, and to be able to experience true photorealistic environments in 6 degrees of freedom, to be able to traverse around these spaces as though you're actually there, is straight out of the box an engaging experience. Now, you're going to hear the word metaverse bandied around. I realize there may be people in the audience who are not too familiar with what a metaverse is. People may assume it's sort of a video game type idea, but it's not really. The whole idea of a metaverse, the best way to think of it is effectively just a 3-dimensional internet. We're moving from a 2D internet to a 3D internet. And this is really the easiest way to understand what a metaverse should be, not necessarily what a metaverse is today. You have metaverse companies who are making their own walled gardens, unable to communicate with one another. So that's not really a metaverse, in my opinion. We need a space and a platform and standardization that allows users to bring these multiple different worlds into one shared persistent space. That being said, going back to the question, yes, I do think that obviously using immersive technologies does increase engagement. And when you think about the Zoom fatigue that people receive today, they're spending 6 to 8 hours a day staring at one screen, one point, unable to look away. Now, when you think of how you actually work in an office, your mind's wandering, you're looking around, even though you're in a meeting, you're fiddling, you're doodling, you're interacting with the world around you. You're not stuck looking at one point in space for hours and hours on end. So Zoom fatigue is a real thing. Simply being able to detract from needing to stare at one small rectangle and instead surround people with an immersive and engaging environment, that you will be able to interact with one another in some kind of realistic capacity, that will only boost engagement. It's not the replacement for in-person meetings, but certainly it is a reasonable proxy for having an in-person meeting where you can't get everyone in the same room at the same time due to COVID or travel restrictions or whatever. So in essence, yeah, absolutely. It will certainly boost engagement. It will certainly boost productivity. And we're beginning to see it rolled out in a number of capacities already.
Excellent. Thank you so much for these insights. I'm sure now all our audience is more familiar with what a metaverse is. So let's shift gears a little. Dave, I wanted to ask you, immersive tech improvements go hand in hand with the internet structural enhancement. How do you envision virtual reality, augmented reality, extended reality changing the way we learn, interact, create, connect in the next 5 to 10 years? What's your vision, and what excites you most of this future, of this tech future?
I think there's a few different technologies coming together to make this much more of a mainstream opportunity for people to experience and take as part of their lives. I mean, we've had, as Ed said, the gaming space is actually huge now, and it's created a lot of entertainment, but it's also created a lot of technology that can be used now in the metaverse and in immersive as we move forward. So a good example I think of is about 15 years ago, I can remember at Sony, people talking about selling virtual items. And as developers, our initial response was, who's going to buy a virtual t-shirt? You know, it's not a real thing. But obviously that's changed. It's even like when people started buying MP3s, who's going to buy MP3s and not a CD? You know, there's this like sort of old school feeling that it has to be a physical object. Well, obviously that's changed completely now. And, you know, things like Fortnite take hundreds of millions of dollars a month purely on virtual skins and items. And something like blockchain and NFTs actually adds a feature to that that's quite significant, because if I buy a skin in Fortnite now, I own it. If I don't use it, that's it. It's locked to my account. But in not very far future, through the use of NFTs and blockchain, I can sell that. And so, you know, having sort of thought through this, I think the concept of a consumer going from only physical products to virtual products is a big leap that consumers have gone through pretty well in the last, say, 10 years. And actually then going say, well, I've got virtual products and now I can resell them, or they have a uniqueness to them, is actually quite a small leap in comparison. And I think in 20, 30 years, we'll look back and go, oh, do you remember when you couldn't, it was really annoying and you couldn't sell your skins on Fortnite? You know, it's actually going to look weird in a few years, how it is at the moment. So I think that's something that's quite significant, because it really does add value to those digital items, and it makes them much more coherent and understandable for consumers. So that's one important piece that's sort of come from video games, but also through blockchain and NFT technology. The other thing is that we've had multiplayer games for quite a long time, but with relatively small numbers of people meeting up in one space. And if there's more people, there are, you know, you can get quite large numbers in there now, but it's still in its infancy. We have some big companies like Improbable, some other companies like Haiti, and some smaller companies working on sort of supporting services that mean that anybody building a metaverse can manage that concurrency through experts from a service, rather than having to like rewrite that code from scratch themselves. And that to me is a little bit like, and this might be getting a bit technical, but when I started making video games, we had to write everything ourselves and write our own engine. But now the games industry has two big players, Unity and Unreal, and a number of others that are services that really make it much easier for people to make games. And that is now extending to the multiplayer aspect. So in fact, I don't need to hire the world's best multiplayer engineers to build a multiplayer experience. And that, it will become commoditized, much like Amazon servers and cloud services and so on. And I think in the next 10 years, we'll really see that actually there'll be almost turnkey solutions to creating these online spaces. And as Ed says, it's really like a 3D internet. I think of it as it's a bit like when forums first started on the internet, and suddenly people could gather around a certain topic and they'd go to that particular forum. Well, that's what a metaverse is. Hey, I'm really excited about X cats. I'm going to go to a metaverse about cats, or whatever. That's being a little simplistic. And then I think from the augmented reality space, the sort of third strand that's coming through is spatial OS, and that is really understanding map data and then being able to layer onto map data information and technology. So, if I've got my phone, I've got a camera on my phone, or if I was wearing glasses, perhaps sometime in the future, that can actually be reactive to the location, the physical location that I'm in. So, I'll get specific information, advertising, directions, understanding where my friends are, and so on, all through the sort of spatial operating system. And so I think all these things combine to mean that the world is not just going to be a physical place in the future. It will be a blend of physical and digital, and there's sort of in different aspects it will land in different ways.
Excellent. I can't wait for this to come to life. We have to reconvene and in 10 years and see if you were right and evaluate these new technologies. Well, moving forward, so we spoke about the gaming industries earlier on in this panel. We explored which industries were going to be more impacted. Now let's focus on collaboration. Do you guys foresee future immersive technologies breakthrough being a result of industries cross collaboration? And most importantly, could you give some examples, some tangible examples? Ed, let's start with you.
That's a great question. We're already seeing collaborative efforts resulting in massive adoption and the development of new social spaces. COVID obviously has found a new way to make people develop ways to build, to communicate and to develop together, even though they're not necessarily in the same place anymore. And in fact, we've been part of a collaborative effort to design a metaverse, something that we feel is quite a fascinating project today, whereby having seen the evolution of the digital asset space and having seen the now desire for artists to want to be able to spend time in a metaverse, we see a new opportunity to design a new metaverse with the collaboration of the community, from developers to artists to high-end companies all around the world working in a collaborative capacity remotely to build something new and unique, even though these individuals have never met each other before. And this is quite a large-scale project. The notion that the digital asset world is moving into the metaverse space is fantastic. Having spent nearly a decade developing XR technologies and focus and talking about the futures of metaverses with some very cool people over the time, it's now gotten to the point where 3 years ago, the only people inside a metaverse were the hardcore PC users who could go through the friction of installing a PC game and playing it on a rectangular screen, or the virtual reality users, those people who had a VR headset and were willing to sit in a virtual environment for however long they were willing to wear that headset for. And that was great. That was a lot of people. But now the digital assets and NFTs have come about, what we're starting to see are artists, orders of magnitude more artists flowing into the space with a desire to be able to demonstrate their artwork on a virtual gallery that they can load up on their mobile phone and pull out at any point in time. So this has now brought in a huge influx of new people into the space. And these new people into the space are creative, they're smart, they're content builders, and they always say content is king. So effectively, this new metaverse project we've created, what we're calling New Pangea, is effectively bringing together the leaders in the digital asset space to work together to build a new metaverse that's in line with what this new wave of digital assets requires, as opposed to simply using one of the old-fashioned last generation spaces. So it is an absolutely fascinating concept, and it could never have happened had it not been for COVID. Had it not been for the fact that everyone was remote, everyone was working from home, and everyone now has access to these immersive technologies without needing to leave their home. So the New Pangea Metaverse is one that I'd certainly keep an eye on.
Excellent. Sylvia, we had a wonderful conversation before this panel where you were mentioning how virtual reality is kind of helping with mental health training or development more in general. Would you be able to expand and give us, again, your insight on what kind of industries cross collaborations you foresee in the future?
In terms of mental health, I'm just going to, actually, we have been working with medical doctors in this area as well. So we have been working with, some hospital-based in the UK and London here, using VR to develop communication training for medical doctors. So one of the work we have actually worked together on was about antibiotics prescription. So now, although COVID is the biggest problem, but actually before COVID, people were talking about the problem of superbugs, these antibiotic resistant bugs. And that is actually directly caused, one of the direct causes for that is overprescription of antibiotics. Like in the UK, for instance, you need to go to your general practitioners and for them to, have a checkup and decide whether you should be given antibiotics or not. And it's basically they have the responsibility to safeguard antibiotics, because overprescription or people not following the course of antibiotics will basically increase the chance of superbug developing. And if they don't do anything, millions and millions of people will die because of this in 10, 20 years time. So, but then actually it is really difficult for general practitioners sometimes to say no to people because, here in the UK, you have 10 to 15 minutes consultation, and then there's a big queue. So medical doctors are often under pressure to having to say, look, I can't give you this, please leave. And the patient just wouldn't stop arguing. So what we did is we put medical doctors inside VR. They had virtual patients in front of them asking for antibiotics. So they could go through the experience, right? And they could also record themselves inside VR of themselves going through the experience. And not only they're going through the stress of the actual experience and having to come with the argument, and actually really surprisingly, we run 21 medical doctors, 12 of them are medical experienced ones, and 9 of them are trainees. We found that only 4 out of the experienced ones managed to say no to the end, and none of the trainee managed to say no to the end. They all kind of at some point gave up. So I think even for themselves, it's a good sort of experience to go through. They could kind of, think about, oh, I really shouldn't have gone in. I was really surprised that I said yes in the end, right? Next time I'll do better. And then we could use the technology to replay the whole thing, maybe from the patient's perspective, so that they can develop better understanding of how to not only, not prescribe antibiotics, but also provide a nice kind of sort of doctor-patient sort of, sort of not only say no, but say no in a way that the patient is also quite happy with it. And so that's one of the work we've done. Also worked using virtual reality for child safeguarding. So it's like, when you have a patient coming in and with a child, and there's obviously an abusive relationship between the parent and the child, will the medical doctor have the mental capacity to identify that and actually take the action? So there's another piece of work we've done, which I don't have the time to go through, but I think there is, huge potentials. And for all this work, obviously, we as VR technologists, we have psychologists, we have medical doctors, and it's kind of a big collaboration of people who contribute. And also, I think importantly, we need to also involve people from, philosophy and law and policymakers in kind of informing and helping us to design and understand the implications of those studies.
The thing I've found really interesting is this in the last 6 months is this collaboration between like interactive developers. So started with game developers, but then with finance basically, and Bitcoin and Ethereum and so on, and how these two things coming together kind of just makes sense. It's like once you understand both sides, you realize it just makes the digital worlds that we're creating have a sense of singularity. So this object is the only object. This NFT is the only NFT. This plot of land in a metaverse is the only plot of land. It's not replicated. And so I think that suddenly makes these things, that collaboration, and there's sort of two similar but different groups of people as well. There's like slightly different tone of voice between them and things, but there are technologies and there are creativity. So there's a lot of, and there is passion in both those groups. And I think that mix is going to have a huge impact in the next few years.
If I may just add to that, I believe we're going to see a new breed of computer scientists evolving over the next 5 to 10 years. And I think they're going to be more like artists than they are going to be the hardcore coders, because they're going to be dealing in worlds of 3D models, 3D assets, and digital assets, more so than just two-dimensional text. And so I think, again, the sooner education facilities can start teaching kids on the fundamentals, keep making them aware that there is a whole new world for them to look forward to by way of simply being able to create content at home and to be able to pass that through to a worldwide market. I would love that to be the one takeaway from all of this panel, because I think fundamentally this has the ability and is currently changing people's lives. Just a brief example, a project Only Force launched a few short days ago in the non-fungible token space. You can buy one of these things with 0.0, so about $200, $300. Yesterday, they started getting offers through for about $18,000. And anyone could have created that artwork, anyone could have purchased that artwork, and anyone could have gotten involved in that space if they were aware of it. And again, it's life-changing money here that is available for anyone who has the patience to sit down and to learn about the technology. There's a bit of friction there, but that friction is gradually getting eroded. But up until that, there's still fascinating piece of technology that I think, especially for the youth today, this is something they need to be paying attention to.
I think just one analogy on a broader context of understanding how we interact with digital content, how we create that content, is if you look at how reading and writing kind of became present in the world, it actually started out with just monks did reading and writing. And even then, they spoke it out loud. People didn't even read internally for a while. And then over time, it spread out, and certain sections of society learned and more people learned until, nearly everybody in the world can now read and write. I think that will happen with coding, not necessarily literally lines of code, but just creating content. So writing in a book is creating content, but now you can do that in a Word document, but also you can do it, as Ed says, as 3D objects or art or other digital pieces. And I think that as the world learns those skills, that will make this the next generation really be involved in this space.
Yeah. Can I also add something on that? And I think it's really important to point out, like keyboards and mouse, or these kind of 2D interfaces, the flat screen we have is something that only sort of happened to us in the past few decades. Before then, we were not really locked into these 2D interfaces. And I think, as Dave said, many years ago, lots of people can't read and write. And actually, even now, lots of people still struggle with those 2D interfaces. And I think XR is actually an opportunity for all these technology to be more inclusive, because it's really about enabling us to use our body, our hands, use our skills in real life. I can just grab a mug in hopefully in VR the same way as I do in real life. So I think it would sort of lower the entry barrier for technology, hopefully, for people. Yeah.
Really, these immersive texts, they're so intuitive. And an example, I was giving my mother a demo in one of these virtual reality games. And she's not a gamer, so she doesn't know the layout of gamepads and buttons, but still, after 5-10 minutes, she figured it out. I put my 5-year-old nephew into the experience. Within about 4 seconds, I was trying to point out what he had to do, and he was brushing me to one side, saying, "Leave me alone, I know how to do it already." And that was the first time he'd ever played with VR. Kids learn through experience, and certainly, who wants to read a tablet, a book, when they can literally put a headset on, be immersed into a world that will stick with them most likely for the rest of their lives? We've done a lot of very cool education stuff in the past, obviously, with what we're doing with Bermuda, but working with Mattel, we actually traveled around the world. So we documented in very high quality, stereoscopic, monoscopic rather, panoramic images of the Tower of London, of Chichen Itza, of Alcatraz, of iconic locations where we were to be able to transport kids to these new locations where they may not have the chance to actually travel there. But now they have incredibly high resolution imagery that they could put a headset on and actually witness being there, that sound.
It's impressive. I love all these examples that you all have provided of how we can enhance accessibility for these technologies. And this lead me to my last couple of questions, as we're almost running out of time. The theme of this conference, as you know, is inequality at the root. And I wanted to know from you, what are the major roadblocks and challenges that these industries currently facing to make these technologies more accessible, affordable, but most importantly, inclusive? So what are these issues, these problems? Sylvia, would you like to give us your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. So I think, one of the obvious problem is that you do need to, in order to thrive in this area, I think you do have to have some technical knowledge, so that's there are lots of buzzwords in this area, but also you have basic understanding of networking, of how computer works, and ideally basic understanding of coding. So I think it's really, really important, as I think XR is our way to create the digital reality. And I don't want to be in a digital reality that is only designed by a certain group of people. I want it to be, if it's for everyone, it should be designed by everyone. And that's kind of why we decided to do a Coursera course on VR very early on in 2017. And then we made sure that course, basically, it's like whatever background you come from, you should be able to understand it from the beginning. It's really about explaining everything from a very non-technical angle. And also with our teaching at Goldsmiths, the Goldsmiths XR master degree we offer here is very much the same principle. It's very much open to students from all sorts of areas, and we have a really good gender balance as well. I think it's either 50-50 or even sort of more female than male in our degree. And also we really have a really diversified backgrounds of student profiles. We have like students from like media production, film production, architecture, psychology, really important. They're really making very interesting contributions, because it's really reproducing real life, really involves understanding human psychology and then bringing that to VR. So I just think really the important thing is to make sure, as myself, as who teaches virtual reality, make sure the course is offered at a level that is really open to everyone. Yeah.
Excellent. Ed, what's your take on what are the major roadblocks or challenges that this industry is facing in order to achieve inclusivity?
It's a great question. There are a few things that I think drastically need to change. Simply looking fundamentally at the hardware, we've seen the headsets advance at a tremendous rate over these past few years. However, the compute power needed to drive them has not changed at all. You have two ends of the spectrum. You have devices powered by mobile phone processors, chips that were built to be a very limited form factor, create very little heat, last all day, and not have a huge amount of horsepower, effectively to power a mobile phone. The other end of the spectrum, of course, are devices like desktop computers and games consoles. Much more powerful, much more expensive, but traditionally very weighty and have to sit on the floor. And so if you're going to use a PC-tethered VR solution, you're generally going to have a cable plugged into a mobile device. So you have to choose, do I want to have an untethered solution which has an underpowered processor and that ultimately compromises the immersion and the experience? Or do I want to have a tethered solution to an incredibly expensive device that increases the cost of entry and then limits the immersion by having a tethered connection? So neither, in my opinion, are the way forward. What we've been developing for some time now is a new category in computing, something we call a curve. After spending years of R&D developing self-contained VR headsets with companies like Samsung and NVIDIA and Valve and so on and so forth, we found a few years ago that coupling the compute power in the display was not the way to move forwards. And instead, what we need to do is to decouple compute power, to allow the headset manufacturer to commoditize their products, to make them smaller, cheaper, and lighter and more affordable to the public, to get to that point where you have a pair of Ray-Bans. The idea of putting compute power, sensors, batteries inside the displays, they're always going to be too heavy and they're always just not going to be a pleasant experience. The moment you could decouple the compute power from the display, you could build something that is both hardware, set and platform agnostic, build something with a hot swappable battery, build something that was dedicated to deliver this content at an affordable price point. And so ultimately what we've designed is a $500 computer that is effectively a desktop quality ARM-based machine. We've built this with NVIDIA and with the designers that designed a lot of Apple's key iconic designs over the past 20 odd years. So this notion of the hardware needs to change. You can't keep reappropriating technology to do something it was never meant to do in the first place. And with that in mind, I think as and when you have devices that are built from the ground up to do one thing very well, and they are both affordable and accessible, then this is, in my mind, what's going to be a catalyst to get this technology out even further. So this is our main focus. It has been for the past year and a half now, after we realized self-contained VR headsets were not the way forward.
Excellent. Now, I wanted to go again a little deeper on the inclusivity matter. Research shows that the algorithms behind AI and immersive technologies have their own embedded biases that are not representative of the needs of women, people of different races, religions, financial backgrounds. What are the ways in which we can make these technologies more inclusive and representatives of the world's diversity from a design stage, and how we can enable more inclusive usage that empowers these diverse communities to apply them to help solve their unique challenges? So thank you for telling us, how you managed to create, these devices that with an affordable price are now able to be used, and they can, spread across the globe and more people can purchase them. But I wanted to understand better, how we can include these communities and women, people of color, etc., from the very beginning of the design stage of these technologies. Dave, would you like to give us your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we recently finished a project actually, which was it was actually funded by Sports England, and it was to help BAME women get active after things like COVID. And we've been using body tracking algorithms, and from those we can see, and there is, as you say, research that shows that a number of tracking algorithms of humans are actually work better on a subset of people, i.e., white males, because that was predominantly the people developing it. So, you know, it is something where we want to go back to the beginning, and actually the teams that are developing tracking algorithms and other immersive technology, we really want those teams to be diverse so that gender, body shape, race, etc. are kind of taken into account. But also we need to, you know, while we're striving for that point, we need to ensure that when technology is tested, it's tested across a broad range of different types of humans. And so that really, you know, will help make the software that's enabling all this immersion be more robust. So there are issues there, and we do need to solve them, and we need to solve them at a systemic level. There is some good news, I think, though, because if you look at metaverses, and you know, Facebook announced their new working metaverse recently, we represent ourselves as avatars, and actually, I think the fact that we may find that we're representing ourselves as avatars in the future might level the playing field a bit, because it doesn't. We can remove some of the sort of social biases that we might have, or subconscious bias that we might be inherent within any of us, by the fact that we're represented within a set of avatars, and we're not exposing to different people exactly who we are, where we are, etc. We have some sort of choice around that, and I think that may actually have some positive effects as well.
Excellent. Sylvia, would you like to add your point of view?
Yeah, sure. So I actually want to mention a project we did together with Dave. It was funded by Innovate UK and has Maze Theory as a partner as well. So basically, we have the funding to develop AI-driven characters for one of the VR games Maze Theory was developing. And I think when we were likely to be involved at the very design stage of this game. And our idea is basically, instead of using sort of, you know, immersive and AI, all these things, to kind of looking at traditional game mechanics such as shooting and killing people, which is probably one of the reasons I'm not a gamer. We're thinking, hey, can we actually use VR, immersive technology combined with AI to find a different game mechanic? So we decided to look at something called social engagement as the game mechanic, right? So social engagement could be when we are having a conversation. I am talking here, I can easily tell which one of you are listening because you're all looking at me, you're nodding, you're in sync with me, right? So these are actually features we can quite easily capture using VR headset in real time, right? Because you're wearing the device, you have your hands. I know in VR how much you're moving your body. If you're nodding, it's quite easy to detect. If you're talking, we can pick up it from the microphone. So that's basically what we did with AI. And obviously we get people to do it, and we train them, we get game designers to kind of label the data inside VR as well. I don't want to go into too much technical detail of this project, but as a result, we were able to detect in real time social engagement level of the user. And we're hoping that we'll see more and more games in the future, VR games in the future, because of the high dimensional input data VR provides, that will be able to, you know, will engage gamers from different background, VR games. So I can basically go into a VR game and use my body language to gain trust from this virtual character I talk to in order to go to the next level of the game, right? So I think these are really opens opportunities for all sorts of really interesting game design.
Excellent. Ed, do you want to have the last word on this matter?
Yeah, it's a very fair point. It's something to be addressed. I feel as tech advances, it will better support the ability for people to choose their own identity that best fits them in these metaverses. Dave mentioned avatars. I mean, yeah, that masks what you look like altogether. Yes, there are further additions, speech modulation, speech enhancements that allow you to adopt an entirely new persona online. Will technically change the way people will look and talk to you. And so I think certainly this is one fascinating thing that metaverses can introduce, where you're literally changing the visual and the audio senses. And that can, as Dave mentioned, level the playing field. That being said, the bias that we're seeing in some of these algorithms, that will become edge cases as soon as you give them more sophisticated, more advanced data sets to train on. So as time moves forward, as the technology evolves, that bias is going to become a much smaller aspect of things. Now, when you start bringing community into the mix as well, community, especially in this space, are so active and so so militant that they will always isolate bad actors in these spaces. And when you look at the underlying blockchain technology, this makes identifying them and isolating, if not banging them all together, a very easy thing to do. So really, it's the notion of collaboration in these spaces that is enabling people to make sure that these biases get removed entirely out all the way over the next, hopefully, next few years. So it is a problem that was a larger problem a while ago, but as the technology has advanced, it's becoming less and less so.
Thank you for these wonderful insights. So we have reached almost the end of this wonderful conversation. I wanted you to give one recommendation, like 30-second advice to all of our listeners in the audience who would like to start developing immersive technologies experiences and enter in this industry. Dave, what would be your one advice?
Go for it, do something. You know, there's a lot of, as Sylvia said, there's a lot of courses out there. I think get some training, but actually having experience in a certain field in life and then learning about how to create immersive experiences, that's a great partnership for you. So yeah, just get out there, do some training and make something. And you know, as Ed says, things like NFTs are leveling the playing field in a number of different industries. So you know, go for it.
Wonderful. Sylvia, what would you suggest to our audience?
Yeah, sure. It's just like, you know, no matter what your background is, you know, get involved. And I think I teach lots of students VR, and I feel no matter where they're from, there's always something for me to learn also from them. So, you know, really, no matter what your background to date is, come join us. There is something unique about you. You will be able to contribute. Yeah.
Great. Edward.
So yeah, again, to reiterate, just start learning about these emerging technologies today. The beauty about emerging tech is it's emerging. It's not already fully documented, fully out there. There are no templates, there are no manuals. You just figure it out yourself. And this is what I love so much about this space. There's now a very bright future for young people to look forward to with digital assets. So for those who are somewhat interested in following the process, as mentioned, we're now developing a collaborative metaverse with the support from the community. And this is a project that's being built by some world-class experts from ex-Disney, ex-LucasArts, people who know what to do. With that in mind, I would urge anyone who wants to take a part in this community to watch how a metaverse space gets built from concept to completion, to come and join the frogland.io community. And from there, you will be able to work with some incredible individuals who are building this next generation metaverse, done in an entirely collaborative capacity, where no one member of the team is in any one same location at any one point in time. It is an awe-inspiring project to watch evolve. The breakneck speed these digital asset spaces are moving at, to me, means no corporation will be able to keep up with the innovation that collaboration is able to produce. So if nothing else, check out frogland.io and watch how this new generation of metaverse, this new Pangea metaverse, is about to start taking over the digital asset world.
Well, thank you everyone for your valuable insights. I'm sure that they've inspired our audience to join the immersive technology revolution. Well, that is all for now. Thank you to Ed Mason, David Rainyard, and Dr. Sylvia Xueni-Pan for this enlightening conversation. I will invite you now to check out our next talk on the Future Academy, and explore the wonderful virtual platform where the Creative Industries and Digitization of Trade Forum is hosted. I hope you all have a good day. Thank you for listening.